I have live streamed for about 100 days straight drafting fantasy football teams. And now we are going to be live streaming every single day, answering fantasy football questions, grading your teams until Christmas. Cannot wait for the season. Cannot believe that it's here. And let's go ahead and let's pull up some of these questions on flogfantasy.com. Now, all these questions were submitted through flogfantasy.com. Come out to the live streams. You get a bunch of free questions on the site as giveaways every time we hit 100 likes on the stream. But this first one's going to be from Pollux Wizard, who at wide receiver is deciding between Tet, Worthy, Adams, and Golden. Love Tet this week, considering everything that's transpired with the Carolina wide receiver room. But with no Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy is going to be an auto start. And then going over to the flex spot between Tet McMillan and Davante Adams, kind of am going to go back and forth. Let me pull up where they are currently in my updated rankings on the site. And I will say that we do have these players in the same tier. But as I pull this up, let me stall by reminding you that week 1 is the best week possible. If y'all wanted to take advantage of the promos that they are running on Underdog, there are a million of them. And you can take advantage of literally every single one. Let me give you your game plan. First thing is, if you're not already on Underdog, obviously go sign up, use code FLOCK. And when you use code FLOCK, you're going to get $50 added to your account after you play your first 5. The second thing that's going to happen is you're going to be getting a free gimme pick for the Thursday night game. You can use that to make Saquon Barkley higher, lower, half a total yard. After you play your first $5, you're going to get 50 added to your account. And every day they are going to be dropping profit boost tokens for this first few weeks. You have a 50% profit boost token on Thursday, a 50% profit boost token on Friday, 100% profit boost token drops on Saturday for you to use with the Sunday games, and then additional promos on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So go use code FLOCK, play $5, get $50 added to your account, plus code FLOCK users are also going to have access to boosted special pick 'em packs for us to tail together. And this is going to be our boosted pick 'em pack for tonight. We're going to go Dak to have 230 passing yards, Barkley to score a touchdown, Pickens to have fewer than 5 receptions, and that will be a 5X if it hits. And then we also have boosted pick 'em packs for the Chiefs-Chargers game. And there's just so much going on. I'm going to leave the link in the description, comment section. There's been no better time to get on Underdog Fantasy than right now. Now, looking at where we have Tet versus Davante Adams, they are very close. In my overall flex rankings, I have Tet at 30. I have Adams at 33. If you're not worried about the Stafford back injury at all, sure, go ahead and take Davante Adams. But I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Tet McMillan. Now, let's move this over. And also with Underdog, you can get in a best ball draft. You don't have much time left. But if you wanted to get into a best ball draft, here's the map of where Underdog Fantasy is currently available. It is in the vast majority of the states. It's in 45 plus, and it's all the big ones. And like I said, the link's in the description, comment section, and live chat. Now let's move this over to our next question. It's going to come out from Laced Freak. Here we need to determine a flex, and we're going to have Tet, Judy, JMO as pretty much the options, I guess, Ricky Pearsall. But again, Tet McMillan for me is a must-start wide receiver this week. I have zero hesitation with it either. You just go ahead and you just jam them in. Now, Trev Nice coming through. We got a wide receiver question. Again, hate to just beat the same drum over and over again. If you have Tet McMillan, you play Tet McMillan. Hell, let me show you what the projections are for Tet McMillan with the Underdog Pick'ems right now, just in case y'all don't believe me. But again, you have Coker on IR. They initially cut Hunter Renfrow because Hunter Renfrow's not good anymore. And then they had to go out there and they had to re-sign him to play Renfrow in the slot. You have Adam Thielen in Minnesota. So it's legitimately only Tet McMillan and Xavier Legette at this point. So if you go through and you look at Tet McMillan's higher lower, they currently have him at 66.5 receiving yards. For reference, while Tet McMillan is at 66.5 receiving yards higher or lower, you want to know what CeeDee Lamb's at tonight? CeeDee Lamb's at 72.5. They're right next to each other. George Pickens is at 55.5. Tet is an auto start. Phenomenal matchup against the Jags. Should be a high scoring game and not much competition for an extremely talented wide receiver. If you have Tet McMillan, you play Tet McMillan. Now, Bitter Hornet with our next one. This is Chase Brown, Ricky Pearsall versus RJ Harvey and Ladd McConkey. So with this trade, I would rather have Chase Brown over Ladd. I'd rather have Harvey over Ricky Pearsall. I would probably go ahead and take the Chase Brown side of this, though. Again, if you can afford to wait for RJ Harvey to be viable in the second half of the season, then maybe you can make a stronger argument for that side. Now, let me move this over. But it looks like we've hit 100 likes on this live stream. So let me give away some free questions for the people hanging out with us in the chat. Like I said, giving away like 40 or so free questions every stream at this point, it seems. So drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat right now. We'll go ahead and we'll get you hooked up with some free questions. And if you haven't already, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell next to the subscribe button, because whenever we go live, which we're going to do every single day, YouTube will tell you that we're live if you hit the bell next to the subscribe. But let's move this back over. And let me pull up the sites on another window and we will get your username. I can only find you on flockfantasy.com if you've used code FLOCK on the site. But let's see. We got Legend of Wade. Let me see if I can find you, my friend. If so, we'll get you sent over some free questions that you can either ask in this live stream or save them for another stream. Okay. Legend of Wade. Perfect. Just found you. Looks like you have 2 accounts. So I'm going to hook up one of them with the free vouchers and hopefully it's the right one. And our next question, I think we already answered this. We're going to go with Chase Brown and Ricky Pearsall over Harvey and Ladd. This is Svelte Kettle Drum. We need a flex between Swift, Pearsall, and I guess that's about it. I'm not playing any of these other guys. I'm going to go with DeAndre Swift. He had 3 down workload. I honestly was surprised to see how low the projections were on DeAndre Swift this week, but should be an offense that tries to run the ball. Now, Chalk Milk, always happy to see it. We're trading James Cook for Montgomery and Marvin Harrison here. This is an 8-team league. So in an 8-team league, just give me the best player. The best player in this deal is going to be James Cook for your format. And again, the options on the waiver are going to be phenomenal. So 8-team league, 99% of the time, you just want the best player. Now, Official Rob coming through with our next question. Here we got we're going to go Tucker Kraft over Tyler Warren with Jaden Reed. It looks like he's going to be missing. And yes, I know Amari Cooper retired. Sucks for best ball, but obviously cut Amari Cooper if you have him. Now, I'm looking at what we have for the wide receiver slot. It's going to be down between Waddle, Pickens, and Devonta Smith. I'm not considering Diggs here. I'm not considering Ridley. Ridley's matchup's too tough. Diggs coming back from the torn ACL. I'd rather see him before I put him in my starting lineup. Looking at my updated rankings that we are going to have, I did move Waddle up a bit. Like, Waddle does project out very well. You look at how the Miami Dolphins have scored historically in September, and this is an offense that historically has started off very hot. But honestly, I think I will just go ahead and take the track record that we've had with Devonta Smith. But I mean, that's an incredible wide receiver room. Now, I hate injuries with our next question. You play Devontae Adams over Ridley and Downs here pretty easily. And then for the flex, you go Chuba Hubbard. I mean, Chuba Hubbard, 3-down workload in a game environment that should be very high scoring. Not a horrible matchup either. Now, Tyrone with our next question. Running back, we are going to be looking at Jerome Ford, Bigsby, or Braylon. You please just start Jerome Ford. And then for the flex, I think I'm going to go with Jalen Waddle over Igbuka. I know Igbuka is very exciting, and I think that you're probably playing Igbuka week 2, but I would like to see him before we had to do so. Now, Swayday says, do I need running back help? Chubb or Tony Pollard? Worth it or not in a fort for the team? Okay. So I would, Chuba or Tony Pollard. We would definitely rather have Chuba over Pollard. I mean, maybe if you're looking at the short term, you can sit here and you can say that you're really excited about Pollard and you want to put him in the same tier. But long term, you're eventually going to get Tajay Spears back in this offense. So for that reason, I would rather have Chuba Hubbard. And looking at the team, depth is going to matter a little bit. A running back, we have Kenneth Walker and then Caleb Johnson as our running back too. So I hate to make this deal where we're selling the best player with Brock Bowers, but I completely understand the thought process here, and I think it's a fine price point. I would say that you're probably losing the deal on value, but I understand based off your team. Now, Deshab with our next question. We need to figure out a flex. We have Cortland Sutton on the bench right now. I would for sure put Cortland Sutton in the starting lineup over RJ Harvey. I know it's a matchup where you assume the Broncos can run the ball against the Titans, but Dobbins should be the starter week 1. Now, Risky Business is trading Golden, London for Neighbors and Jennings. I think for me, it's going to come down to the rest of our wide receiver room. So after we were to make this deal, you'd have Jamar Chase, Malik Neighbors, Jalen Waddle, Jawan Jennings. So you have plenty of wide receiver depth. If this was a league in which you started 4 wide receivers, like you had 3 wide receiver slots and a flex, or potentially you had like 2 wide receiver slots and 2 flexes, then in that case, I would go ahead and I would take Malik Neighbors and Jennings. I'm sorry, I would take London and Golden because I'd way rather have Golden over Jennings. But with this being a 2 wide receiver single flex format, give me Malik Neighbors. Now, Jay Martinez with our next question. Quarterback, I'm going to be going with May over Geno. And then down in the flex spot, our best option on the bench, if we wanted to get somebody in, would be Caleb Johnson. And there's no way in hell I'm playing Caleb Johnson over our flexes or our running backs here. Patino says, couldn't sign in for a team review. I would like a overall team review and possible trades. So I'm going to hook you up with a bunch of free vouchers, my friend. I'm sorry that you sent this asking for that. So we just sent you a bunch of those free vouchers if you have any specific questions you want to ask. So I turned off the team reviews where you cannot purchase a team review from me on flockfantasy.com as of right now. I think we're going to be live streaming 8-9 hours of live Q&As today. So I will eventually be able to turn them back on, but we had too many people buy them initially and the line got too long. And realistically, I did not expect this. It wasn't the case last year, but it looks just like the supply and demand. I only have so much time in the day where I can answer these questions. And the amount of people that were buying team reviews, the demand was way too large. So it looks like what I'm probably going to have to do, at least for the time being, is like have one day where you can buy team reviews and then turn them off the next day. Turn them on, turn them off, turn them on, turn them off. Because I just can't get too far behind. So right now they're turned off. But again, I'm going to be live streaming like 6-7 hours a day at this point, trying to answer as many of these as I possibly can. Now let's move this over. C. Martin is trading Jalen Hurts, Breece Hall for Dak Prescott and Chuba Hubbard. So looking at this, I would say that for me, Breece and Hubbard are a lot closer than Hurts and Dak are. So I'm going to go ahead. I will take Jalen Hurts and Breece Hall. Jay Fizzle says, how could I improve my team thinking a better running back too? My friend, if you just send in a super message, I can't see it. So I'll hook you up with a free trade question. So if you have a specific trade, I'd be happy to check it out for you. Let's move. Laporta Potty says wide receivers are Olave, Hill, Higgins, Shakir, Terry, and Travis Hunter. We're trading Tyreek for T. Higgins, Garrett Wilson. To be frank, I don't care what the league settings are. I don't care what your roster looks like, because if I'm looking at this, T. Higgins, I may rather have over Tyreek Hill straight up. So if you're getting Garrett Wilson for free, I'm going to take the T. Higgins, Garrett Wilson side easily. Now, Ralph says, I have Lamar, Jamar, Chuba, Ricky Pearsall, and Josh Downs. So let's see. Okay, so since your team's linked, my friend, you don't even have to tell me who you have. I can just go ahead and I can see everything here. I can see your league settings as well. This is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. We're left over. We would be starting Chase, Rome at wide receiver. Running back, we'd have Gibbs, Chuba, and then the flex, we're looking at like Ricky Pearsall or Josh Downs. So I'm fine with us making this deal. Obviously, Henderson and Drake London have a tremendous amount of upside. But to be honest with you, I would be surprised if either Henderson or London turned into the number 1 player in fantasy. I would not be surprised if that occurred with Gibbs. Now, if it was a double flex format, you can talk me into the other side, but a single flex, no, we're just going to go with the best player. Now, Verdi with our next question. This is a 10-team start aid format, going down to see what we could possibly change here. Tyrone Tracy should be the starting running back for the Giants early on. I would say that Tracy probably projects to actually have more work than Trevion Henderson, but Henderson's going to be in a better offense and you have more overall big play potential. So I have Trevion and Egbuka ranked like back-to-back right now. If you wanted to pivot over to Egbuka, you could, but half PPR format, I'd probably keep Henderson in there. Now, upset management needs a flex. We have Calvin Ridley, Juwan Jennings kind of as the two options with RJ Harvey. I'm going to go with Ridley. I'm a little bit concerned with Jennings that he missed all camp and maybe get off to the slow start like he had for my Uke last year. Now, Malk 02, here you're going to start. We're going to go Trevion over Jalen Warren. I mean, with Jalen Warren should be the starting running back for the Pittsburgh Steelers, but that projects to be the lowest scoring game in the entire NFL this week. I'm not super excited to start Jonnu Smith for that reason, to be honest. And then looking at what we're going to do in the flexes, I think Jalen Waddle is going to be the easy play. The question's going to be, where do you go between Rome and Jalen Warren? I'd be very interested to hear what the live chat has to say with this, because for me, I've had a hard time making this ranking. I currently have them ranked back to back in my flex ranks. But could y'all please spam the chat? Who would you rather start? Would you rather start Rome Odunze against the Vikings this week? Or would you rather start Jalen Warren against the Jets? Rome or Warren, who are you going with? And then I'll let you know who I have. We got Rome, Warren, Warren, Rome, 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 Warren, Rome, 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 Warren, Rome, Warren, Warren, Rome. Rome, Warren, Rome, Warren, Rome, Warren, Rome, Warren, Rome, Rome, Warren, Rome, Rome. It looks like it's split 50-50. I personally have Rome Odunze at 51. I have Jalen Warren at 52. Full BBR format, I think maybe go with the wide receiver. And to be honest with you, maybe if you needed like a high ceiling, you go Rome. High floor, maybe you go Warren. Now, track Tran with our next question. Here, easy. I'm playing Swift over Harvey and Nick Chubb, not thinking twice about it. And then down for the flex, we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Cortland Sutton again. I think if you're looking at Sutton versus Terry, with Terry missing camp, I think you can just easily use that as a tie break. Questionable soup, trading Sutton for Igbuka. I'd rather have Sutton. I'd rather start Sutton this week. Eventually, Godwin and Jalen McMillan are to come back. So, redrafted Sutton, Dynasty, give me Igbuka. Now, Ivan, with our next question. For the flex, we're looking at Javonte, J-Mo, Travis Hunter. I'm going to go with Jamison Williams. With Javonte Williams, there is a larger spread on this Eagles-Cowboys game than any game this week. Like, you currently have the projections telling us that the Eagles are just going to go out there and they're going to boat race the Dallas Cowboys. Now, Brash, this is Jerry Jeudy versus Caleb Johnson with the trade. I would way rather start Jerry Jeudy early. Looking at our wide receiver room, we have Metcalf, DJ Moore, JSN, Rome Odunze. You can only start two receivers in one flex. Looking at running back, we could use an RB3. So, in terms of what's going to be the winner early in the season, Jerry Jeudy very easily is going to be outscoring Caleb Johnson at the beginning portion of the year. If you really like Caleb Johnson and you want to roster him for the upside that you could potentially get if he takes over as the starting running back in the second half of the season, I would not fault you for that at all, and I think you could go ahead and you could take Caleb Johnson. Now, Captain Sappy with our next question. We have James Cook, Mike Evans, CeeDee Lamb, Travis Kelce. Two wide receiver, one flex format. Left over at running back, we'd have Kyron, Pollard, Henderson, so we're okay. Give me the best player. Give me CeeDee Lamb. For sure. Let's go with Lamb. Now, Waddle's 10 with our next question. Quarterback, I'm going to take May over Dak. Again, the Cowboys project to be a bottom 5 offense in the league this week. May has more rushing upside as well. Andrews over Warren with no Isaiah Likely. And then for the flex, I've actually changed my mind. I previously had Hampton as the jam, but I think I'm going to play Sutton and Tet over him in a full PPR format now that Najee's good to go. Now, Phil with our next question. Running back, we're going to be playing Chuba here. I think Pollard has a similar workload, but Pollard's going to be in a worse offense given the matchup. Wide receiver, JSN and Puka will be the auto starts. And then down in the flex, it's going to be between like Pollard and Xavier Worthy. I think we're going to go with Xavier Worthy this week, where again, you have the really tough matchup for Tony Pollard. And for Worthy, you have no Rashee Rice. We're probably going to change that answer next week, though, when the Titans get a little bit of a better spot. But it looks like we're about to 200 likes on the stream. So go down there, hit that like button. This is probably going to be the biggest live stream that we do all year. So if you were ever going to hit that like for us, I'd really appreciate you do it now. And also, we will give away some of these free start set and free trade questions. So let me pull it up on the other screen. And as I do this, I'm sorry, I'm going to annoy the hell out of y'all with this today, but just get ready for it because again, there is no bigger day in terms of the underdog pick'ems that they are pushing out there other than week one. If you are looking at what they have going on in Underdog, Today, right now in your lobby, you should have a free gimme pick token that you could use to move Saquon Barkley down to like high or low or half a total yard. Plus, you have a 50% profit boost token. Plus, you have a 50% profit boost token tomorrow. Plus, Saturday, a 100% profit boost token drops. Plus, additional promos Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. And if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, if you use code FLOCK when you sign up, not only are you going to get all these promos, but you'll get $50 added to your account after you play your first $5. And on top of that, if you're looking at what they are allowing us to do this year, is they are allowing us to create boosted flock pick'em packs where we have a flock pick'em pack. There's a $25 cap on this because it is boosted, but where it could be a 5X if Barkley scores a touchdown, Dak has 230 passing yards, and Pickens has fewer than 5 receptions. So that's on Underdog as well. And then the last thing that I'm going to say here is if you got the season pass or you're an annual mother flocker on flockfantasy.com, go and fill out this Google form and put in your flockfantasy.com email address, your Underdog username, hit submit, and you're also going to get an additional $10 added in your Underdog account this month as well. So it's by far and away the biggest week in terms of Underdog promos. If I was going to tell you to get on, now would be by far and away the best time. And the links in the description and the live chat where it says free Saquon Barkley pick. But let me pull up and find one of y'all to give away some free questions to. We got Duval out here with 3 U's and 3 L's. Okay. Found you, my friend, and I just sent you over some free questions. Happy to answer those in this live stream. Happy to answer those in the next live stream. Whatever you want, just send them in. But our next question is going to be from the busy man. A running back, we are choosing between White, Caleb, Taj Brooks. Don't like any of these running backs week 1. We will go Caleb Johnson, though. Wide receiver, we are looking at Josh Downs, Khalil Shakir is 2 somewhat appealing plays. Realistically, knowing how ugly our running back room was, we're going to be playing Shakir and Downs both in good matchups. I'm going to go with between Hawk and Laporta week 1. I actually have both of these guys ranked behind Kelsey and Zach Ertz, funny enough. I think I'm going to go Laporta. I hope I am wrong, though, because I am playing TJ Hawkinson in my own league. Now, Ethan, with our next question, here for the flex, we are looking at Jaylen Warren versus Travis Hunter essentially being our 2 names. This is going to be a full PPR format, typically full PPR league. I'm maybe a little more excited to go through and get the receiver in the flex. I think Jaylen Warren's going to give you a high enough floor here, however, where we know Jaylen Warren's going to be the starting running back this week. I think Travis Hunter gives you a higher ceiling, though. But if you feel confident in your matchup, I think you go ahead and honestly, I think you just play Jaylen Warren. Now, Loathsome says Harrison or Sutton at the flex week 1. Based off what we've seen with projections this week, I think you have a high enough floor ceiling combination with Sutton where I don't know if Harrison has that much higher of a ceiling, but I would feel that Harrison has a much lower floor. So I'm going to go ahead and I will take Cortland Sutton in this. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next question. It's going to come out from Nick Man. Running back, we have Henderson, Pollard. And that's really it. We're going to go Pollard over Henderson for this first week. And yeah, it looks like we're not going to start Trevion Henderson week 1. But obviously, I am super excited about what we have with the upside of Trevion Henderson in the long term. It's just going to be a little bit difficult for us to go through and tell you to jam him in when we know that Pollard's going to have the 3-down workload with no Spears. And while I really hope it's not the case, there is a chance that Ramadre just comes through and has an annoying role in New England. We got Sunshine Explorers. This is actually Mark. I saw your email, my guy. Thanks for letting me know you changed your name. Now, Duke Coates with our next one. This is trading DeAndre Swift, CeeDee Lamb, Marvin Mims for Jonathan Taylor, George Pickens, Brian Thomas. Lamb to Brian Thomas, you're down tiering. Swift to Jonathan Taylor, you're jumping up like 3 tiers. And then we're getting George Pickens effectively for free. So no part of me wants to trade away CeeDee Lamb. No part of me wants to give away the best player. But at this cost, honestly, it's completely reasonable. Where, yeah, I think we are going to be willing to trade away CeeDee Lamb and get Brian Thomas, Pickens, and Jonathan Taylor here. Now, our next question is going to be from Pedro. It says, need help at wide receiver 2 and the flex. So looking at what we have in the flex right now, we have Amari and Hampton. In wide receiver 2, you keep JSN relatively easily. Hampton, was a little more exciting for me early in the week before we knew that Najee was going to be good to go. I still expect that Hampton's the starting running back. I still think that he is very much a capable play. I just don't think that he's an auto lock the way that he was. But I would still play Hampton over Smith, Waddle, and Judy myself. But all these wide receivers have relatively nice ceilings. And I know that we've had conflicting reports. Yesterday, they were saying Najee's a starter. Today, they're saying Hampton's a starter. Frankly, I don't care who's the quote-unquote technical starting running back. What I care is who's going to see the majority of the work, and being the starter doesn't tell us that inherently. And I would say that when Najee Harris has only practiced with the Chargers like twice, it's probably going to be Amari and Hampton. Now, Jared, with our next start set question, we need help in the flex. Looking at this, I think we're going to go ahead and narrow it down to Ricky Pearsall or Josh Downs. I guess you have J.K. Dobbins here as well. I was a little more excited about Ricky Pearsall before you had the Jawan Jennings extension, and Jennings looks like he's good to go. So actually, no, we have Tony Pollard. I'm an idiot. You just jammed Pollard. No Spears. Pollard's going to have a 3-down workload. These other guys are shaky projections. Pollard's garbage offense, but you got to play him. Keaton with our next question. Ted McMillan, auto start. Don't think about it. Not playing Pickens over him, not playing Ibuka over him, not playing Hunter over him. Tet, locked and loaded role, and at the same time, great talent profile and great matchup. Now, no chillest. This is Taj Rome versus a first and Myers. It's a one quarterback format. So with that in mind, the first round picks maybe going to be worth a little bit less as opposed to if it was a super flex league. So in general, I mean, it's a fair price point. I don't know exactly actually, I can't even guarantee if it's a one quarterback league. If it's a super flex league and you don't like Rome Odunze, I'm fine with you making this trade. If it's a one quarterback format, however, in Dynasty, I think I'd rather have Rome over a rookie first. Now, Dill Nasty is trading Kyron and Jacoby Myers for Bucky Irving. I know that Jacoby Myers maybe is a little more interesting now with the Amari Cooper retirement, but reports coming out with Jacoby Myers requesting a trade with Blake Corum, possibly seeing more work in Los Angeles. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Bucky. Okay. Now, Tom Hicks says, my team is allowing 6 points for a Hunter pick 6. I would, if you told me, Mason, you are allowed to bet that Travis Hunter does not have a pick 6 in his rookie season, I would bet every dollar to my name. The last thing that I would ever be doing is trading for Travis Hunter because we are hoping that he gets a pick 6 or 2. Not saying that Travis Hunter's a wide receiver in which you shouldn't be excited about for what he can do as a receiver in fantasy. Like, no, you should be excited about that. You should be excited about him if you play in an IDP league as well and you're able to put him in a defensive back spot and you get wide receiver points there. That's great. But the pick 6 element of this does not matter at all. So Rice to Travis Hunter, tomato to me. Would I rather have Brock Purdy, Josh Downs, or Jaden Daniels? Daniels by a country mile. So we're going to go with Jaden Daniels and Travis Hunter. Now, HPN with our next question. Here for the flex. Joe Mixon's not available week 1. Neither is Jordan Addison. If Christian Kirk's healthy, we're going to go Kirk. If he's not, we're going to take Evan Ingram. But Kirk did pop up on the injury report yesterday with the hamstring, so that's going to be something to monitor. JBD, if you're not seeing the vouchers in your account, that most likely means you didn't sign up with code FLOCK, which again, if you go back and look at any video that I had through the entire year or anything that I said at any point, on the stream said, if you want me to answer your start set questions and your trade questions with those free vouchers, make sure you sign up with code FLOCK for the season pass. But Mr. Service with our next question. Here for the flex. I'm not going to play Montgomery given the game environment. I think we go Dobbins and Ricky Pearsall. Especially, I don't know if y'all saw, but the coaching staff in Detroit came out and kind of gave a wink and a nod that if you were looking at what we have with the projected usage or the projected split between Gibbs and Montgomery, like they're essentially telling us that Gibbs is going to have more of the backfield this year than he did last. Now, Smoke and Scooby with our next one. Here, it effectively is going to come down between Travis Hunter and Ricky Pearsall. I'm not going to be considering Javonte here, to be honest. I think you can go Ricky Pearsall with the Jennings contract dispute being over with and him being back and fully healthy. If you wanted to go with Travis Hunter, I'm not going to fault you for it, though. Now, BJ Stat coming through, asking essentially, should we play Egbuka or JSN? Isn't Egbuka's ceiling that he kind of turns into JSN? So I would just play JSN until Egbuka proves that we shouldn't. It looks like we're about to hit 300 likes on the stream. So go down there, hit that like button, and we are going to be giving away some more free questions out in the chat in just 1 second. But Joe, with our next question, running back, I would take Eckler over Chubb in a full PPR format for this week, and I'm going to go Kincaid over Brenton Strange, and then we'll leave the flexes as is. Louis says, for the bench running backs, who can we start early season? Between Harvey, you can't start any of these guys early season with confidence. If I had to choose somebody, it would be RJ Harvey. Obviously, with Amari getting cut, Deonta Thornton Jr. actually does look a little more exciting. Now, Zach Spot says, 12-team PPR redraft. We need an upgrade at running back. RJ Harvey to Caleb Johnson's a downgrade. JSN to Trey McBride's an upgrade. TJ Hawkinson to Travis Hunter. I would rather have the McBride-Hunter side of this, but I would rather have RJ Harvey over Caleb Johnson if you were looking for running back upgrade. But still, the value is on the Trey McBride side there. Okay. Now, it looks like we had 300 likes on the stream. So go down and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat, and we'll give away some free questions. But let me pull up that on the side screen. And as I do that, let me stall by reminding you, I'm going to be super annoying with this in this live stream because it is the biggest week of the entire year for Underdog Pick'ems. And you just look at the math, and it's legitimately free money. They have a free pick token in the lobby for this week. You can use it for the Saquon Barkley gimme pick, higher, lower, half a total yard for the game tonight. Plus, you get a 50% profit boost token for the game tonight. Plus, a 50% profit boost token drops tomorrow. Plus, a 100% profit boost token drops on Saturday for you to use for the Sunday games. And additional promos on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Let's add all of this up. So, 1, crazy promos out the gate available to everybody. 2, if you use code FLOCK on Underdog, you are going to be getting $50 added to your account after you play your first $5. Then, if you got the season pass or you're an annual mother flocker on flockfantasy.com, if you go and fill out that Google form, you're going to get an additional $10 added to your Underdog account. And this is available for anybody. It doesn't matter if you've been on Underdog for 4 years with us. This is available for you. So if you're a new user, that means you deposit $10, you play 5, you'll effectively have $70 in your account to take advantage of all these promos that they're running this week. And Underdog is allowing us to host Flock boosted pick'em packs, where we have one that we're going to be doing together for the game tonight. There's a $25 cap on this since it's boosted, but it's Dak Prescott to have 230 passing yards, Barkley to score a touchdown, George Pickens to have fewer than 5 receptions, and that would be a 5X if that hits. It's all in the link in the description, comment section, live chat, where it is labeled free Saquon Barkley pick. But let me go ahead and see if we can find Hoscat on the website real quick to give him some free vouchers. Appreciate you hanging out with me in this stream, my friend. And if not, we'll move to the next person. Hoscat found you on the site and just sent some of those free questions over your way. Be super happy to answer anything for you, my guy. Okay. And let's move this over and look at Mossy Biscuit's question. This is Kyler Bowers versus Metcalf and Lamb. This is a super flex league, I believe, which is extremely relevant because if this is and this is a dynasty league. It's a dynasty super flex 10-team format. Because if this was a 1 quarterback league, it'd be the CD Lamb side and it wouldn't even be close. But super flex dynasty, give me Kyler Murray relatively easily over DK Metcalf. Give me Lamb over Bowers kind of regardless. This is not a tight end premium format. Now, if this was a 12-team Superflex league, I think you could really talk me into Kyler Murray and Brock Bowers given the supply and demand of the quarterback position. With this being a 10-team league, let's look at our quarterback room right now. We have Lawrence, Baker, Dak, 10-team leagues. It's harder to sell quarterbacks even in Superflex. So I'm completely fine if you wanted to go get CeeDee Lamb there. Now, super sauce with our next question. Here we got a flex between Devonta Smith and Xavier Worthy. Worthy is an auto start with no Rashee Rice. Do not think about it. Now, B Turner 46. This is Achan, Igbuka, Matthew Golden versus Jamar Chase. Najee and Dameon Pierce are effectively barely worth roster spots. We would never even consider them in a deal like this. This is a deep league, and that's going to be my hesitation. Actually, I can't even see exactly what the league settings are. If this was a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, go get Jamar Chase. How this is filled out right now, the league's not linked, so I can't be 100% certain. But this is filled out as if it's a 12-team start 8 league. And in that case, I think we are probably going to go ahead and we're probably going to take the Achane side of this. But it's going to be very dependent on your exact league settings. If it's like a 2 wide receiver single flex where we have plenty of depth, then obviously Jamar Chase is absolutely fine to go get at that price. Now, Omnit Rants is trading Ollie Gordon Tet, Mike Evans for Malik Neighbors. This is a 12-team start 8 format where honestly, I think you may just end up having to hold on to Tet and Mike Evans for the time being because depth is going to be harder to come by in this league. And not only is depth going to be harder to come by, but at the same time, sorry, 1 second. So not only is depth going to be harder to come by, but we don't have Rice at the beginning of the year. So for your team particularly, I don't think you can afford to make this deal. I think you need the additional starters right now. Now Wagner with our next one. This is JSN, Jake Ferguson versus Igbuka and TJ Hawkinson. This is a dynasty format where obviously you give a bump to Igbuka here in comparison to what you would do otherwise. Looking at your team specifically, I don't know if your team is situated in a way where we can contend this season. So if you don't think you can contend this year, I'm fine with you going again. But the thing is, Igbuka is not even that much younger than JSN because Igbuka stayed 4 years at Ohio State. In comparison to Jackson Smith and Jigba, who came out after only 3 years. Now, Mohassan, I'm sorry for mispronouncing this, is trading Amari Hampton, Matthew Golden, and Amon-Ra St. Brown for Chase and Kyron. Kyron, Hampton, similar, but give me Kyron. Would I rather have Amon-Ra and Matthew Golden or Jamar Chase in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format? Give me Jamar Chase. I think in this format, you can afford to just go and make the trade to get the best player. Now, Cali Kid with our next start sit. This is Jacobs, Chase Brown, super easily at running back. Every single week, there'll be auto starts. Lamb, JSN, every single week will be auto starts here as well. It really comes down, are we going to go Devonta Smith, Xavier Worthy, or Tracy in the flex? I think you go Xavier Worthy here. For the time being, when you have no Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy is an auto start as well. Obviously, we will reevaluate as the first few weeks go by. Now, Charles says, deciding between Sutton or Wilson for my last flex spot. I actually think that, and maybe I answered this as like having Wilson higher in my initial rankings to start the week, but I have recently moved Sutton ahead of him, especially if you look at what we've had with the offensive line injury in New York, making Wilson look even less exciting. So I would go ahead and I would take Courtland Sutton. Okay. move this over. Sorry. I just realized in the flex rankings for the video tomorrow, I forgot to include Wilson. So I've got to text my editor. And we got the report, too, saying that the Jets are really going to try to be as run heavy as they can. So I think you just play Courtland Sutton. I think you got a high floor ceiling combo. Now, Preston says, not sure to start this week. Any tips? I'm going to go Javonte. I think that you have a much better game environment if we're going to be looking at what you have with Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. But at the same time, there's just no way that we can sit here and we can say that like JCM is likely to lead this backfield in touches, where I think Javonte Williams is probably going to. Not excited about either, though. Now, Heaven with our next question. I'm going to go May over Herbert this week. Running back Chase Brown's an auto start every week. Wide receiver A.J. Brown, JSN will be auto starts every week. George Kittle will be at tight end. And then in the flex comes down to Devonta Smith or DeAndre Swift. I guess you could also consider Jalen Waddle. Full PPR format, so maybe give a slight bump up to the receivers. But with DeAndre Swift, you have a 3-down workload. I don't like that you have the Bears as dogs in this game. I have all three of these players inside the same tier. I think DeAndre Swift probably gives you the highest floor, though. Now, Jay Stanley trading Tet for Garrett Wilson. I had Wilson ranked ahead of Tet early in the process, but with how things have played out in Carolina versus in New York, I think I'm going to go ahead. Honestly, I think I'm going to take Tet McMillan here. I don't think it's going to be that difficult for me to do so either. Okay. I'm going to change the title of this live stream. Okay. And our next question's from Paco. This is T. Higgins versus Drew Bobber to kill Shakir. This is T. Higgins. I don't think it's that close either. Shakir can't bridge the gap between two players like that, in my opinion. Charlie with our next question. This is for the flex. Jaden Reed can't trust this week with the injury. I would go Jalen Warren. Jalen Warren looks to be the... Actually, you got Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter, Jalen Warren are going to be relatively close. I think Travis Hunter gives you a much higher ceiling. But Jalen Warren, we know he's going to be a starting running back for an offense that's favored in their game that should be able to run the ball in the second half. Okay. Now, let's move this over. Elijah, you most likely did not use code FLOCK when you signed up. And that's most likely why you don't have the free voucher. Now, Adam with our next question. May versus Brock Purdy. You have Jennings good to go, so at least you have some more depth with the weapons of Purdy, even if you're not going to have Ayuk early in the season. The matchup against the Seahawks isn't the best. May does give you a little more rushing upside, but you've had the long track record with Purdy where I think you can go with the... And Purdy, it does give you some sneaky rushing appeal. I'm going to play Hampton over Trevion. I do personally think Hampton's the better running back, and I think Ramondre is a bigger threat than Najee is at this point. Now, wide receiver, we are going to be looking at Neighbors and Amon-Ra St. Brown as auto locks. Tyler Warren will be our tight ends. And then for the flex, T. Higgins is going to be an auto start. I mean, with Higgins, when healthy, he has been an elite wide receiver. The issue is if you're looking at Higgins, he misses time every single season except last year. I mean, I guess he even missed time last year. But T. Higgins looks to be 100% healthy right now, so I think you just absolutely have to jam him. Now, Mason O with our next question. This is Tracy, Dobbins, Rome, Matthew Golden. This is a really close call. Like almost all of these players are in the same tier for us. So if I'm looking at the projections that we have, or at least my rankings right now, I have Tracy at 50 in the flex ranks. I have Dobbins at 49 in the flex ranks. I have Rome at 51, and I have Matthew Golden at 59. So I legitimately have Dobbins, Tracy, Rome all back to back to back here. I have Dobbins as the most likely play where you are 7-point favorites here. So you should be able to run the ball consistently against the Tennessee Titans, especially in the second half, but I wouldn't fault you if you wanted to go elsewhere. Now, CDC is trading Harvey and Jamar for James Conner, Bucky, and Xavier Worthy. There's no way you should ever do this. This is the Jamar Chase side, not even really close. 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. I would rather have Jamar Chase in comparison to the entire other side. And you get RJ Harvey for free. Now, Kyle W. Fantasy, I'm assuming you're asking us who we should start between Tracy, Trevion, and Hunter. Long term, obviously, it's very easily going to be the rookies. Week 1, it's a little bit tougher. I would go with Trevion. I would expect that Tracy has a larger workload than Trevion Henderson week 1, but I think you have a better offense, and I think you have a higher ceiling with Trevion in comparison. So I'm going to go Trevion Henderson out of these 3 guys. Drew says, feels like this is a bad trade. Any counter ideas? Purdy for Bo. Give me Bo slightly. Jordan Mason for Bigsby. Give me Mason slightly. Terry McLaurin for Olave. It's going to be the Terry McLaurin side. If you wanted to make this fair, you'd remove Jordan Mason and Tank Bigsby, and you'd go Purdy and Terry for Bo Nix and Olave. If you were trying to do that. But it looks like we're about to hit 400 likes on the stream. So go down there, hit that like button, and we'll give away some free questions. Now, J4Y Fly. Here, tight ends. We're going to go Andrews easily with no Isaiah Likely. And then as we go over to the flex play, you have a phenomenal team. This is a 6-team league. That's why. We're going to go Bucky Irving, but actually you have Kamara here too. God dang. You need to try to trade like Kamara and Mark Andrews, Jackson Smith and Jigba and Mark Andrews, and go get an elite tight end, the super shallow format. That's tough. Now, it looks like we had 400 likes, so drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat right now, and we'll give away some free questions. Now, Diego Villa with our next one. Running back, Swift, Dobbins will be the easy plays. And then, yeah, for the wide receiver and flex spots, you're just going to hammer in these receivers. So, super strong wide receiver team. I think you should trade for a better running back if you can. Tyson, this is Tet and Travis Hunter versus Rome and Kittle. Give me Kittle over Tet, Hunter over Rome. 14-team league. Depth's going to matter a little bit more where we feel comfortable punting tight end. But George Kittle gives you such a high floor ceiling combo. I think Kittle's probably the winning side of this. But let me pick out one of the winners that we have from the chat. And as I do that, I know I'm going to be annoying. But again, I'm going to be okay annoying y'all over and over again in this stream because of it. I'll never talk about it this much, but it's because you'll never see these kind of promo offers again. Week 1 on Underdog, they always have the biggest week of promos of pretty much any app of any week you can find. You get a free pick token for tonight's game. And honestly, I think maybe you can use it Friday, Saturday. But you can only use it once. I know that. But you can make like Saquon Barkley a free gimme pick for tonight. Higher, lower, half a total yard. 50% profit boost token for tonight's game as well. 50% profit boost token for tomorrow's game. 100% profit boost token for Saturday's game. And on top of that, additional promos Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. If you're not already on Underdog, if you sign up with code FLOCK, not only will you get all these promos, but you're going to get $50 added into your account after you play your first 5. And on top of that, you're going to be able to, if you have that season pass or annual Mother Flocker membership on flockfantasy.com, get an additional $10. So you will effectively deposit $10, play 5, have 70 in your account to take advantage of all these promos. And I just talked to my Underdog contact, and it looks like too many of y'all had tailed us with the Flock boosted pack. So it got flagged, but they are putting it back up in the app right now, where you can go for the Dak Prescott to have at least 230 passing yards, Barkley to score a touchdown, and Pickens to have fewer than 5 receptions. We're all going to do this together. We can talk about it after the game tonight, when obviously I'll be live streaming, and that'll be a 5x boosted pick'em pack. So definitely take advantage of that with code FLOCK, and there's no better way to support the stream as well. The link is in the chat. But let's figure out who we're going to go. We're going to go Sam I Am Let me see if I can find you on the site. If I can, I will hook you up with. I got you, my friend. It looks like you got the season pass, so you should already have some free vouchers. But we'll send you over some more free vouchers so you can get in as many questions as you want. And let's move this over to our next question. It's going to be from Austin Buseyfield. Here at the flex, I'm assuming maybe you meant to ask as if we could only start one of these guys. How I would rank your flex options currently is DeAndre Swift, Travis Hunter, Stephon Diggs, then Hollywood Brown. So if you need to start one, go Swift. If you need to start two, you go Swift and Hunter. Now, King was taken with our next question. We have an empty quarterback spot. We're just going to jam in Love. For the flexes, we have Rome and Downs. I know Bigsby potentially could be the starting running back in a good game environment in Carolina, but also we don't know what the exact split's going to be, and there's a chance that you end up getting Travis Etienne. I mean, you get Etienne with everything as a receiver here, which we wouldn't be that excited about. Bigsby if you're essentially just the first and second down back. Patrick says, Mason, I don't see your pack still an underdog. Have they already added it back? They're adding it right now. I'm hoping that they'll text me when it's back in. Gavin, always happy to see you. Gavin's always out in the stream, says, happy football day. Pretty set on my lineup, but just wanted your opinion. Hope for a team review soon. I'm going to stream I'm going to stream all the way up until kickoff. So like another 5 hours here. We've been live for almost an hour already. And I'm going to be live streaming for a couple hours after the game tonight. So I'm going to try to work my best to turn those team reviews back on. But here for the flex, just confuses me a bit because we got the bench options down here as options too. I'm sorry, starting lineup options. I guess the guys that we have on the bench as of right now are Xavier Legette, Marvin Mims, Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, and Jordan Mason. So we're for sure leaving this as is in a full PPR format. Looks like we have 2 wide receiver 1s, a running back 1, a risky RB2, but then 2 solid flex plays, and an elite quarterback. So I absolutely love the team, especially in 12-team format. But yeah, I'm not changing that at all. Now, Brody says, do I start Marv Igbuka or Devonta tonight? I'm going to go Marv. And then, but the fact of the matter is, honestly, we're going to play Smith as well. And one thing that we have to do is, since Smith plays on Thursday Night Football, you never want to play somebody who plays on Thursday Night Football in your flex. So put Smith at wide receiver and then put Marv down in your flex. And then the rookies we're excited about the long-term upside for, but you never get points for starting them on your breakout. On their breakout. Now, Trace G. Sheets here for the flex. Devonta Smith is probably an easy start. Full BBR format. Dobbins probably going to be the starting back in Denver, but at the same time, you don't know exactly how much RJ Harvey's going to take. We don't know what the exact role is going to be with Travis Hunter. We have the long track record of Devonta Smith in the offense that projects to score the most points in the league this week. Now, Jose with our next one. I think JMO is a pretty easy start here. If you wanted to go with the higher floor, Jaylen Warren is going to be that. Jaylen Warren starting running back in a game where the Steelers are a favor. There shouldn't be many of those this year. But at the same time, that game should be the lowest scoring game of the week. Now, Sputnik with our next question. I would go with, Pacheco, Henderson, it's tough. Typically we'd say, the rookies, we just don't exactly know what to expect week 1. But I think you could make the same argument with Pacheco. It's not like Pacheco's proven anything at this point. So I may actually go with Trevion, especially with this being a full PPR format. Ted's going to be an easy start at wide receiver. And then between Pickens and Pacheco in the flex, full PPR. Can y'all please spam the chat? Would you rather have Pickens or Isaiah Pacheco? Are you going to go Pickens or Pacheco? We got Pickens, Pacheco, Pickens, Pacheco, Pickens. Pacheco, Pickens. It looks like most people are going to go with Pickens in that case. So Pickens is playing on Thursday. You put Pickens at wide receiver, and then you move Tet down to the flex just in case something happens later in the week that we're not expecting. Now, Bryce says, am I starting 3 players from tonight's game? You're definitely starting CeeDee Lamb. I'm fine with Dallas Goedert in. And then for the flex, if you wanted to have some fun, go with Devonta Smith. I think you have probably a higher floor with Pollard, though, with no Spears. Garbage offense, but again, the volume's going to be guaranteed when you have no Tajay Spears. So I think you probably go ahead and you take Tony Pollard here. Okay. Now, MK99, quarterback. I'm going to go Caleb over Fields. Running back, Bucky and Genty are both auto starts. We're just going to put the other guy in the flex. And the wide receiver, we're going to play T. Higgins over Devonta Smith and Garrett Wilson. Really strong team. I think you can afford to upgrade at quarterback or tight end with your skill positional group. Phoenix Lance, always happy to see you. Quarterback, we go May over Dak. Running back, we're going to go Jalen Warren. And then for the flex spots, we're going to play the combo of Tet and Egbuka. And we're going to send up a prayer that the rookie wide receivers start off hot. Jess says, Mason just tailed your picks on Underdog, $100. Let's go. I'm hyped. Did they let you put $100 on that pick and pack? Whenever I looked at it, it was a $25 max. Let me see. Is it back up in the app? Flock. Yeah, for me, it's a $25 max. Which is interesting. Eric's has just signed up using the flock code. Really appreciate you, my friend. Aleem, if you can't see them, they're like more like tokens you got to apply. If you're having any issues, obviously Underdog has really strong support. You can reach out to them. I'm not exactly Underdog support, so I can't explain everything to you. Like here, for me, I'm surprised that somebody was able to take okay, people are saying it probably means he'll win 100. Well, let me do it myself. I don't think you can access the pick and pack on the computer, can you? So I can't find how to find the pick and packs on the computer. I can only do it on my phone. Like obviously I can pull up the regular pick'ems on, like here's like I can pull up like the promos, like here's the 50% profit boost token. Here's the gimme pick. But I can't find the flock pick and pack. So I'm going to do that on my phone. I'm going to take a screenshot. That way we can have it for this live stream. Okay. And then also, I think just because I know I'm going to forget as we're going to be live streaming closer to these games, I'm going to do the other ones so I don't lose the promos. Because I need to do them before they go away, and I know I'm going to forget if I don't do them soon. So let me look at this. We have the gimme pick, so we can apply this to the Saquon Barkley. And then I don't know if I even want to use this for this game. I think I showed y'all, but my favorite picks that I found were actually in 2 separate ones. I like DeAndre Swift to have 9.5 fantasy points and Amari and Hampton to have 9.85. And that would be $10 to win 65. So I'm going to do that as well. screenshot that so I can just share this later on the stream. And then I also need to be using the 50% profit boost token. Where with the 50% profit boost token, I kind of want to, honestly, I may just rebuild out the flock pick 'em pack that we have. That way I know exactly what I want to root for tonight. I think they lowered the Dak passing yards projection for us, though, so I don't know if we're even going to be able to get that. Like, you can see the normal Dak passing yards that's in the app is 248. Whereas ours that we have for the flock boost and pick 'em pack, and I think this is one of the reasons why they cap you with only $25 on ours, is they lowered it to 230 for us. So we only need to have Dak for 230 if you do the flock one. But what I can actually do is maybe we go the opposite. Maybe we say Dak has fewer than 248 on this one. And we have the 50% profit boost token on this. So what does it say? Okay, we got to refresh this. Okay. We have not talked about the Amari Cooper retirement. The Amari retirement, I don't think has that large of an impact, to be honest. Okay, so we're going to go with Dak. That fewer than 248. Let's see if we can find. What was the other one we wanted? Pickens. Now Pickens for fewer than 55. Or we can go maybe Pickens to score a touchdown. I don't know. We'll play around with that later. I'm sorry to get off topic. Logan with our next one. We're going to have Xavier Worthy, A.J. Brown as auto starts here at receiver. And then for the flexes, you're going to be playing the receivers as well. There's no way we look at the running backs here. You go with Devonta Smith and you go with Igbuka. I'm more confident with Igbuka week 1 than I would be with Travis Hunter, because they have to have Igbuka running routes out there as a wide receiver, right? Okay. Let's refresh this. Now, Pixty with our next question. Tight end, I'm going to go Ferg over Britton Strange. Britton Strange going to be in a better game environment, though. And then for the flex, I'm going to go with full BBR format. I kind of like the idea of doing Igbuka in comparison to David Montgomery. I think you have a higher ceiling. Dobbins obviously gives you a floor. Non-PPR, I think I go Dobbins. Full PPR, we're going to go with Igbuka there. Cart says, how much can you put on the free Barkley pick? I think the free Barkley pick has a cap of $10. I think the flock boosted pack has a cap of $25. I think the 50% profit boost token has a cap of $50. And I don't know what the other promos later in the week are going to be. Okay. Now, Gurns with our next one says, just got offered this. Would you take or stand? Gibbs and Chase Brown versus Kyron Bijan. Gibbs, Bijan, tomato to me. I'd way rather have Chase Brown over Kyron Williams. So I'm going to go with the Chase Brown and Jahmyr Gibbs side. Again, I think Bijan's a little less exciting now that you have the right tackle going down with Atlanta. I had Bijan ranked at RB1, but we had to move him down. Now, Icy Panda says wide receiver in flex starts between Devonta, Tet, and Hampton. Tet easily at wide receiver. Devonta or Amari and Hampton, again, I think Hampton's the elite player. I would expect Najee to have a role, but he's barely been at practice at all, so I'd go with Hampton over Devonta. Now, the one and only here at running back, I'm going to be playing Pollard over Tracy. And then for the flex, Jaden Reed, not a practice. Reed's not going to be viable. Even if Jennings is back, I think you go with Tracy. Tracy should be a starting running back. You had the scat hamstring injury. Scott says, Igbuka was my first wide receiver taken in round 6. So we're trading Chase Brown for Puka Nacua. Yeah, I mean, I'd rather have Puka Nacua, especially with your league settings. Go get Puka, for sure. Halo Ben, quarterback. We're going to go with Kyler over Caleb this week. Maybe more rushing upside and better offense. And then for the flex, full PPR format, I love Tet. I think you still probably end up having to go with Kenneth Walker, though. But I wouldn't be surprised if we change that the next week. Duval, we just gave a free question to earlier in this stream. Daniels over Burrow for us easily. Running back, we're going to go with Hampton and Tracy. Wide receiver, Lamb, Nico, or auto starts. Worthy is an auto start there for us in the flex. And then Andrews at tight end. This should be a really good lineup week 1, depending on what we can get with the running backs. Now, next question with Jumbotron. Actually, looks like I got to sign out, sign in to keep going. But as I do this, I will remind y'all, I'll be annoying as I've been all stream, and I'm not going to stop. Fair warning. It's the biggest day of the year, the biggest week of the year for these Underdog promos will be this week. The promos that you have on Underdog this week, the free Saquon Barkley gimme pick tonight. This has a cap on $10. The Thursday, 50% profit boost. For me, I was capped at $50 with this. Maybe different for y'all. Friday, 50% profit boost token. Saturday, 100% profit boost token. And on top of this, if you are new to Underdog and use code FLOCK, you are going to be getting $50 added to your account after you play your first 5. And if you got the season pass or the annual mother flocker on flockfantasy.com, fill out the Google form on the site and you'll get an additional $10 in your Underdog account. So deposit $10 on Underdog, play your first 5, have $70 in your account, and then you can go ahead and take advantage of all these promos that they have running all week. And on top of that, we have the special Flock Boosted Pick'em Pack that's live right now, which is going to be the Dak Prescott to have more than 230 passing yards, Barkley to score a touchdown, Pickens to have fewer than 5.5 receptions. And if y'all wanted to see what I took advantage of with the Saquon Barkley gimme pick, I took Saquon Barkley to have a yard, then DeAndre Swift to have more than 9.5 fantasy points, Amari and Hampton have more than 9.85. And if that happens, I turn $10 into 65. The link to join Underdog Fantasy is in the description, comment section, live chat where it says free Saquon Barkley pick. And again, I'm going to keep annoying you with this because it is the best week of promos that we have all year. And also, we just hit 600 likes on the stream. So go down and drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat right now, and we'll get you all set up with some free questions. Now, let's move this back. I know we already answered this for Duval. Daniels over Burrow. We're going to go with Tracy Hampton at running back. Wide receiver, we're going to go with Lamb, Nico, tight end, Andrews, and then Worthy in the flex. Let's go over to our next question. Jumbotron, quarterback. We're going to go Purdy over Tua. And then on the bench, we have Pickens. I'm not playing Pickens over any of these options, though, so I think we leave this as is. Now, the dork side, this is Jordan Mason, Calvin Ridley, Loveland versus Ray Davis, Trey Benson, and Drake London. Oh, this is Drake London, not remotely close. You're trading like 3 dimes here for $1. You take the $1 easily with London. I'd take the London side even if Trey Benson and Ray Davis weren't there. Mr. Filthy Wubs, always happy to see you. Here, we are going to take Igbuka, and I'm going to go JMO in a full PPR format over Dobbins. I could go back and forth with that. Dobbins would be really the only other player that you would consider here. But let me pull up the user page on the site, and we'll get y'all set up with some free questions. Now, Mark2319 will get you set up here, my friend. If I can find you on the site, we'll get some free questions sent your way. 2319. All right, perfect. Just got you and sent over some of those free vouchers. Looks like you got the season pass, so you should have already had some free vouchers in your account, but excited to set you up some more, my guy. Now, our next question is going to be from Duval. This is Jaden Daniels and JCM versus Charbonnet and James Conner. This is Jaden Daniels easily. Not even close. I need to be charging a much higher price tag if we're giving away an elite QB. Now, Volaire, this is Josh Allen for Trey McBride. Elite quarterback for an elite tight end. I have them ranked back-to-back overall. Right now, we have no viable tight ends. And this team has a couple of quarterbacks. I mean, this is just frankly going to be up to you. Can I see what's available on the waiver wire here? Waiver wire quarterbacks, you have Purdy, Goff, Love. So you can stream quarterbacks if you want. So in that setup, maybe you would prefer Trey McBride over Josh Allen, but it's pretty close. Card says code flock, all caps for Underdog. Getting on this. I think, yeah, you can use code flock, or you can use all caps, or you can do whatever. I think it should work regardless of the caps. If you just click the link in the chat where it says free Saquon Barkley pick, it will help you put that promo code in as well. Now, true with our next question. This is Dak, Drake May. Drake May easily over Dak given the matchups that we have this week. I don't think it's close either. Jay Fizzle says, need a better running back too. How could we upgrade? Joe Mixon ain't it, my friend. Honestly, I think you see what happens week 1. Dobbins going to be viable, but if you wanted to make this trade like after we see the Travis Etienne roll, go for it. But Joe Mixon at this point simply just may not be anything. Trust us, how do you get the free $10 on Underdog? So the $50 will show up in your account after you play your first 5. If you were wanting the free $10 on Underdog as well, if you got the season pass or if you're an annual mother flocker on flockfantasy.com, then you go over and you just fill out this little Google form that's on the site. Go to the guide section, hit $10 Underdog credit. And then there you can fill out what your flockfantasy.com email address is and your Underdog username. And then we're going to download that CSV and send it over to my contact at Underdog. And they said they'll hook y'all up with a free $10. Now here, Zaire, we're going to go McCarthy. I'm hoping McCarthy has a little bit of rushing upside. Obviously, we're not expecting a ton. And then for the flexes, I think we go Tyreek and Worthy. I would love to get Tet. I would love to get Pollard in, but honestly, your team just looks too good. Now, Backmask says, you live stream so much, you must have fantasy football dreams. I would like to say that it's not true. I'd like to say that I don't have fantasy football dreams, and I definitely do not every single night. Don't get me wrong. But it is not a rare occurrence for me to have a dream about fantasy football or just generally the NFL. So my dreams will be weird. Like I remember having a dream a couple weeks ago that Jalen Tolbert had a massive game and scored like 28 fantasy points. And then like I woke up going like, oh my gosh, I need to be drafting Jalen Tolbert in Underdog drafts. And then all of a sudden I waste a bunch of drafts drafting Jalen Tolbert in round 18 because for whatever reason he was in my dream. So it's a little embarrassing, but it is what it is. Now, here we need a flex between DJ Moore and Jacoby Myers. I mean, Jacoby maybe looks a little bit more interesting post Amari Cooper retirement, but I don't think you can go with that. I think simply you just have to jam in DJ Moore. Especially with new coaching staff, new quarterback, and he's trying to request a trade. Now, Alatar, this is Hampton, Josh Downs, Nico Collins versus James Conner, Jamar Chase, Matthew Golden. Nico to Chase, clear upgrade. Hampton to Conner, clear downgrade. Josh Downs to Matthew Golden, slight upgrade. I think you can go ahead and get the Jamar Chase side. Like, it seems like a fair trade for Chase. And if it's a fair trade for Chase ever, you go for it. I would way rather play Trevor Lawrence over Dak Prescott this week. And then also, I'm going to be going with Jerry Jeudy in a full PPR format, probably there for the flex, but J.K. Dobbins and him are very close. Now, Rob, happy to see you. For the flex, we do not have Mixon this week. I think you have to take Devontae Adams, but this team's going to be really good in the long term, but we're waiting for Mixon, Judkins, Addison, Rice, Spears. You have so many players that are going to be missing early. Now, Todd RC with our next question. Right now on the bench, we have like Olave as the best name to get in the lineup or Ricky Pearsall. And I'm not playing either guy over Evans, London, Worthy. So we're leaving this as is. Now, Boppo, quarterback, Bo Nix over McCarthy easily. And then for the 2 flex spots, I like just jamming in DeAndre Swift with a guaranteed role. And then if we're looking at the receivers between Ricky Pearsall and Travis Hunter, they're a lot closer for me now that you do have Jennings fully good to go with really no hesitation there. But I probably am still going to go ahead and play Ricky Pearsall over Travis Hunter. I would not fault you at all, though, if you wanted to take Hunter. Now, Mr. Filthy Wubbs, running back. Dobbins versus Pacheco is tough. I'd probably rather a Pacheco rest of season. This matchup, you shouldn't see a ton of RJ Harvey early. We'll go with Pacheco. We'll go with Pacheco here. But they are relatively close in my rankings this week. And then for the 2 flex spots, we're going to end up playing Dobbins anyway. And then we're going to go with Deebo Samuel as well. Khalil Shakir is interesting, though. It looks like he is close to being fully healthy. And obviously, that is going to be a very competitive matchup with a ton of points scored. Now, Sam I Am, we just gave away a free question to. Excited to check this out. Here, we need a wide receiver between JSN, Ladd McConkey, Devonta Smith, Ladd McConkey, auto start, tight end, Andrews over Tyler Ward in week 1. And then for the flex plays, I have Henderson and Egbuka ranked legitimately back-to-back. Obviously, JSN is going to be an auto start. I think Henderson, Waddle, Egbuka, Devonta Smith are all incredibly close. For me, I probably go Waddle or Devonta Smith week 1, and I'd imagine that's the first time and the last time you go with the vet because Egbuka or Henderson's probably going to smash. Christian says, who do I start between Adams, Smith, and Moore? We're going to take Adams there, but realistically, you're going to start 2 of them, right? I think we go DJ Moore or Devonta Smith as well. With Moore, I wouldn't expect Loveland or Luther Burden to have a massive role early on. Now, Orange Bang needs 2 flexes. Here, Cortland Sutton's easy for one of them. I'm going to go Pollard over Garrett Wilson in the other. Reports coming out saying that the Jets are going to be super run heavy, and with the offensive guard injury, I mean, the offense looks to be even worse. Tyler trading Derrick Henry and Travis Kelce for Josh Jacobs and George Kittle. Let me be very honest. I made a fool of myself last year for saying don't draft Derrick Henry, just take Josh Jacobs later. And clearly Derrick Henry smashed Jacobs. It wasn't that close either. But for me, Derrick Henry and Josh Jacobs are still way closer than George Kittle and Travis Kelce are. So I'm going to go with the Josh Jacobs side. Michael says, how do I submit a team review for Mason? It's not letting me click his name. We have the team reviews turned off right now. I am too far backed up. I've had them turned off for the past few days, but I'm going to stream for like 8 hours answering questions today. So we should be able to get all caught back up, and I can turn on the team reviews on the site again later today. Now, heard that you didn't put the options here for us. So I'm going to send over a free start sit question for you, if you don't mind resubmitting that for me. Now, Todd RC with our next question. We got a running back and 2 receivers. London and Evans are auto starts. Worthy, I really want to get in the flex as well. Then Pollard with no Spears at running back. Super easy starting lineup to submit there. Now, Wayne says, really looking at Green Bay, MG, TP for wide receiver and 1 flex. I'm assuming that means George Pickens. Yeah, I would rather have Pickens over Matthew Golden and Rome. And then looking at Pollard, you have to play over the wide receivers just because Pollard gets you the guaranteed volume. And again, if we are looking at Pickens, Pickens is exciting in the context that you have him in a new offense. I am a little bit concerned about matchup, but Matthew Golden and Rome, we have not seen do anything at the NFL level yet, effectively. In the case of Rome, we've only seen him disappoint. Now, Mr. Filthy Wubbs with our next question. I'm going to go Eckler over RJ Harvey week 1. Obviously, we'd way rather have Harvey rest of season. And then for the flex, it's going to be down between Deebo and Jamo. I'm going to go with Jamison Williams, but Deebo Samuel looks to be in a good spot where you can actually have some artificial carries. Here for Damian, if we were to change something, it would be getting Travis Hunter out of the flex, but there's no way in hell I can play Javonte Williams over him. So I think we're going to leave this as is. Okay, so we caught up on a bunch of those. Let's refresh this, and then we'll get back to the team reviews. Nick says, are you rating lineups for the chat on YouTube? No, I'm rating lineups that are submitted on flockfantasy.com. I've said this a couple times, but the issue with me trying to do stuff through the live chat with super chats now is, if y'all remember the last time I did that 2 years ago, I would get backed up like an hour and a half with questions. And if somebody submitted like a $5 super chat to ask a starting lineup question, and I didn't answer it for an hour and a half, there's a good shot they left that live stream and never saw their answer. But here the site automatically sends people their answers right after I answer them. So it's a much, much, much better setup. So we only do questions through the site now. We give away a bunch of free questions on the site, so even if you don't want to pay for anything, we got you covered if you hang out in the live stream enough. Now, Rob Guh with our next one. This is Ladd McConkey, Devontae Adams versus Hampton and Brock Bowers. Give me Bowers over Ladd. Give me Hampton over Adams. So this is very easily the Hampton and Bowers side of things. Now, Cypher with our next question. Here for the flex, Xavier Worthy is going to be the... Worthy may be tougher because you have Kenneth Walker. Kenneth Walker, obviously a very compelling flex play as well. I have them ranked back-to-back in my flex rankings this week. I probably go Kenneth Walker. I think you have a higher floor. But, I mean, it sucks benching Worthy with no Rice. Spoon says, Kraft, Shakir, or RJ Harvey in the flex. I'm going to be going with Shakir. It sounds like Shakir is healthy, and this should be a very high-scoring game against the Baltimore Ravens. Now, Love Hurts with our next question. We're going to go with Nico. I'm assuming you need to start 2 wide receivers, and we accidentally just didn't fill it in correctly. I would go Nico Neighbors as auto starts at receiver. I'm going to play Goddard over Loveland. And then assuming that we have Neighbors in at the wide receiver 2, for our first flex spot, I'm going to take Tet McMillan. And then if you needed another flex, I would probably go ahead and play Jalen Warren. Now, Jay Daniels Whiskey, appreciate you, my friend. This is a deep dynasty league where the starting lineups are obviously going to be a little bit tougher. So here, if we were to look at what we're doing at receiver, I will take Devonta Smith over George Pickens myself. Eagles are projected out to score like 8.5 more points than the Cowboys today. And at the same time, we've had Devonta Smith already with Hurts for all years, whereas this is going to be the first game that Pickens plays with Dak. I'm going to go with Tucker Kraft over Tyler Warren if Jaden Reed misses. If Jaden Reed plays, then in that case, we'll pivot over to Warren. For the flex, Pollard is going to be an easy start for us with no Spears, just guaranteed volume. And then we'll probably end up playing Pickens in the other flex spot anyway. But obviously, since Pickens plays on Thursday, I'd probably put him in instead of Puka Nacua and move Puka down to the flex just in case something happens. Now, L. Duchesne with our next question. We need a wide receiver between Smith, Hunter, Adams, Pickens. I'm going to go Adams. And if we needed a singular flex, I'm going to go with Amari and Hampton, where yes, you do have Najee good to go, but I ultimately think that Najee's not going to have a massive role here because he's barely practiced with the team. T. Roebuck needs a quarterback in a flex. Most weeks, I'm going to go with Purdy, but Lawrence has the perfect matchup this week. You have to go with him. And then down there in the flex spot, we're going to go ahead and I'm going to take the starting running back for the Pittsburgh Steelers week 1 with RJ Harvey. But as Caleb Johnson expands his role later in the year, he won't be as exciting of a play. Now, beef with our next question. Here we are going to go ahead and at wide receiver play Jamo over Hunter and Rome and Pearsall. And then for the flex, Hampton is an easy start. And then for the other wide receiver spot, I think now that Jennings is good, I would rather have Rome over Pearsall. So we'll pivot to Rome in that second flex. Now, Nate with the start sit. We need a flex. Tet, Pollard, actually, you have James Conner. You have to play James Conner. I love Tet this week, but the Cardinals are 6.5 point favorites over the Saints. They should be able to just run the ball over and over and over again. So if you have Conner, you have to get him in. Now, Tanner Hale with our next question. Here we're going to start Worthy, Waddle over Igbuka. Tight end David Njoku is going to smash. And then for the flexes, you go Chuba and Igbuka. And I'm going to be benching Jerome Ford, even if Ford has a good matchup. Don't know what the split's going to be between him and Dylan Sampson. Smokey says, you flock and rock, Mason. Let's crush it this year. Appreciate you, my friend. Here, I'm going to answer this 2 ways. 1, just as you submitted it. And 2, under the assumption that maybe you actually needed 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and a flex. So running back 1, I would go Ashton Genty. Running back 2, we're going to go Kenneth Walker. Wide receiver 1, we're going to go Amon-Ra St. Brown. Wide receiver 2, we're going to go Ladd McConkey. Now, I'm assuming Walker, Ladd are both gone by the time we look at this flex play. So it's really going to be between like Zay Flowers, Igbuka, and Trevion Henderson. And I'm going to go with Zay Flowers, considering the context that this should be the highest scoring game in the league this week. At least that's what sportsbooks are currently saying with the over-under. And I think you have the Baltimore Ravens having to throw the ball more than they typically do. Now, Beto with our next question. This is Henderson, Bucky versus Chase Brown and Tet. Bucky versus Chase Brown's the same for me. Henderson versus Tet, about the same as well. Comes down to, Do we need help at receiver? We have Lamb, Worthy, Rome, Pearsall. Running back after this, we would have James Cook, Chase Brown, and then some handcuffs. Completely fine trade. It's going to be up to you here. Can y'all please spam the chat? Would you rather have Bucky Irving and Trevion Henderson or Chase Brown and Tet McMillan? Please just put Bucky or Chase Brown in the chat. Are you going to go with the Bucky and Henderson side or the Chase Brown and Tet McMillan side? We got Chase and Tet, Bucky, Chase, Bucky, Chase, Bucky, even, Bucky, Chase, Bucky, Chase, Bucky. It looks like maybe more people are on the Chase Brown side, but it's definitely close. I would be fine with either one, especially with your team. You don't really need either side. I think you're fine. Now, Mark, with our next question, running back, we're going to play Hampton over Jordan Mason Charbonnet easily. We're going to play Tet here at wide receiver easily, and then we're going to go Pickens at the flex. But in reality, because Pickens plays on Thursday night, put him at wide receiver and put Tet at the flex just in case something happens over the weekend. Let's refresh, see if we have any more quick questions to get through. And yes, FV coach, running back, play Javonte over Caleb and JCM. Not excited about any of these options, though. And then Igbuka is very clearly going to be the play for you in the flex. Jaden Daniels Whiskey with the start sit here. We just looked at theirs previously. We're going to go Jerry Jeudy in a really good matchup against the Bengals when you have Flacco under center. It's not going to be the case all year. And then we're going to go J.K. Dobbins where the Broncos are. Actually, no, we go Trevion. I think full PBR format, Trevion's going to have the receiving usage. And I think Trevion gives you a higher ceiling for the big plays than Dobbins does. So it is close. Don't get me wrong. It is close. Okay. And let's move this over. So we're going to get to some of the teams now. And I actually already did a live Q&A stream this morning reviewing a bunch of dynasty teams. So now we can just get straight in to the redraft ones. But this is going to be from Hellboy Jordan. Says, hey Mason, this is my other team of my two leagues where I'm the commish. It's a full PPR and also a total points-based league, not head-to-head. To clarify, there is actually a playoffs starting with the top six. The two lowest scoring teams are eliminated until the two for the... I really like this setup. That's actually really cool to know. But if it's not going to be a league in which, like, it doesn't really matter if it's total points or if it's head-to-head in terms of my strategy with this. Obviously, it would if we didn't have the playoffs, but the fact of the matter is we're still just trying to score as many points as we possibly can, and we are still incentivized to definitely do so in weeks 15, 16, 17. Okay. Now, looking at where we are at with the league analyzer, we are currently right in the middle at the 5th spot. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So I don't want to optimize too much around wide receiver depth. I'd rather chase the upside we can at the other positions. Quarterback, we have Joe Burrow. Completely fine QB to have. If we're looking at the options on the waiver wire, there really are none. So obviously, we're really hoping that Burrow manages to stay fully healthy all season. If that doesn't happen, then we're going to be in a little bit of trouble. But if it does, we're good. Running back, we have the anchor with CMC. Having McCaffrey, Nico, Evans, Kenneth Walker on the same team is great. We have CMC, Kenneth Walker. We have the upside shots on the bench with Caleb, Zach, and Dylan Sampson. Wide receiver, we have the auto locks with Nico, Evans. We have DJ Moore for the flex. We have Rashee Rice for the long-term upside. Tight end, we have Tucker Kraft, Jake Ferg. So this is going to be super quick, and I apologize for this, my guy. You know I appreciate you. I wish I had more, but the fact of the matter is you've done a phenomenal job optimizing for your format with the top-end talent throughout and the depth with upside. The issue in terms of me trying to make a deal with your team right now is we are waiting on Rashee Rice coming back. And this is very similar to a lot of the Rashee Rice teams that I look at, where simply when we have Rice, we are forced to just kind of eat the maybe a little more disappointing onesie positions like Tucker Kraft early in the year, because we can't afford to trade DJ Moore and Tucker Kraft to go get a better tight end. So you were to do that while Rashee Rice is suspended, then at that point we're having to consider like Caleb Johnson or Rashad Bateman in the flex, which I just simply don't want to do. So for me, we leave this team exactly as is while you have Rashee Rice suspended. Once Rice comes back, if we're in like week 7, Caleb Johnson's broken out, Rashee Rice is back from his suspension, then at that point, I may trade Mike Evans and Tucker Kraft and see if we can go get George Kittle. I may try to go get an elite tight end. But we're just going to be stuck sitting on our hands while we wait for Rashee Rice to come back in. I wish I had more for you, but honestly, I think you've absolutely crushed this league. And again, I hooked you up with a bunch of free vouchers. I actually think I hooked you up with some earlier this morning too in the Dynasty live stream. But again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock, my guy. Super much appreciated you. And I'm going to fill up my water real quick. And once I get back, we'll be giving out some free questions in the live chat to anybody who sticks with me. So just give me 30 seconds to fill this water. I'm going to be live streaming all the way until NFL kickoff. All right, we are back. Drop a like on this and also drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. We'll give away some free questions. And also, I know that I'm already been annoying, but I promise you, I'm going to be as annoying as possible with this because it is the biggest week of the year for these underdog promos. Need to get on, need to take advantage. Saquon Barkley, free gimme pick for tonight's game. 50% profit boost token for tonight's game as well. 50% profit boost token for the game tomorrow. 100% profit boost drops on Saturday for the game on Sunday. And additional promos on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. All on Underdog Fantasy. Plus, if you are new, you are going to get a $50 bonus added to your account after you play your first 5. And on top of that, Underdog is allowing us to host our own special flock boosted pick'em packs, which for tonight's game, we are going to have the Dak Prescott, George Pickens, Saquon Barkley combo. Dak needs 230 passing yards. Pickens needs to have fewer than 5 receptions. Barkley to score a touchdown. We put 25 on that. It wins about 120. And then looking at what I did with the special Barkley pick, I went ahead and I made this 3-player pick'em slip where if DeAndre Swift gets 9.5 fantasy points, Amari Hampton gets 9.85, and Barkley has a yard tonight, then we turn $10 into 65. So if you wanted to tell me with your free Saquon Barkley pick, that's what I'm doing. Links in the chat and comment section and description. But we got Nickel Pickle here as our winner. Let me go ahead and see if I can find you on the site, and if so, we'll get you set up with those free questions. Nickel Pickle. Okay. Just found you, my friend, and we just sent you over some of those free vouchers. Okay. So you should have those free vouchers in your account. Thank you for hanging out with us in the stream. And let's move this over to our next team. This next one's going to be from Flash. All right. Says, who would you start week 1 and who would you drop for a kicker this week as well? So let me pull this over. This is the number 2 team in the league analyzer. And I actually, in the Flock League, still need to drop someone for a kicker too, which I can maybe get y'all's opinion on. But it's a super flex format. So honestly, your team would actually be better if the league analyzer was pulling in super flex values. However, it's pulling in 1 quarterback value. So you're getting a little bit punished for taking the strong quarterbacks early, where we have Daniels and we have Brock Purdy on this roster. Looking at what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Chase Brown, Amari Hampton, Trevion Henderson, Breece Hall. Phenomenal running back room. Wide receiver, we have Lamb, Brian Thomas, Devonta Smith, Waddle, Igbuka, Rome, Ayuk. Tight end, we have Loveland. This is an incredible team. If you forced me to drop somebody on this team, I would have no idea who to do so. Hopefully, you've already had to drop somebody, and we already picked up the kicker from the time that you submitted this. However, if you still need to drop someone here in a super flex league, it's painful to say. Obviously, if Ayuk wasn't on your IR, if Ayuk was on your actual roster, you'd cut Ayuk. That'd be easy. But your drop would be Rome Odunze. Crazy to say that, but that's the situation that you're in. And it's not, I mean, you have Stephon Diggs, Josh Downs, Jaden Reed on the waiver wire, right? So it's a shallower format. So if we were to look at the easy trade to make with this team, is it's let's go out there and let's overpay for an elite tight end. Let's go out there and let's overpay for an elite running back. Can I sell Devonta Smith and Chase Brown and get up to Ashton Genty? Get up to Christian McCaffrey? The very easy path for you with this team is to try to package together Smith, Waddle, Igbuka, or Rome with any running back we can for an RB upgrade, with Brock Purdy for a quarterback upgrade, or with Loveland to get to a top tight end. With how easy wide receiver production is to come by in your league, I would not even fault you if you wanted to trade Brian Thomas and Loveland for Brock Bowers. And that would open up a roster spot where you wouldn't have to cut Rome Odunze, because you would essentially be trading like Brian Thomas and Loveland for Brock Bowers and Rome at that point. So it's very easy in your league. Obviously, we hold on to CeeDee Lamb for dear life, but just trade away Smith, Waddle, Igbuka, Rome in a 2-for-1 deal. One of these wide receivers, or 2 of these wide receivers even, because you can pick up Stephon Diggs off the waiver wire for free. With Loveland for a tight end upgrade, with Purdy for a super flex upgrade, or with maybe one of the running backs. But Carrie says, this is my team, and yeah, I did. Oh, okay, if you already dropped someone, then great. Thank God we don't have to drop Rome. But yeah, I still think you don't want to be in the situation where after week 1, like, there's an interesting waiver wire pickup, and it's like, you know what, I actually can't pick him up because I'd have to drop Rome Odunze. So I would still love to try to go out there and trade away a receiver like Waddle and Loveland to go get that tight end upgrade. But I really appreciate you, and I wish I had more. But, I mean, people here are thinking this is a 4-team league. Your team's so strong. And week 1 starting lineup, we go Daniels, Purdy, quarterback and super flex, Chase Brown, Hampton at running back, CeeDee Lamb, Brian Thomas at receiver, Loveland at tight end. And then for the flex spot, I'm probably going to go ahead and play Devonta Smith. Okay, let's move this over for Pump. Says, 12-team, 10th pick, like my team, but worried about having 2 rookie running backs. Thinking of trading Hampton for Kenneth Walker. What are your thoughts? I personally would not trade Hampton for Kenneth Walker. I mean, I understand, like, if you're sitting with a team that has, like, RJ Harvey, Caleb Johnson, and you're like, crap, I just have nobody to start early in the season, then completely understand wanting to go out there and make a trade like that. But Amari Hampton is startable out the gate. Najee Harris has had 2 practices with this team. I will be livid if they throw Najee out there in a massive role. But anyway, looking at our team now, it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. Running back, we have Henry, Amari, and Hampton. We have Trevion Henderson in the flex. And then down on the bench, we have Zach Charbonnet, Jaden Blue, And that's about it. So the number one issue that I have with your team right this second is we're rostering bum wide receivers. Now, Alec Ayomanor and Wan'Dale Robinson and Demario Douglas, these are three wide receivers that are really strong plays in best ball, that if you drafted them as your wide receiver 6, as your wide receiver 7, and they turn out to be like the wide receiver 28 in points per game, you will be pumped. You will be extremely happy with that production, and it will actually really help you win. However, in a league like this where it's just 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, if their ceiling is like the wide receiver 28 in points per game, you can almost always find that off the waiver wire. So the first thing that I do right this second is I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to cut Wan'Dale. I'm going to cut Demario Douglas. I'm going to cut Alec Ayomanor, and I'm going to assume that we can find running backs off waivers. Like, our starting lineup's great, right? We have Puka, Rome, J-Mo, and then actually, never mind. This is a league where you have to start 3 wide receivers. So, sorry, I thought this was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. I'm fine if you wanted to hold on to one of these wide receiver depth pieces. So, if you wanted to hold on to one of them, I'm going to be fine with it. Going over to tight end, we have Evan Ingram and Mason Taylor. Mason Taylor I actually drafted a bunch of in best ball drafts, but I don't see Mason Taylor having the upside to make a difference in a redraft, so I'd cut Mason Taylor, pick up a running back as well. And then I was going to be prepared to tell you, like, yeah, let's go trade a wide receiver and Drake May to get a wide receiver upgrade. But to be honest with you, with this being a 3 wide receiver, 1 flex format, I think that the starting lineup that you have is really strong with the distribution of points and value across positions. The only thing that I would really want to do is those waiver wire pivots where I want to be rostering more high upside running backs off waivers. And I probably want to be leaving behind the unpredictable wide receivers where maybe like you get a random good week from Alec Ayomanor, or maybe you get a random good week from Demario Douglas, but predicting when that's going to happen is going to be almost impossible. So it's going to be extremely difficult to figure out when you should actually put them in your starting lineup. But I hope I was able to help you out. I know waiver wire moves maybe aren't the most exciting things in the world, but a lot of times before week 1, it's kind of just the main thing that you want to be doing is optimizing your bench down there with players that potentially could turn into league winners. Now, D. Whitmore, always happy to see you. Always out in the live stream. It says, keeper was Bowers, took Rice in the 5th as I didn't think he'd be available in the 6th. Feel short at running back, but not sure I have many trade options while I wait for Rice to return. How would you rate my draft? Cheers. Appreciate you, my friend. I'll say the first thing is the league analyzers ranking it as the best team in the league. It is a start 8 format, so wide receiver depth does matter a little bit more. But yeah, we have the most valuable wide receiver room, and we have the most valuable tight end room in this draft. We have Bowers, so obviously we don't need to be rostering a backup tight end. The tight ends on the waiver wire wouldn't be compelling anyway. Quarterback, I wouldn't fault you at all if you wanted to cut Justin Fields and pick up Brock Purdy. For me, I think especially with the offensive line injury that we just had with the Jets, I would prefer Purdy over Fields if we're just going to be looking at reliability. Maybe best ball would be different. But like week 1, I'd play Purdy over Fields. So I would cut Fields. I'd pick up Purdy here. Going over to running back, we have Hampton, Trevion. So the question that we have with the running back is like, is this depth going to be okay? Like, obviously we have 2 running backs that we can start. But beyond that, Jordan Mason, Braylon Allen, Ollie Gordon are effectively just handcuffs. Going over to receiver, we have Jefferson, Puka, J-Mo, Rashee Rice, Matthew Golden, Josh Downs, Juwan Jennings, Darnell Mooney. So looking at how we're submitting our starting lineup week 1, we got Jefferson, Puka, J-Mo, and Matthew Golden in there, right? So Downs, Jennings, Mooney, depth may be viable until we get Rashee Rice back. And when we are looking at what we have when it comes to like selling one of these players, the only value that you could extract would be selling Matthew Golden. So the reality of the situation is, I mean, I maybe wouldn't even want to sell Golden. It would be more so you sell like JMO. If you felt comfortable with your depth of Downs, Jennings, Mooney, I know depth matters a little bit more in this league, but if you did, I would be fine taking Jamison Williams and trying to package with like Jordan Mason to pivot over to a running back that maybe you feel a little more comfortable with. If you could go like JMO, Jordan Mason, and maybe make that 2-for-1 pivot and get up to like, I was going to say DeAndre Swift. Maybe you could shoot even higher. Maybe you can go like Tony Pollard. If you can go like JMO, Mason, get to Pollard, get to Swift. I think you have enough wide receiver depth in the short term. And in the long term, obviously, when Rashee Rice comes back, you're going to be smashing at wide receiver. And I think that puts you in a spot where you have a little more depth at the running back position. I would like an elite quarterback. The issue is you're not going to get to one of the top 4 quarterbacks by selling JMO, by selling Golden, right? You're kind of stuck with a quarterback room as is. So I would sell JMO, Jordan Mason, JMO, Braylon Allen, or Matthew Golden with one of those running backs. I'm just going to assume that your league mates would be much more excited about entertaining a Jamison Williams trade. And if we can go get a viable running back depth piece like Swift or Tony Pollard in, or Chuba Hubbard, James Cook, I'd assume that those other running backs are going to be a little bit harder to come by. I think Swift and Pollard are like the discount versions. Then you're still going to be okay at wide receiver, feel a little bit more comfortable at running back, and still should be the number 1 team in the league. But another thing that we could potentially mention is if Rachaad White's fully healthy and Devon Achane is as well, I think you could potentially pivot from Ollie Gordon to maybe like Rachaad White, just given the fact that we've seen White be a running back 1 in the context of no Bucky Irving 2 years ago, where Ollie Gordon, we want to project him and say he could be an RB1 if we were to have no Achane, but it's not necessarily certain. But you don't need to do that right now until we know White's healthy, until we know that Achane is 100% good to go, which that's what they're telling us, but you can wait to see it if you really want to. But yeah, really the JMO for a running back trade is what I would look at here. And I think you can afford to do it now, to be honest, but I really appreciate you and congrats on having the best team in the league, my friend. Now let's move this over to D. Yay. Says, just drafted my team. What do you think? It's a 14-team PPR tight end premium with only 4 bench spots. Who should I keep on my bench? Waiting to add the kicker until the last possible minute. Okay, so the first thing is we are the number 1 team in the league analyzer. I'm in a very similar situation where I need to add a kicker as well. And I've been waiting for the last minute. And I kind of have to do so soon. If I were to look to cut somebody here on your roster, though, I think especially with the recent depth chart that we have in Washington where they're trying to pretend like Jeremy McNichols is playing ahead of Chris Rodriguez, I think I'd probably drop Chris Rodriguez. 14-team format. Waiver wire options typically are going to be a little bit more boring. We do have Tua out here. If you maybe have already dropped somebody to pick up your kicker and you don't need to drop somebody else for that, then what I'd probably look to do as well is I would probably drop Chris Rodriguez in favor of Tua because it's a 14-team format. We don't have one of the elite 4 QBs. Obviously, Caleb has a lot of upside, but there is a wide range of outcomes there. So if we could drop Chris Rodriguez, pick up Tua, I feel a little bit more comfortable with what we have at QB. It's a deep format in terms of our starting lineup requirements. We can start up to 4 receivers weekly. Our week 1 starting lineup, we have Gibbs, Kyron, Worthy, Smith, and then like Matthew Golden, Josh Downs. Half PBR format, but it is a tight end premium league, so having Kittle there is going to make a big difference. So it looks like it's like an average 12-team league or maybe like a below average 10-team format, but you can just see it with the league analyzer as well that we would be the number 1 team in the league analyzer, assuming, I mean, with this being a 14-teamer. Luther Burden's going to be somebody that I want to add to our watch list just in case he does have an impressive week 1 performance. I think you could be quick to drop like Tyler Algier for Luther Burden, but that's not going to be something that we need to do right now, especially with this being a half PPR format. So I don't think you can afford to go and like make a trade for a quarterback while we have no Joe Mixon, while Scadaboo's not going to be usable at the beginning of the year, while Jaden Reed is banged up. Like you're just going to have to play to survive at the beginning portion of the season in a deep league like this where this is our depth. But I think for now, what we can do is we can drop Chris Rodriguez, pick up the kicker that way. If we still need, I mean, if we've already dropped somebody for that kicker, I would drop Chris Rodriguez anyway, and I'd pick up Tua here where we don't have the quarterback that we love. And at the same time, it's a 14-team format, so the waiver wire is extremely thin. Like Tua is like the only capable guy out there. So just put us in a little more of a comfortable position. But I think that's all I got for you. Again, another team that's number one in the league analyzer that we're kind of waiting on some of these injured guys to come back in and make the team even better. So congrats, my friend. Really appreciate you and hope I was able to help you out in some way here. But Haniel says, how do I get my lineup checked out? All these are submitted on flockfantasy.com. I do have my roster reviews turned off at the moment where you cannot buy them just because we have too many people waiting. We've had them turned off for about 3 or 4 days. I will turn them on at some point today. I'm going to be answering questions for and doing team reviews for like 8 hours today total. So I promise you, we're going to be streaming as much as I possibly can to get through as many of these as I possibly can. And also, I promise you that I'm going to continue to be annoying as hell and remind y'all that today is the number one day if you were interested in going through and taking advantage of the Underdog promos that are currently out there. We have a free Saquon Barkley gimme pick, more than less than half a total yard for the Thursday night game today. Plus tonight, you have a 50% profit boost token. Plus you have a 50% profit boost token tomorrow. 100% profit boost token drops on Saturday for you to use for the Sunday slate and additional promos on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. If you wanted to see how I am using this, I used my Saquon Barkley free pick, paired him up with DeAndre Swift and Amari and Hampton. I have Swift having at least 9.45 fantasy points, Hampton having 9.85. If these two hit, we will turn $10 into 65. And if you're not already on Underdog, if you sign up now and use code FLOCK, you're going to be able to get $50 added into your account after you play your first 5. And on top of that, Underdog is allowing us for all the big games this year to actually have Flock Pick'em packs where they've allowed us to create a custom Pick'em pack and boosted it in the lobby for y'all here, where Dak Prescott, if he has 230 passing yards, if Barkley scores a touchdown and George Pickens has fewer than 5 receptions, it's actually a 5x. So make sure you're taking advantage of that. Again, code FLOCK's going to give you all those promos, and after you play your first $5, you'll get $50 added into your account. And the link's in the description, and it's in the live chat where it says free Saquon Barkley pick. Now let's move this over to our next team. This is going to be Primetime 13. Says, hey Mason, I don't really like my team that much. Mostly the 4-5 turn. Had to take Hall because I needed a running back too, and Hubbard and him were the last ones, which I liked a bit. Henderson and Walker went before. I regret the Bowers pick. Taylor was there. Okay, so if this was a league in which you could start up to 4 wide receivers weekly, like if this is going to be a double flex format, I completely understand regretting the Brock Bowers pick, and there you probably would have been better off with just deciding to go through and deciding to take Jonathan Taylor. If this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I think maybe you made the right call. So let's pull this up and let's see real quick. So we have Chase. Yeah, this is a good team. This is a great team. You do not need to feel bad about this. I don't love the Ja'Cory Krosky, but oh my gosh. So wide receiver, we're going to have Chase, Harrison, Pickens, Igbuka. Great wide receiver. And we have the elite tight end with Bowers. We're serviceable at running back with Chase Brown, Breece Hall. We have JCM, Jordan Mason, Trey Benson, Ollie Gordon. Is this what the NFL fantasy draft platform looks like? That looks like exactly like Sleeper. We have Kyler at QB. So what are the starting lineup requirements? This is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Actually, no, this is a double flex. Never mind. If it's a double flex format, I actually do think that you should have taken Jonathan Taylor over Bowers, just because double flex format tight end's going to make up a slightly lower percentage of our starting lineup output weekly. So how we have it now, we have Kyler Murray at quarterback, which is serviceable. Not going to pretend that we're strong with Kyler at a 10-team league at QB. I'd be fine if you wanted to roster another. We don't have one right now. Depending on the status of the hamstring injury for Kirk, I think Kirk could be droppable for another QB. Going over to running back, we have Breece, Chase Brown, completely serviceable running backs. I'd be terrified of Breece as my RB1, but having him as an RB2 is just fine. I'm going over looking at what we have with the depth. We have Benson, JCM, Ollie Gordon, Jordan Mason. So we're okay at running back. I like that we're rostering these guys down on the bench that are an injury away from actually turning into league winners. Wide receiver, we have Chase, George Pickens. We have Marvin Harrison Igbuka. Down on the bench, we have Keenan Allen, Christian Kirk. So overall, I actually think that your team and your draft was very good. I'll say you're definitely fortunate to get the number 1 overall pick, to be able to get Jamar Chase. Because obviously when you have Jamar Chase, naturally your team's just going to look better. So as we look at what we potentially could do on this roster, I think you're sitting on your hands. I think you're just making waiver wire plays. Maybe if like you get an absolute smash hit with like Aaron Jones goes down and then Jordan Mason looks like a league winner. And it's like, oh, I want to get Jordan Mason into my flex. And then all of a sudden, like, I don't really need Marvin Harrison. If at that point you wanted to trade Marvin Harrison and Kyler Murray and try to go get a quarterback upgrade, sure you can. But the fact of the matter is the depth on your bench right now is not to the point where we can afford to make a 2-for-1 deal to upgrade QB. So you would have to hit on somebody off the waiver wire to do so. So I don't think you should feel bad about your draft at all. I think you're in a really good spot. I'm going to set you up with a bunch of free trade questions, though, because I know I literally just told you nothing, like no moves at all. So I feel bad about that. So we just sent you over 3 free trades. So if anything comes across your plate, I'd be happy to look at it for you. But the fact of the matter is, I think that you're going to be just fine. If you had like a great quarterback on the waiver wire and you didn't like a Kyler matchup, I think you could drop like Christian Kirk for him with the hamstring. Now let's move this over to our next question. It's going to be Souls 10. Here, team name is Sacks in the City. We are the 9th team in the league analyzer, 12 team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Here are my likes and dislikes. I like that we are not rostering a ton of receivers when this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. The depth here is not going to matter that much. My dislike is I think we are rostering some players that don't have the upside to hit our starting lineup. There's no world in which we ever start Drake May outside of a Jaden Daniels injury or a Jaden Daniels bye week. And I want to say Daniels has like the week 14 bye. I could be wrong on that, but still. It frankly does not matter. Looking at what we have with our wide receiver room, there's no world in which we... Looks like Kirk is out for Sunday as of 2 minutes ago. Good to know. But there's no world in which we start Cedric Tillman. So the first thing that I want to do is I want to make some pivots here. I think Luther Burden has a higher ceiling than Cedric Tillman. Obviously, Luther Burden has a much lower floor. I have no idea if Luther Burden's even going to be out there with the Bears early in the season. But when you have a good enough team like this, the only thing that I'm going to optimize for, the only thing that I'm going to care about is the ceiling. So I would go ahead and I would actually cut Cedric Tillman. I would pick up Luther Burden. The next thing that I'd be looking at is tight end because I don't know what the true ceiling is for Zach Ertz. I understand the pairing of Zach Ertz and Tyler Warren on the team, however, where if you really wanted to go through and if you really wanted to just say, you know what, he's a rookie. Who knows if he's going to be viable early in the season? Just give me the baseline floor that I'm going to get with Ertz. Cool, you can do it. But if Tyler Warren goes out on Sunday, and he ends up giving you 14 fantasy points, I'm cutting Zach Ertz. And we're going to go pick up a running back off the waiver wire that's an injury away from making a difference. Drake May is an awkward player to look at and an awkward player to talk about in this instance. And the reason for this is if we were going to be looking at May specifically, he is much better than any of the waiver wire options that you have currently, but there's no way that he hits your starting lineup. So I don't know if I would actually cut May. I think that you're most likely just going to be sitting with him on your team and hoping that he performs extremely well at the beginning portion of the season and we can eventually trade him. But then looking at what we have at running back and receiver, we have CMC Jacobs here as the hammers at the top. We have Evans, Rome, Ricky as some upside pieces, and we can probably play Rome or Ricky at wide receiver too. And then we have RJ Harvey for the long term, and then we have Jordan Mason, Zach Charbonnet as the premium handcuff backs. So I really like what we're doing with the starting lineup. My only thing would be the bottom end of the bench, trying to optimize it a little bit more here in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, where we would try to have a higher ceiling rather than the higher floor. And I think we're kind of sitting with the floor plays for now. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And again, great team. I think just a few waiver wire moves like the Luther Burden pickup. And then obviously if Drake May starts off strong, I would love to sell him, but you probably can't cut him for now, to be honest. And you're not going to be able to sell him for anything now. Now, Peta says, 4-player keeper, happy with my team despite the poor running back depth, but had to grab falling values at wide receiver. Originally ranked number 2 in your rankings before sliding to 5. So the thing is with that, if we are looking at what we have with the league analyzer, I really stand by it. And I think that it is a phenomenal tool. And I think it's honestly very accurate in determining values. But if you're looking at the rankings themselves, they're not nearly as important as just the overall bar charts. So you can see like the difference between the 8th team and the 9th team looks to be a larger value gap than the difference between the 2nd team and the 6th team. So I wouldn't be that worried about like exactly where you stack up in this mix. I would just be worried that you're kind of in this tier of teams. But 4-player keeper, I'm surprised there's not a more uneven distribution of values in this league, with some people having great keepers and others not. But here it's a league where we can start up to 4 receivers weekly. So the depth's going to matter a little bit more at the skill positions. Looking at what we have at quarterback, we have the elite QB with Jalen Hurts, and definitely sign off where you don't need to be rostering 2 QBs here. Going over to running back, we have Chase Brown, Hampton as easy starts early. We have Dobbins to cover, possibly Mixon. Obviously, we don't know if Mixon's going to come back later in the year, but maybe he does. And if that were to occur, then we could effectively just swap Mixon and Dobbins as RJ Harvey takes a larger role. And then we have Braylon Allen or Ramondre Stevenson as the elite handcuff backs. Going over to receiver, we have CeeDee Lamb as our anchor. We have Worthy, Rome, Olave, Wan'Dale Robinson. Wan'Dale Robinson is typically a wide receiver that I would say that I never want anything to do with in a regular redraft league, just because like, what's the ceiling? He turns into the wide receiver 30 in points per game. And you can typically always find that production off the waiver wire. However, with your league specifically, I think that you're in a spot where you actually don't have great waiver wire pickups. Like Quentin Johnston, Romeo Doubs, Jack Besh would be our best waiver wire options. And it's a league in which we could start 4 wide receivers, either with 2 wide receivers in the starting lineup and 2 flex spots, or 3 wide receivers in the starting lineup and 1 flex. But kind of regardless, I mean, the wide receiver depth actually matters a little bit here, so. And then tight end, we have David Njoku and we have Zach Ertz. For me, if I was looking at the highest ceiling possible, I think Britton Strange, Hunter Henry may have a little bit of a higher ceiling than Ertz. And maybe that matters here for us where we have David Njoku, so we already have a high floor as is. But overall, I really like what we're doing with this team. The waiver wire pivots aren't super easy to come by because your league mates kind of know what they're doing. And I think we're going to leave this as is. It's a league where we can't afford to sell the wide receiver depth because, again, full PPR, and we want the wide receivers in the flexes. We can't sell Dobbins because we actually need the production early, given the us not having Mixon. So if like Mixon does actually come back in week 5, then maybe at that point you can try to sell Dobbins if he's been playing well with David Njoku for an upgrade at tight end. But for now, you're leaving this as is very easily. But I really appreciate you. I really wish I had more to say for you, but I think you have a fine team, and don't worry about exactly where you rank in the league analyzer because, again, your values are super close to those teams 2 through 6. Now, Keaton coming out, and this is the B team. We are the 2nd team in the league analyzer. This is a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. Keaton, if you are in this chat right now, please let me know because I got a question for you. As right now, the league analyzer is telling us that this is a non-PPR format. And if it is a non-PPR format, we very much can abuse these league settings, and we very much should be making some trades. Non-PPR league, I would look at this, and I would say there is no reason to have this much wide receiver depth and this much value tied into the wide receiver position when generally we're not going to be wanting to put them in the flex spots, and generally they're just going to be getting crushed by the top end RB1s. So what I would really like to do is we look at this, and we are ranked 2nd in the league analyzer at receiver, and we are ranked 10th in the league analyzer at running back and 9th in the league analyzer at quarterback, is I would go ahead and I would love to try to trade away just a top end wide receiver for a top end running back. Stupid simple. But if you could trade Lamb for Bijan, Barkley, Gibbs, it's a no-brainer. And in a non-PPR format, I would even be willing to go a tier down. I would sell CeeDee Lamb for Derrick Henry. It's a no-brainer. I would sell CeeDee Lamb for McCaffrey. It's a no-brainer. Hell, I may even sell CeeDee Lamb for Ashton Genty. I may even sell CeeDee Lamb for Devon Achane in that non-PPR league. Especially where we look at the rest of the team and like running back 1, we have James Cook. Running back 2, we have DeAndre Swift. Running back 3, we have Montgomery. This isn't super strong in a 10-team league. Again, we're ranked dead last in the league analyzer at running back. Looking at what we have when it comes to other potential trades, I would love to do whatever we could to upgrade to an elite quarterback. If this is a non-PPR format where we have Loveland on the waiver wire and we have Tyler Warren as a backup tight end, if you look at the quarterback distribution of scoring in comparison to tight end in a non-PPR league, I would sell Trey McBride for Josh Allen and obviously do this in a package with Caleb Williams. But I would sell Trey McBride and Caleb Williams for Josh Allen. I would sell them for Lamar Jackson. Hell, I'd even sell them for Jalen Hurts or Jaden Daniels. So I want to transition some of our wide receiver production to running back. I want to transition some of our tight end production to QB here, because I think you should be able to abuse these league settings. Second thing that I would say is, in general, I want to be rostering more running backs than wide receivers, but I can't tell you to drop Igbuka and go pick up Quinshon Judkins, right? Even if it is a non-PPR league. So try to trade the elite tight end for the elite quarterback. Try to swap Lamb for an elite running back. And if you can make those two small moves and then just pick up Loveland off the waiver wire for free, I think you'd be in a really good spot. But really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. Now let's move this over to our next team. This is going to be from Brian Fantasy. And actually, before we get to this, let me pivot over and let's answer some of the non-team reviews. We'll get to the short, start, sit, and trade questions. And as I change this around, I'm going to have to stall so I can log out, log back in. And as I do this, I will remind y'all that, one, you need to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. We're going to be live streaming for about 8 hours today, answering questions. And we're going to be live streaming every single day until Christmas, answering questions. And two, if you have not done so already, make sure you go and take advantage of the offers Underdog is putting out today. They're the best offers that we have seen all year for Underdog, probably the best offers that we will see all year. You have a free Saquon Barkley gimme pick for the game tonight, more than less than half a total yard, 50% profit boost for the game tonight as well, 50% profit boost for the game tomorrow, a 100% profit boost token drops on Saturday for the game on Sunday, and then additional pick'ems on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. And if you use code FLOCK, you're going to be getting a $50 bonus after you play your first $5. And on top of that, we have special Flock Fantasy boosted pick'em packs on Underdog, where currently it's going to be Dak Prescott to have 230 passing yards, Saquon Barkley to have a rushing touchdown, and George Pickens to have fewer than 5 receptions for a 5x boost. And then if you wanted to see how I am using my Saquon Barkley free pick, I am going with Barkley to have a yard, DeAndre Swift for higher than 9.5 fantasy points, and Amari Hampton higher than 9.9 fantasy points. And that would be $10 to win 65. So we really like both of those, to be honest, mainly because we are getting those boosted promos. And again, make sure you are taking advantage of the boosted promos when we have them, which is going to be for this first week. But let's move this back and let's answer this start sit question from Mike Dog. Here we have nobody on the bench that I'd want to get in the starting lineup. If you made me start somebody, it would be Luther Burden, but there's no way in hell I'm putting him in over anybody that we have now. So I think we leave this, and it looks like a good team minus the bench. Hubbard says, Dak with no stack or Penix with London. I don't care about the stacks whenever I'm submitting my starting lineup. Obviously, the Dallas Cowboys probably not going to be able to run the ball. I'd go A.J. Brown versus Xavier Worthy is going to be A.J. Brown super easily. The quarterback question is going to be the tougher one here. I have Dak Prescott ranked at 16 in my quarterback rankings this week. I think you probably go Dak over Michael Penix. So we don't know if Darnell Mooney is going to play, and we know the Cowboys are going to have to throw the ball a bunch, but offense should be bad tonight. Now, Borey, I'm going to play Hampton over Tracy. And then for the flex, I'm going to go with Tracy over Pickens. Now, Oxg trading Tracy for Travis Hunter. I think in the short term, maybe Tracy is the more exciting play. But in the long term, we're for sure going to go with the rookie, especially as we had assumed that Cam Scadaboo actually does expand his role slightly as the season goes on. Now, H. Martinez with the trade. This is Trevion for Garrett Wilson. 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. You have plenty of production at wide receiver, so I'd very easily just rather have Trevion Henderson here. I think Henderson has higher ceiling. That's the only thing that matters in your league. RJ coming through. This is Travis Hunter versus Rashee Rice. This is a team where we have Lamb, Devonta Smith, Waddle. You only need to start 2 receivers in a flex. Running back, we don't have it. I mean, we have plenty of depth as well. I think in this context, it doesn't look like you're going to be starting Travis Hunter at the beginning of the season. So if you're not starting either of these receivers anyway until later in the year when we're dealing with the bye weeks, you probably go Rice. Milky Footrest says, should I stream Lawrence? I think, are we going to go Hunter or Jennings? I would definitely play Lawrence over McCarthy for sure. And then I will stick with Travis Hunter over Juwan Jennings. I am a little bit concerned that you may have Jennings starting slow, similar to what we saw with Ayuk last year for missing camp. Now, J-Lobe 12 with our next one. We are choosing between Harrison and Egbuka effectively for the flex. Actually, I'm going to take Calvin Ridley out of this lineup. I would rather have Egbuka and Harrison over Ridley, with Ridley having a horrible matchup going up against a good Denver Broncos defense. Now, high relevance. This is Kenneth Walker, Michael Pittman versus RJ Harvey and Garrett Wilson. Give me Kenneth Walker over Wilson. It's not that far off, and I would way rather have RJ Harvey over Michael Pittman Jr., so I'm going to go with the RJ Harvey and Garrett Wilson side. But again, it looks like the Jets offense is going to be as bad as they always are this year. And they're going to have less passing volume than they did with Rodgers in town last year. Now, Alba with our next question. We go Baker at quarterback, running back Bucky, Chase Brown or auto starts. Wide receiver Lamb, Sutton will be the easy plays. Tight end David Njoku is going to crush this week. And then we're going to go Kenneth Walker over the wide receivers at the flex spot. Now let's move this back and let's pull up what we have with some of these team reviews. And Brian, this is going to be our next one. And I'm going to have to pull up the screenshots on another page. Just give me 1 second. And as I do this, we can also do a giveaway in the chat. So every 100 likes we hit on the stream, we are giving away free start sit questions and trade questions for the people hanging out with us in the stream. So drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat right now, and we will get somebody here set up with some free questions for either this live stream, or if they want to save them for another one, they can do them. Okay. And let me see, how many more questions do we have? I mean, how many more team reviews do we have? Okay, we don't have that many more. So maybe we're going to turn back on team reviews soon. I'll let you know when it is. Okay. So let's take a look at this. And first, let me give away some free questions. We got Chew Chips Ahoy. And what the hell is this profile picture? Let's see this. That is a weird... What do you have on your face in your profile picture? Dear God, that's scary. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong, but... Chew Chips. I can't believe we're going to have a game tonight. I just sent you over some free questions, my guy, so you should be good. And also let me make sure that we can get some free questions sent over to Brian. So just sent those over, and here's going to be Brian's squad. So the first thing of relevance that we need to talk about is going to be what we have with the starting lineup requirements. So we have 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 3 receivers, a tight end, and then a flex. I'm sorry, just 2 wide receivers. I apologize. So it's a league where you can only start 3 wide receivers at the very most. So what that tells us is the wide receiver depth's not going to matter. Like we go through and we look at this, DK Metcalf's currently on our bench, right? So with DK Metcalf on our bench, we are really incentivized, at least in my opinion, to do what we can to build around the top end quarterbacks, running backs. And I still like the elite level wide receivers. We just don't necessarily want to have just a bunch of wide receiver 2s in a league like this. Now, quarterback, we have Jalen Hurts. So with Hurts, there's nothing to discuss. We're starting him every single week, regardless of the matchup. Super excited to do so. Looking at what we have on the bench, we're not rostering another quarterback, which would be my preference as well. Now, going over to what we have with our running back position, we have Barkley, Jalen Warren. So we have Jalen Warren as a viable start early in the season. We're going to assume that Caleb Johnson takes more work later in the year. And honestly, we may be in a fine spot because we actually have Caleb Johnson on the bench. So even if Caleb Johnson were to take over as a starting running back in Pittsburgh later in the season, you could be okay here. Going over to receiver, London, I like having as my wide receiver 1. I like having Marvin Harrison as my wide receiver 2. Jerry Jeudy over Metcalf. Honestly, given the matchup this week, I'm not going to fault you for it whatsoever. I have both players on my team as well, and I'm really hoping they perform. I have to play 2 flex spots, so I have both of them in my lineup. So I like what we have at wide receiver, and it's not like we have multiple wide receivers of relevance down on the bench. So I don't think it's a spot where we need to go out there and trade a receiver for an upgrade at running back right now. With tight end, having Tucker Kraft with the Jaden Reed injury is going to look really nice. It's a great team. There are a couple different things that I think I could say with this. One, for your league setting specifically, I don't think you need to be rostering someone like Marvin Mims. If you can find a running back of relevance that you like off your waiver wire, I would probably pivot over to the RB like Ollie Gordon. Because with Mims, I would expect that he probably outscores whatever running back you pick up from a points per game perspective. But the question is, like, do we see it as a possibility that he comes through and he turns into an every week starter for us, where we know when he's going to produce? Probably not. And also with that in mind as well, if Chig does not perform early, like if we do not like his role week 1, we don't like his role week 2, I'd be quick to cut him for a waiver wire running back as well. And then if we were to hit on a big time way with Jaden Higgins early, which is a possibility, again, he looks like he should be in there for 2 wide receiver sets, especially with a Christian Kirk injury. Then at that point, it does give you the flexibility where we'll have the depth at wide receiver where you could look to trade DK Metcalf and Jalen Warren in a 2-for-1 deal to try to upgrade running back and try to go like DK Metcalf and Jalen Warren to get to James Cook, get to Chuba Hubbard. But we don't know if we can do that right now, as we're going to be waiting for Jaden Higgins and seeing if we can hit there. Because there's also a chance that we have a starting running back with Nick Chubb. So the only thing that I would do right now is possibly look to drop Mims for a running back off waivers. If Chig does not perform well to start the year, I would drop him, maybe look for another running back off the waiver wire. And then if we were to get a breakout wide receiver from the bench, we would go ahead and we would look to sell DK Metcalf and get an upgrade in a 2-for-1 deal. But for now, I think you're completely fine to sit with this team as is. I think you have a really strong team for your format. And honestly, I don't really see how it goes poorly outside of like a significant Eagles injury or Eagles regression. But really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. Now, Damage Inc. with our next question says, first time drafting with your cheat sheets in my keeper league, 17 years running. I'm happy with the draft, but I feel thin at wide receiver. So it's actually a good thing. I know that sounds crazy, and the cheat sheets, the reason why you're going to feel thin at wide receiver is it's a 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So our cheat sheets should have intentionally had you thin at wide receiver for this format in particular, because that's what you want to be. You're saying thoughts on how to improve the team. Help me beat those guys that subscribe to your competitors. That's funny. Also, next season, can you have the devs add keepers to the mock draft? Yes, sir. That's definitely going to be on our list. Well, I really appreciate you. And the first thing that I want to say is we are the number 1 team in the league analyzer. Now, it is pretty damn close between the teams at 2 and 3. So it's not like we're running away with this league by any stretch of the imagination. But we got Danny Ladd out here. Danny, what are y'all doing? I mean, it is NFL kickoff and you're not live already? I've been here live for 2.5 hours. I'm going all the way till kickoff. You got to get this thing going. But anyway, looking at this, it's a league in which I would love to build around the elite quarterback. I would love to build around the elite tight end. And that's exactly what we've done. We have Jaden Daniels and we have George Kittle. Quarterback, tight ends, on lock. We don't need the backup at either position. I'm assuming you just got a phenomenal value on Tyler Ward, and that's why we drafted him. And obviously the goal is Tyler Warren crushes. And I know we hit 700 likes, but we literally just did the giveaway like 5 minutes ago. But the goal would be Tyler Warren crushes, and we can trade Tyler Warren in a 2-for-1 deal with one of the receivers and get an upgrade at wide receiver. But our starting lineup week 1, you have Jaden Daniels at quarterback, George Kittle at tight end, McCaffrey, Achane at running back, Bucky Irving in the flex spot, and then you're still able to start like Cortland Sutton and Devonta Smith at wide receiver. This is an incredible team. This is exactly what I would want in a format like this. Exactly. And while it looks like maybe we're a weak at wide receiver and early in the season, it's going to be difficult for us to figure out who we're going to be starting between like Devonta Smith, Cortland Sutton, Travis Hunter, Rome Odunze, Chris Olave. It's going to be difficult to figure this out early in the year, but you never know. You could have like, say, Chris Olave completely faceplant, Travis Hunter turn into a top 10 wide receiver. And where we're thinking maybe today that this is kind of like a flat wide receiver range where we're not that excited about anyone, we could be wrong and you could just have 2 hammers coming out of this. But overall, you smashed this draft. I don't think there's a single thing I want to do. The best options on waivers are wide receiver. We don't care about the wide receiver depth. Running back, if Achane is fully good to go and you're not worried about that injury anymore, I would consider dropping Ollie Gordon for either Byshell, Tootin, or Dylan Sampson. But the fact of the matter is they're never going to start over McCaffrey, Achane, Bucky anyway, so I'm not going to tell you need to do that. This team's phenomenal. If we get the Tyler Warren breakout, that'd be great. That way we can hopefully trade him with the wide receiver to get a wide receiver upgrade. But I think you're in a really, really good spot here, my friend. Now, I wish I had more for you, but we got to move on. Your team's the best in the league by far. Now, KG Freeze saying Jaden Blue is joining my team via waivers. If you get this before Tuesday, he might not be on the team yet. So we are always looking at the most updated teams whenever you submit your teams. Like if you submit a team and then trade something, I'll see like the team after the trade. I won't see the team before the trade or before the waiver wire move, but I'll see it for what it is after. And we are the number 1 team in the league analyzer, and it does look like we were able to get Jaden Blue. This is a league where wide receiver depth matters. It's a league in which you got to start up to 4 wide receivers here weekly. So as we sit here and we have Amon-Ra St. Brown, Puka Nacua, Tet McMillan, Xavier Worthy, chef's kiss. We have the number 1 ranked wide receiver room in this league, in the league where the wide receiver position matters the most. We punted quarterback, we punted tight end, which is completely fine to do in this league because the onesies are going to make up a smaller percentage of our starting lineup output, while at the same time, the depth at the skill positions are going to be a little bit harder to come by. Looking at the potential waiver wire plays, if Jaden Blue has 0 role tonight and the Cowboys just look like absolute garbage, which that's definitely in the range of outcomes. Don't get me wrong. I think that you could go ahead and you could talk me into dropping Jaden Blue back down to the waiver wire and instead picking up Byshell Tootin, or maybe instead going out there and grabbing like Tyler Algier, who obviously is the 1-for-1 replacement if anything were to occur to Bijan. Now, going over and looking at what we have with the wide receiver position, if Jalen Coker is not in your IR slot, if Jalen Coker is actually taking up a roster spot on your bench, you would for sure want to drop Jalen Coker, and you would for sure want to go out there and actually look to pick up instead probably Rashad Bateman. But I'm going to assume that's not the case. I'm going to assume that Coker's on our IR. And then going over to tight end, we're pretty weak with Dallas Goedert. But again, this league tight end's going to matter a little bit less. So in terms of things you do today, nothing. Great team for your format. Now, and I don't even want to say like, oh, we can eventually look to sell one of these receivers to go get a better tight end, because the fact of the matter is, while I may be sitting here and while I may be excited for St. Brown, Puka, Tet, Worthy, Pearsall, and I may like the upside of those three depth wide receivers, while I like the upside of them, it's far from a guarantee that Tet, Worthy, and Ricky Pearsall all hit at the same time. The more likely outcome is two of these wide receivers hit and maybe one turns to dust. And if that happens, then honestly, we're fine. We can roll with the punches, but we just can't afford to trade for a tight end. So, I mean, we can talk about the scenario that maybe if you do eventually get like the hits from all those receivers and Quinshon Judkins comes back and Judkins is actually performing well. Or maybe like Trevion Henderson gets injured and Ramondre Stevenson turns into a must-start player weekly. Or maybe Aaron Jones goes down and Jordan Mason turns into that every week must-start player. Then at that point, you would have the skill positional depth there at that point, you could go ahead and you could try to sell like Alvin Kamara and go get the elite tight ends by packaging Kamara and Goddard and going and getting Kittle, going and getting McBride. But for now, you stick with this team as is. I absolutely love it, my friend. Now, let's move over to our next question. This is coming out from Macrophage. Says, hey, Mason, drafted today, slightly worried about my running backs, but stacked at wide receiver. What are your thoughts? Okay, first off, let me hook you up with some free vouchers, my friend. Sorry that it took us so long to get to this. I just had too many people got team reviews. I've been live streaming 5 hours every single day, trying to get through all of them. And what we're going to have to do the rest of the year is I'm just going to have to like open and close team reviews and can only accept so many at once. Cause I definitely want to get back to like you submit something and you get a guaranteed answer within 24 hours. Now, Macrophage, this is Jalen Squirts. This is the third team in the league analyzer. We have Kyler at quarterback. So weird that we got our team named Jalen Squirts. We got Kyler. But it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So in general, the wide receiver depth's not going to matter. And in general, I actually would want to go out there and upgrade QB. But one thing that I'm going to need to do for you here, and that's actually maybe holding you down in the league analyzer just a bit, is I'm going to need to move Deonta Thornton up my rankings. I have not updated my rankings with the Amari Cooper announcement. So let me do that right now. Previously, I had Deonta Thornton ranked down there at wide receiver 67. At this point, I would rather have him over Tillman. I'd rather have him over Mims. I would move him up in the range of like Keenan Allen, Luther Burden, Xavier Legette, Rashad Bateman. So I'm going to be moving him up to about wide receiver 59. And then obviously on the flip side of that, we need to just nuke Amari Cooper, move him down to the very bottom. So I think Thornton's definitely more interesting, and I don't think he's an easy cut at this point with no Amari. And then if we're going to look over and see what we have when it comes to... Sorry, give me 1 second. If we're going to see what we have when it comes to our running back room. We have Amari Hampton, Trevion Henderson, so we have a ton of long-term upside. We have Charbonnet as the premium handcuff back. Kind of the same thing as Ramondre and Ollie Gordon at this point, but I mean, we have 2 running backs we can start early. Wide receiver, you start 2 receivers, 1 flex. We have Jefferson, A.J. Brown, and then Igbuka to start, and then we have Kittle at tight end. So this is very similar. One, I really like your team. I think your team maybe is going to struggle a little bit at the very beginning, but as time goes on, it's going to get much better. And this is why it's going to really limit the moves that we could potentially make today. Because if we're looking at the moves that we could potentially make today, like, we can't really sell Igbuka and Kyler to go get a quarterback upgrade. We can't really afford to go out there and get an RB upgrade. Because we're going to have to wait on Rice. We're going to have to wait on Godwin to come back. But when we get those wide receivers back in this season, then at that point, you will have enough depth in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format to potentially go out there and try to get an upgrade at QB. So for the time being, I'm going to sit on my hands. I don't think you do anything. I think you've constructed a team that's very good. I think it's just going to take a little bit of time. And I think what you're probably going to have to do is you're probably going to have to wait until you eventually get that suspended/injured player back in. And then at that point, you have the expendable depth where we can trade a wide receiver either with a running back for an RB upgrade or with Kyler Murray to get the top end quarterback. One thing that I would do myself is I would drop Ollie Gordon and I would pick up Trey Benson. It sounds like you do have Devon Achane fully healthy at this point, or at least they're telling us that he is 100% good to go, and he does. You don't really have much hesitation with that either. So I would drop Gordon. I'd pick up Trey Benson. I moved up Deonta Thornton in the rankings. So honestly, after those 2 things happen, I bet your team maybe jumps another spot in the league analyzer. And then once we get Rice, Godwin back in, we'll have the expendable wide receiver value to upgrade running back or quarterback. But for the time being, you're kind of rolling as is. But I really appreciate you. Really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And again, thank you so much, my friend, for being a member of the flock and supporting the channel. We sent you over some of those free questions. If you had like a trade that you wanted to make once you got those receivers back, I'd be happy to take a look at it for you. Now, our next question coming out from KC Brew says 10-team keeper. Gibbs was my 2nd round and Brian Thomas was my 9th. So I'm going to assume that we are a very good team if you were able to get Brian Thomas in the 9th round here, my friend. I need to upgrade running back off the waiver wire. I'm okay with dropping Jaden Higgins for a running back. We have Javonte, Ollie Gordon, Jerome Ford, Dylan Sampson, Benson, and Braylon Allen are the best availables on waivers. I'm leaning Javonte or a lot. Ollie, thoughts? 1, really appreciate you. And looking at our team, we are by far and away the best team in the league. And with our team, I like that we are looking at the running backs off the waiver wire. A big thing that we are going to have here is the format we can exploit. It's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. So the wide receiver depth, frankly, is not going to matter. I want an elite quarterback. I want the top end running backs. I would like an elite tight end as well. So when we're looking at waiver wire options, looking at the waiver wire right now, wide receivers are for sure the best place. Like Juwan Jennings, Jaden Reed, Keon Coleman are at the top of my rankings. But realistically, I don't know if I can tell you to pick up Jennings, because in a league where you only start 2 receivers and 1 flex, is there any world I ever start him over Jamar Chase, Brian Thomas, Tyreek Hill, Devonta Smith? Probably not. So if I was looking at the waiver wire play, the best pickup in my mind would be Javonte Williams. I think you can actually do this before the game tonight. Pick him up, see what the role looks like, see what the Cowboys look like. And if we don't like it, we can just go ahead and move on from him pretty easily. We have the elite quarterback with Hurts. Love to see it in this format. Running back, we have the 3rd best running back room in the league analyzer. We have Gibbs, Kenneth Walker, Tony Pollard, and then Mixon for the long-term upside. Going over to receiver, we have Jamar, Brian Thomas. So when you have Brian Thomas and Jamar here in a 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, the easy thing for me to say is we are going to be doing anything that we can to sell these wide receivers with a tight end to go get an upgrade there. So like if we're looking at Tyreek Hill, I would love to try to sell Tyreek and Tucker Kraft to go get to George Kittle, to go get to Trey McBride, to go get to Brock Bowers, because you're still going to be able to slide up Devonta Smith as your wide receiver 3, Downs wide receiver 4, Godwin, Jaden Higgins, and you could pick up Juwan Jennings for free off waivers. So for me, the very easy move with a team that's this strong is the only thing you could possibly think of is trading Tyreek Hill and Tucker Kraft and going and getting a big 3 tight end. If those owners reject us, I think our next move would potentially be let's sell Devonta Smith and Tony Pollard and get the best running back we can in return. If you're able to get the top 3 tight end, I would drop Jake Ferguson and then I'd pick up like Juwan Jennings off the waiver wire. But phenomenal team. You're the number 1 team in the league analyzer. I don't even think it's remotely close either. Obviously got a lot of help by getting to start off with your keepers having like Jamar Chase, Brian Thomas, Jahmyr Gibbs as a cheat code. But yeah, you just take advantage of it and you try to sell the wide receiver depth that's no longer necessary for us and get a luxury, which would be an elite tight end. But we can afford that luxury with our team. Now let's move this over to Skull Razor. Says, please review my team. I'd be happy to, my friend. Let me send you over some free questions. That way, if you have anything that you want to follow up with, we can look at it for you. Looks like this is going to be a team on ESPN, so it should be easy for you to actually link your team with the site. And if you were to link your team with the site, I could actually see a lot more stuff. You could see a lot more stuff on your My Teams page as well. So I would recommend that you go ahead and you look to do that, especially if you ever plan on sending anything else in. It will just make things a lot easier for you. But here, looking at our starting lineup requirements, this is a league where we can start 4 wide receivers weekly. It's a 2 wide receiver double flex format. This is going to make it where it's not as easy to just exploit and just tell you, let's go get the elite QB, let's go get the elite tight end. You actually do need positional depth throughout this team. Now, going over and looking at what we have with the the quarterback room, we have Jaden Daniels. So we have the elite level QB. I mean, we are very, very comfortable there. Going over and looking at what we have with before we even move on to tight ends, we have Drake May. I mean, Drake May wouldn't be the first player that I would cut. The issue with May is he's in that awkward spot where I know you're not going to have anybody better on the waiver wire, but he's not valuable enough for you to be able to trade him for anything. So you're just kind of going to be stuck with Drake May on your bench, hoping that Drake May has like a Bo Nix type season. And then at that point, hopefully you could go through and hopefully you could look to sell May. Going over and looking at what we have at tight end, we have Sam Laporta. Down on the bench, we have Dallas Goedert. Dallas Goedert's the same exact thing as like Drake May here, where it's like, man, you got Laporta. You're probably never playing Goddard. I don't necessarily think we need a backup tight end, but at the same time, like I'm in the same situation on my own league where I also have Dallas Goedert on the bench. And it's like, I can't really make a pivot because nobody's going to buy Dallas Goedert from me. And at the same time, I don't want to drop him because he's better than what's out there on the waiver wire right now. So I feel like you and me are kind of in a similar boat when it comes to the Dallas Goedert situation. Going over and looking at what we have at running back, we have Chuba Hubbard, Jonathan Taylor. So we have the anchor RB1, the solid RB2. Running back depth, Nick Chubb, Jalen Warren. So we have Jalen Warren as a starting running back early. I would switch things around in my starting lineup. I would put Shakir in for that Juwan Jennings wide receiver slot. I would take Juwan Jennings out personally, and I would go ahead and I would start Jalen Warren week 1 where he should be a starting RB. Wide receiver, we have A.J. Brown, Zay Flowers, Khalil Shakir, Juwan Jennings. Typically, wide receiver depth, not going to matter that much in a league here, but since you can start 4 of these guys weekly, it actually does. So the main thing that I want to look at is going to be changing the bottom end of our bench. I don't think you can move on from like Dallas Goedert and Drake May for the reasons we've referenced. But your team is good enough where we don't need to worry about the floor of some of these guys. Like Wan'Dale Robinson's a floor play. There's no way Wan'Dale Robinson ever turns into a top 15 wide receiver in points per game. And really, your team's good enough where the only players that we want to be rostering on the bottom end of the bench are names that could eventually be top 15 in our weekly rankings, whether that's wide receiver, running back, tight end, or quarterback. And do we think Wan'Dale Robinson could ever get there? No. I don't think DeAndre Hopkins could ever get there either. I think you're more likely to see that maybe from like a waiver wire running back right now, such as like Ollie Gordon. Just because if the starter would go down in front of them, then it would be a lot easier to project out the volume, where I think from like a projection standpoint, DeAndre Hopkins and Wan'Dale Robinson are going to have a little bit of a cap ceiling. So I would try to cut Hopkins, cut Wan'Dale, pick up some running backs off waivers. I think the backup quarterback, backup tight end, we're kind of chilling with as of now. In terms of trades, because the depth is going to matter in your league at the wide receiver position, I don't think that you're going to be doing anything. I think maybe you can have some flexibility during the year. Like if we get a big pop from Goddard, get a big pop from May, then obviously I'd love to try to parlay that value into an upgrade at wide receiver. But for now, I think that you're just kind of going to be sitting with this as is. And I don't really have anything else for you, my friend. I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. But I really like your team. And the only thing that I think that you potentially want to be doing before week 1 is making the waiver wire pivot, which I know that's like boring to say, but sometimes it's the best thing to do if it's just before week 1. But Rob's going to be our next team that we're going to look at here. But first, let me move over and see if we got any of the quick questions in, like the start sit questions, the trade questions, and the super chats. We can answer those and go back to the team reviews. Okay. Now, a Hogan with our next one. This is Jackson Dart, Woody Marks versus Josh Downs and a future first. It's a 10-team Superflex league. You definitely drafted Jackson Dart in the second round of your rookie draft. So if you can flip for this kind of profit before we actually see him in a real NFL game, I think that it's almost a no-brainer. Yeah, you just go ahead and get the rookie pick. I know obviously looked great in the preseason, but 10-team Superflex league as well. Quarterback isn't going to be as valuable as it would be in a 12-teamer. And that pick is guaranteed to just be higher since it's a 10-team league. But looking at Nippling Boner Parts, very weird name. We have a flex play with no Kirk, no Godwin, no Rice this week. So it's Adam Thielen or Bigsby. I'm going to go Bigsby. They named Bigsby co-starter with Travis Etienne. My issue with Bigsby is I don't know if he has a massive role as a receiver here, but again, I have no idea what the hell we should expect with Adam Thielen, where you find, like, how long has he been with Minnesota? I know obviously played with Minnesota back in the day, but this is almost a completely different situation at this point. Now, Sex Bomb coming through with our next one says auto draft meant he has Lamar and Allen with his first 2 picks. So with this, completely understand where you are coming from. I'm not going to sit here and say like this is the best value. Honestly, if he has, like, I would rather have Tracy over Nix. I'd rather have Taylor over Allen. It's fair. It's fair, but if he auto drafted and has Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, I would assume that we could get Allen at a better discount. Now, Skitty coming through with our next question. We are going to go ahead and play Matthew Golden with Jaden Reed banged up. And then for the flex, you take Isaiah Pacheco over Keon. I really am excited about Keon Coleman to see him in the matchup against the Ravens, though. Nickel Pickle with the trade. This is Trevion, Travis Hunter, Cortland Sutton versus CMC and Rashee Rice. Hunter, Rice, Tomato, Henderson, Sutton versus McCaffrey. It's McCaffrey, and it's not even remotely close. 100% you're going to go with the McCaffrey side. Now, CDC 12, running back. We're going to play. This is not the easiest spot. Let's go to the easier ones. Tucker Kraft is an easy play there at tight end. Marvin Harrison's going to be the easy play at the flex. Running back between Pacheco, Aaron Jones, and Dobbins, though. Don't know exactly what the split's going to be in Minnesota. Don't know exactly what the split's going to be in Denver. Pacheco, we don't know if he's gotten back the juice from 2 years ago. I probably go with Pacheco. So I think the RB2 in Kansas City is worse than what you have in Denver and Minnesota. And you just hope that Pacheco is able to get back to where he was 2 years ago or move from the injury. Jatavion Sanders at tight end is like a super ugly play. Like, I wouldn't want to do it, but we got to here. And then I'm going to go with DeAndre Swift in the first flex spot. Second flex spot between Igbuka, Rome, Pickens. I would rather have Pickens over the younger receivers. Between Pickens and Jalen Warren. I mean, Jalen Warren is a starter. It's a full PPR format. I think you can go with George Pickens here. Bad offense. They should be able to throw the ball in the second half, or they should at least have to try. Quarterback between Drake May and J.J. McCarthy. I think we go with May. The implied team total is identical. We've seen the rushing upside with May. We don't know if it's going to be there with McCarthy. We're going to go Tet easily at wide receiver here. Then we're going to go Kenneth Walker easily at the flex. But obviously, I appreciate you, Tommy. If y'all don't know, Tommy's always out in the live streams with us. Okay, let's refresh this. Let's see if we have any more. Nick coming through with our next question. Here we have to play two flex spots. DJ Moore is going to be a very easy play. Don't think we should have a massive role from Henderson, Luther Burden early. And then I think we go with George Pickens as well. Like Igbuka, Henderson, we're probably going to be playing over Pickens in the long term for sure. But I think you can afford to see what the roles are with the rookies week one. And then here for this question from Warlike Sermon, I did move Tony Pollard ahead of Breece Hall in our running back rankings. The question's going to be, do we want Devonta Smith or Breece? I'm not really going to consider any of the players here. Even if you have no Christian Kirk, I don't think you can play Jaden Higgins week one, especially not over options like this. I am worried with Breece considering the offensive line injuries that you have, and this is going to be the lowest scoring game in the league this week, or at least that's what sportsbooks are projecting out. But he still should be the lead back. He still has big play upside. We're going to go Breece Hall, but it very easily could be a disgusting spot. Okay, let's refresh this. We got Purapani. This is RJ Harvey, Jaden Reed, Tet McMillan versus Hampton and Igbuka. Harvey, Igbuka, I have ranked back-to-back. Tet, Reed versus Hampton. I'm going to go Hampton easily. So Harvey, Igbuka kind of wash each other out for me, and then I think you're getting a clear upgrade from Tet to Amari and Hampton. Even with Najee Harris back in, I'm not going to be panicking with Hampton. Okay. Let's go ahead and let's pull up more team reviews. And again, if you have not done so already, please go down there. Hit that like button, as we are going to be live streaming for about 8-9 hours today. Reviewing teams, answering questions, and we're going to be live streaming every single day until Christmas doing this as well. So if you ever want to know when we're live, just hit the bell next to the subscribe button and YouTube will tell you. And also, I know I'm going to be super annoying with this. I know I've already been annoying, but it's the biggest promo day of the entire year on Underdog. You have a Saquon Barkley gimme free pick for tonight. You have a 50% profit boost token tonight, 50% profit boost token on Friday night, 100% profit boost token on Saturday for the Sunday slate. And then also you have 3 additional days of promos on Underdog. And if you use code FLOCK, if you are new, you are going to be getting $50 added to your account after you play your first 5. And on top of that, there are free Flock boosted pick'em packs we are doing in the lobby. If you sign up with code FLOCK, you should be able to see that there is the Dak Prescott higher than 230 passing yards, Barkley to score a touchdown, George Pickens to have fewer than 5 receptions. If those 3 things happen, you get a 5x boosted pack. And then also, if you were interested to know what I decided to pair with our free Saquon Barkley pick, I'm going to go with DeAndre Swift to have higher than 9.45 fantasy points tonight, and Amari Hampton to have higher than 9.85 fantasy points tonight as well. And now let's move this over to Rob. Rob is always out in the live streams, been here with us for a while. Really appreciate you, my friend. Says, I had a pretty good draft, but waited until the end to get quarterback and tight end. The best players in the waiver wire right now, we're actually going to be able to automatically load that in here for you, my friend. What's your advice and what would you do before week 1? So the first thing is, we are the number 1 team here in the League Analyzer. And there are some very easy moves for us to make and some very easy pivots that will make our team even stronger. This is a league in which you can start 4 wide receivers weekly. So the wide receiver depth is going to be more important. But because it's a 10-team format where also it looks like we definitely know more than our league mates, the waiver wire options are going to be just fine. So looking at what we have at quarterback and tight end, by far and away the weakest points of this team. Drake May, Colson Loveland, no bueno. Not in a 10-team league. We're effectively just going to be streaming QB, and we're going to hope that Loveland hits in a big-time way. Week 1, if I was looking at a streaming option, to be honest with you, I would rather stream Trevor Lawrence. Lawrence is a phenomenal matchup. Sportsbooks putting a super high total on that game. I strongly would consider starting Trevor Lawrence week 1 against the Panthers. Now, looking at what we have at running back, we are sitting with Jahmyr Gibbs, Trevion Henderson, Quinshon Judkins, Joe Mixon, Nick Chubb, Tajay Spears. So here's what I generally want to do whenever I look at a team like yours that I go, man, you are so dominant. Number 1 team in the analyzer, and we have a bad quarterback and a bad tight end. The majority of instances, I want to say, let's go out there and let's upgrade QB. Let's upgrade tight end. Those are positional luxuries, but you can afford it considering the setup that we have. You can't. Not right now, because we have no Mixon at the beginning of the year. We have no Judkins at the beginning of the year. We have no Rashee Rice at the beginning of the season. We have no Jordan Addison at the beginning of the season. And we have no Tajay Spears at the beginning of the season. And this is a league where it's probably double flex. So like week 1, our starting lineup is Gibbs, Henderson, Nico, Ladd, JSN, Devontae Adams. And then like the only viable bench play that we have right now is Igbuka. So in terms of like things that we can do right this second, moves that we can make right now, I would stream Lawrence ahead of May. I would, if Tajay Spears is on your IR, obviously ignore me. Ignore me. But if Spears is on your bench, cut Spears, pick up Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. I would honestly consider dropping Nick Chubb for Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt as well. The only hesitation that I'm going to have to tell you to for sure do that is, I mean, at the end of the day, you don't have Mixon, you don't have Judkins early. So like Nick Chubb could give you some early production if we really needed it. But in a vacuum, like I have both Nick Chubb and Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt on my own team. If I was going to trade one away, I would charge a higher price on JCM. So I'd drop Chubb. I'd pick up JCM. Wide receiver, we're not making any pivots. Tight end, we're not making any pivots. So today, the only thing you can possibly make is a couple small waiver wire moves. Long term, that's different. Long term, we know we're going to get Rice and we know we're going to get Addison back in, right? That's for sure. And once we get those wide receivers back in, it's a no-brainer. Let's go and let's try to sell Jackson Smith-Njigba and Loveland and go get Kittle. Let's try to sell JSN and Loveland and go get McBride. JSN and Loveland and go get Bowers. Let's try to sell Ladd McConkey and Drake May and go get Josh Allen. Ladd McConkey and Drake May and go get Lamar Jackson. You could afford to make both of those moves when we get Rice and Addison back in. And we could still have an incredible wide receiver room, but also the elite quarterbacks and the elite tight ends. But you're just simply not going to be able to make that right now. You just got to practice a little bit of patience here. And yeah, I really appreciate you. You have a super strong team with all the value. The issue is you can't really go out there and sell the skill positions until we get some of those suspended and or injured players back in. But I really appreciate you, and I hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. Now, Gloomsheet coming out with our next question. Let me hook you up with some free start, sit, and trade questions just in case you have anything else that you want to follow up with here. This is any thoughts on how I did or any advice on how I can improve. So I think we're actually going to have to sign in real quick. Just give me 1 second to do this. And once we hit, I believe it's 800 likes on the stream, we're going to go ahead and give away some more free start sit questions and trade questions. So if you haven't already, go down there, hit that like button. And it looks like 1,600 of y'all voted on the poll and only 700 likes. What's going on there? But Gloomshy, here we are exciting whites. We are in a 10-team, 1-quarterback start 8 format. So 10-team league, options on the waiver wire should be a little bit better. Start 8 format, wide receiver depth isn't completely meaningless. And yeah, full PPR, I guess maybe wide receivers are slightly better flex plays. Okay. But here, 1 second. I'm going to give you all some free questions when I get back, but I actually got to pee. Give me 1 sec. Okay, we are back. I am sorry about that. I was about to pee myself. So after we answer this team review, we'll pick a username in the chat and we'll give you all some free questions. But anyway, going back to this. Starting lineup, Chase, Henderson, Lamb, Evans, Harrison, and then probably like either Aaron Jones, Ricky Pearsall. So not a ton of depth down there, right? I do think that because you have the interesting options on waivers, such as like Tank Bigsby is a great waiver play. Jaden Higgins is a great waiver play. In general, like you can't afford to make these 2-for-1 deals where we get improvements inside the starting lineup. And we can afford to overpay just a bit, given the fact that we do have the easy pivots on the waiver wire to just backfill depth. So like, I mean, a starting offer that I'd be willing to send out there is I'd be trying to offer everybody like, hey, I'll give you Mike Evans and Baker Mayfield. Give me Lamar Jackson. I'll give you Mike Evans, Baker Mayfield. Give me Josh Allen. I'll give you Marvin Harrison, Baker Mayfield. Give me Jaden Daniels. I'll give you Marvin Harrison, Baker Mayfield. Give me Jalen Hurts. Assuming it's a 4-point passing touchdown format. 6-point passing touchdown league, you don't make that pivot. 6-point passing touchdown format, you'd prefer Baker. Another also easy trade that you could do is try 2-for-1 deals where we just improve at wide receiver, the position itself, where you could go like, hey, I'll give you Stephon Diggs, Mike Evans, give me Lab McConkey. I'll give you Marvin Harrison, Mike Evans, somehow let me get up to Brian Thomas, right? Where if you were able to make that 2-for-1 pivot, open up a roster spot, bring in Jaden Higgins for free, add Tank Bigsby to the squad for free, and then if you give yourself a little flexibility to hit on a player off the waiver wire like that, I think it does improve the overall ceiling of your team. I mean, obviously, I'm grasping at straws here. You have the best team in the league. And it's optimized for your league format as well. So I think you have a great team. I just think that like with the waiver wire options being this compelling, any path to us trading 2 players for 1 to open up a roster spot, even if we have to slightly overpay, I think it makes a lot of sense. And the places that we would be looking to do that would be trying to go wide receiver to get a better receiver, or wide receiver quarterback to get to a top 4 QB. But I really appreciate you. Really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And let me make sure that we get you over that other free voucher to answer anything else that you had. But drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat right now, and we will pick somebody to get some free questions to. Well, let's move this over to our next team. This is CJock1051. Says, hey, Mason, love what you do. Just had our draft Sunday. Looking for a team review. It's a 10-team full PPR, start 7. And I'm obviously weak at quarterback, which quarterback's going to be very important in this league. But I'm actually assuming that you traded for a quarterback looking at the league analyzer here because it has you first. So, yeah, no, I guess we were weak at quarterback when you submitted this 2 days ago. But now we have Jaden Daniels. So we are in a great spot at quarterback. And again, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, 10-team league. What do I want? We want the elite quarterback, the elite tight end, the hammers at RB, and we don't want to overvalue wide receiver depth. What do we have here? We have Jaden Daniels, Saquon Barkley, Chase Brown, Brock Bowers, Lad, JSN, Tet. This is an incredible team. This is like, if you look at the distribution of value here in the league analyzer, this looks like how a lot of leagues are going to appear halfway through the season, where there have been injuries, there have been players that bust, there have been players that hit in a big time way. This shouldn't be how it looks before the season even starts. You shouldn't be this far ahead of the rest of your league. It shouldn't be possible. So, I mean, we'll try to come up with some suggestions for you, but I already know that it's probably going to be like hey man, good job. I think you already did everything you could. I think you just win the league now. But let me first pick somebody in the chat real quick to just give some free questions to. So let's get Jaden B 1608. Let me send over some free questions to you, my guy. Jaden B 6. I mean, I got Jaden B 1016. I'm not going to get, we'll move it to the next person. We'll go P Dog 1. P Dog 1, found you, my friend. Looks like you got the season pass, so you should already have some free questions. But we'll go ahead and set you up with some more free vouchers. Okay. Now, looking at what we possibly could do with this team. What could we possibly do? I don't know. I legitimately don't. Because the thing is, our bench has Travis Hunter, Rashee Rice, Matthew Gold, and RJ Harvey. 4 players that are just going to get better as the season goes on. If you're having to rely on these guys and actually get them in your starting lineup, maybe I'd be a little bit nervous. Maybe I'd want to make a play right now. But if we're set up with the best starting lineup in the league and the best bench in the league, and the bench is projected out to only get better as the season goes on, and we have plenty of production across all the positions, there's nothing that we're wanting to do here. I think that you're in a really good spot. I think that you hold on to this team as is. I wish I had a bunch for you, my friend, but to be completely honest with you, I got nothing. I wish I was able to help you out, though. I'm trying to think if there's anything I can discuss. No, you have the best team in the league, and you optimized for your format. You did a great job. Now, our next team's going to be Saturn. This is another one of those teams that y'all, again, it shouldn't look like this. In general, the league analyzer should be extremely balanced before the season starts. Like, look at what it looks like for the Flock League here. All these teams are within a similar range of each other. Obviously, you have like the top 4 teams with Avery, Danny, myself, Corey. Then you have like a big mix of teams in the middle. Then you have the teams at the bottom with Sal and the fan. Or, I'm sorry, this is the editor. But You shouldn't have a team that's this much better than the rest of the league. It shouldn't be. I guess this is a keeper league. Maybe with it being a keeper league, maybe that's how you were able to build this out. Now, it's a league where we have Chase Puko London at wide receiver, Xavier Worthy wide receiver 4. Now, we are able to start 4 receivers here weekly, so I like having this wide receiver depth. I would say it's a super easy pivot to cut Jalen McMillan in favor of Ja'Cory Crosky-Merritt if he's actually taking a roster spot for you, but my assumption would be he's on your IR. But if he's taking a roster spot, you cut McMillan, you pick up Ja'Cory Crosky-Merritt right now. Okay. Now, looking at what we have at tight end, we have Hawkinson and Tyler Warren, which obviously are both viable. Running back, we have Ginty, Bucky, Jonathan Taylor is 3 running back ones that we can jam in every single week. So this is a team where we can afford an elite quarterback, right? Like, I would like to trade Jonathan Taylor, Baker Mayfield, and see if we can get to Josh Allen, see if we can get to Lamar Jackson. If you wanted to go like Drake London and TJ Hawkinson and see if you can get to Brock Bowers, sure, let's go for it. Like, again, you just have by far and away the best team in the league. I would cut Nick Chubb for Ja'Cory Crosky-Merritt because the only thing that matters at this point is upside, upside, upside. And I think that Ja'Cory Crosky-Merritt actually probably has a higher ceiling than what you're going to get with Nick Chubb. So I personally would make that pivot. I think Judkins is also an interesting pivot if the only thing we care about is upside for dropping Cam Scatterbo. I would rather have Jaden Higgins now over Cooper Kupp given the Christian Kirk injury, so I think we leave that as is. Like I said, we had already dropped Jalen McMillan and pick up Ja'Cory Crosky-Merritt if he was actually taking a Barasha spot. Maybe this is a league where you don't have to roster or you don't have to start at tight ends because we have Evan Ingram on the waiver wire. So if you don't have to start a tight end in your league, then obviously at that point, we're not interested in going through and making that trade for Bowers. But man, you have the best team in the league. Go overpay for an elite quarterback. Make those small waiver wire pivots. You're already golden if you don't do anything. That'll probably just make you a little bit better. Because again, that's really the only thing you can say with those teams that are just absolute juggernauts. It's like, you can afford to just go get the luxury positions of quarterback and tight end. Because you're kind of past needing the running back and wide receiver depth. Now, Running Lamp with our next team. This is another team that's number 1 in the league analyzer. It's not as crazy as the previous two. Says, I like my team a lot, but I'm not sure if I should deal Saquon and A.J. Brown in a trade package. Do not. This is a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. When you have those elite assets, you hold on to them. It doesn't matter if they're on the same squad. Worried about the Madden curse and not sure if Saquon will report what he did last year and A.J. Brown is inconsistent. Man, you're good. I understand, yes, it's not a guarantee that Saquon Barkley does what he did a year ago, but you can say that with every player that went at the top of fantasy drafts. Like, you pick Bijan Robinson, and if you just had to bet the range of outcomes, the most likely outcome with Bijan Robinson this year is he's worse than he was last season. The most likely outcome with Jahmyr Gibbs is he's worse than he was last season. The most likely outcome with McCaffrey is with Barkley is he's worse than he was last season. But like, you got to bet on someone there, right? So if you have Barkley as of now, I'm fine with it. The move that you need to make with this team, you have the most value on this team, but it's all distributed with like wide receiver depth. And wide receiver depth doesn't matter. You can only start 3 wide receivers at the very most. You have A.J. Brown, Tet, Worthy, Pickens, Rice, Igbuka, and Ricky Pearsall. So if we're looking at this, what I would really want to do in this case is there any path for us selling Tet McMillan and Loveland to go get to a top 3 tight end? Maybe if you're not able to sell Tet McMillan and Colson Loveland for George Kittle, and if you really don't want to have A.J. Brown and Saquon Barkley on your same team, I would trade A.J. Brown and Loveland to go get to Brock Bowers in a league here where it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, and we have A.J. Brown, Tet, Worthy, Pickens, Rice, Igbuka, Ricky Pearsall. So we have 7 viable wide receivers. So if you have 7 viable wide receivers right now, selling A.J. Brown and Loveland for Bowers, it's kind of a no-brainer. Selling A.J. Brown and Brock Purdy for Lamar Jackson or for Josh Allen, that's in play as well. In terms of potential waiver wire moves that I would make here, I understand that we have Saquon Barkley and maybe you wanted to hold on to the handcuff, but for me, I would drop Will Shipley for Byshell Tootin, just chasing the highest ceiling possible. It's not the end of the world if you hold on to Will Shipley, because again, even Byshell Tootin's probably never hitting your starting lineup with how shallow this league is and with how strong your roster is. So I would flip A.J. Brown with Loveland, get the elite tight end, or A.J. Brown with Purdy, get the elite quarterback. Obviously, my initial offer is not going to be A.J. Brown. My initial offer is we're going to go through and we're going to try our best to actually send instead Tet McMillan, Xavier Worthy. But that's just going to be much easier said than done, where you probably aren't going to be able to. But really appreciate you. Really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And sell the wide receiver depth, get an elite quarterback and or get an elite tight end, because you just have so much value on this team, both at running back and receiver. And you can't start that many in this format. Now, Chetley with our next team. This is file an HR complaint. So finally, a team that's not number 1 in the league analyzer. We are currently sitting at the 3 spot. We have Burrow, Bucky, Pacheco, Etienne. Let me see. Kittle. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, 10 team format. So ultimately the depth just simply is not going to be mattering when it comes to what you have at wide receiver. Very similar to the league that we looked at before this. And we have Jamar Chase, right? So especially when you have Jamar Chase, the depth isn't going to matter down here. Guys like Zay Flowers, Ricky Pearsall, they're just simply not going to have the upside to be league winners. So for me, if we can make a simple move to just tier up from Burrow, obviously Burrow, in my opinion, is in the tier 2 of quarterbacks just kind of by himself. And the tier 1 of guys, if this is a 4-point passing touchdown format, it's going to be Lamar, Allen, Hurts, Daniels. So if you could trade Zay Flowers and Burrow for Lamar, Zay Flowers and Burrow for Allen, or if you could trade Igbuka and Burrow for Allen, Igbuka and Burrow for Lamar, that's a deal that I would not make in a 12-team league with multiple flex spots like the Flock League. There, I definitely prefer Burrow in the wide receiver. But for you here specifically, it's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. So frankly, it doesn't matter. Frankly, you can just go out there and you can just, quote unquote, overpay for the elite level QB. Running back, we have Bucky, Pacheco, Etienne. So 100% trading a wide receiver and Pacheco is also in play for us here. Is there a world in which I can sell Igbuka and Pacheco and go get to James Cook, go get to Chuba Hubbard? Can I sell Terry McLaurin and Pacheco and try to get to Kyron Williams, try to get to Amari and Hampton? I would love making a move like that. And then obviously Loveland is a tight end that if he spikes, we're going to be looking to sell him. But realistically, we don't need to be doing so right now just because you're not going to be getting any value for him. So you're going to start Kittle, roster Loveland on your bench. And then if Loveland does have a good week, then we can look to sell him. In terms of the waiver wire pivots, I would cut Byshell Tootin and I would pick up your favorite option between Cam Scatterbo and Quinshon Judkins, where you just have a little bit less competition in their respective backfields, where Tootin is still having to deal with the combination of both Travis Etienne as well as Tank Bigsby. So, again, what I'm looking to do here is cut Tootin, pick up Scatterbo and or Judkins, trade Zay Flowers and Burrow to try to get to a top 4 quarterback, trade Igbuka and Pacheco to get to the best running back 2 that we can, because you can afford to give up multiple wide receivers here to upgrade at running back and quarterback and still be completely fine in the 10-team league where you only need to start 2 receivers and 1 flex. And even if depth became a question for you, you could get Josh Downs and Jordan Addison on the waiver wire for free. So I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And yeah, thank you so much again for submitting this, my friend. Now let's move this over to our next team. This is going to be Curvy Irving. Says, got pushed into wide receiver and tight end early, then panicked and grabbed all the running back value I could find in the middle rounds. The way you described that made me think like, man, your team's going to be garbage. But we are currently sitting here in the number 1 spot in the league analyzer. Let me send you over some free questions. So what's going to be very relevant is if we are looking at the league settings, it's a 14-team format. So if this is a 14-team league, depth is going to be much more important at running back and receiver. We also need to lower expectations in general, but this is a league where you can start 4 wide receivers weekly. So for this to be a 14-team league, most teams we go up against, we are going to have a better wide receiver than them at wide receiver 1 when we have Amon-Ra St. Brown. Our wide receiver 2 with A.J. Brown is going to be better. Our first flex with DJ Moore is going to be better. Our second flex with Calvin Ridley is going to be better. So we're going to be better than them at wide receiver, and we're going to be better than them at the flex spots. We'll have a better tight end than almost anybody we go up against with George Kittle. Quarterback, we're going to be okay by playing the matchups with Caleb Williams and Justin Fields. It all comes down to, can we hit on one of these running backs? So if we're looking at what we have with the RB position, Breece Hall, RB1 in any format isn't great. But we have Jalen Warren that we can start early in the season, as we hope that Caleb Johnson, Ja'Cory Crosky-Merritt, Travis Etienne, Tajay Spears, one of these guys emerge later in the year. This is a phenomenal team. Like I'm pretty much just stalling and describing what's happening so I can try to come up with a move. As I've been cycling through the waiver wire options, what you have on your roster right now at the bottom end is way better than anything on the waiver wire. What I absolutely love about your team is, while yes, we have the second best wide receiver room in the league analyzer, we're only rostering 4 of these guys. We have our 4 auto starts every single week here in your league settings. We have a running back that we can play, and then we have like a bunch of shots to fill that RB2 gap. We have 2 viable quarterbacks that we can bounce back and forth between the matchups with. We have the elite type. The only thing that I have to say with your team is, if something were to occur to Breece, or maybe we just can never find a running back too. Like if you're like, crap, oh my gosh, Travis Etienne's the RB3 in Jacksonville. The Pittsburgh Steelers are the worst team in the NFL, and Caleb and Jalen Warren are split in the backfield, so neither of them are startable. And Breece Hall gets injured. Like if nothing works out at running back, even though we are rostering this many players and we have this many shots at it, what I would look to do at that point is I'd want to try to trade George Kittle for another running back and then just go through and cycle tight ends off waivers. Because there are viable tight ends off the waiver wire with Jonnu Smith, Britton Strange, Kate Otten. Like the tight end replacement level player is better than the running back replacement level player. But you have so many shots at running back that it would be way too early to make that move before the season even starts, before we have any clarity on what we have at RB. So I think you have the best team in the league. I think you don't make any moves. And honestly, I think you're just kind of good to go into the season as is. And if running back were to just completely collapse, then at that point you would sell Kittle for an RB, but I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. So I really appreciate you. I really wish I had more for you here, my friend, but I think that's all we have. Now, I'm going to pivot over and answer some of the quicker questions, the trade questions, start sit questions, and super messages, and we'll get back to some of those teams. And I have, oh dear God, we got a lot of these that I did not know were sent in. So, okay, we're going to get all these. Let me see how many team reviews we still have to do, because I don't think we have that many left. I may be able to turn team reviews back on the site if somebody wanted to get one. But let me just triple check that, because again, I want to get back to a place where we are guaranteeing that if you submit a team review, it'll be looked at within 24 hours. And we have not been able to do that all year, pretty much. So looking at this, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 19 team reviews left. So I think we're good to go. I think maybe we're going to get through the next 9 team reviews, and then we can probably turn them back on. But let me move this over. And as I do so, let me stall and be super annoying, as I know I've been all live stream. But again, like I've said 1,000 times now, there's a reason for it. It's because we've never had the better underdog promos than we do today. You have a free Saquon Barkley gimme pick for the game tonight, more than less than half a total yard. You have a 50% profit boost token for the game tonight as well on Underdog Fantasy. A 50% profit boost token for the game tomorrow night. A 100% profit boost token for the game on Saturday. I'm sorry, that drops on Saturday that you can use on the Sunday games. And then you have additional promos dropping Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. It's wild. It's always a week one thing that they push these so damn hard. And also on top of that, they are allowing me to come up with a boosted flock pick'em pack for the big games this week. That's the game tonight, the game tomorrow, and the game on Sunday. The boosted flock pick'em pack that we have right now is Dak to have 230 passing yards, Barkley to score a touchdown, and Pickens to have fewer than 5 receptions. If that happens, that will be a 5X. And if y'all need some help with pairing up your Saquon Barkley free pick, this is what I did. I did Saquon Barkley to have a yard, DeAndre Swift to have more than 9.5 fantasy points, Amari Hampton to have more than 9.9 fantasy points. And if those 3 things happen, it's $10 to win 65. If you wanted to get all those free promos, plus if you use code FLOCK, you are going to get $50 added to your account after you play your first 5. That link's going to be in the description where it says free Saquon Barkley pick. It's also in the live chat right now. And again, now is the number one time to get on it. And make sure you use code FLOCK if you want the $50 added to your account and if you want all those promos. Now, let's move this back. We got Raul Duke says, need to decide on the flex. We drafted too many bucks. Okay, so let's look at this. Igbuka, super easy play. Honestly, I don't care if we have Igbuka and Evans. I think you're in a great spot. And then I would go with Pacheco at running back. I like Shakir's overall game environment. I do think that the Bills are going to probably have to be pretty pass happy. But no, we're going to leave this as is. Germ says, want to bolster my wide receiver cores. Any tips? I'm sorry, my friend. I can't see your roster just with like a super message like this. I'll send you over some free vouchers so you can maybe ask like start, sit, or trade questions. But I can't see a roster just with the super message. Yo Utami says, double PPR, look at the underdog projections. Okay, I will do so. Fine, sir. So double PPR, Bo Nix versus Justin Fields. I mean, I can tell you what I would do right away before we would look at the underdog pick'ems for you. I would go Bo Nix here, and it wouldn't even be remotely close. I know you have a 25-point implied team total for the Broncos, and what? You have a 18-point implied team total for the Jets? What do they have it as on Underdog? For these two players. They have Bo Nix, higher, lower, 17.95 fantasy points. So 17.95. They have Fields, higher, lower, 15.45. So yeah, they agree with us there as well. Tight end, Tyler Warren over Loveland. And then for the flex, we're going to go Devonta Smith and double PPR, I'm going to go Travis Hunter. I'm going to tell you right now, you probably have higher projections for Henderson than Hunter. In terms of just underdog fantasy points, they have Trevion Henderson higher, lower at 10.25. They have Travis Hunter at higher, lower 9.45. But it is half PPR and underdog. If you are full PPR, I would honestly ignore the underdog lines. I mean, projections there. And I would take what you have with just the passing volume for the receivers. Now, Mason Smith is a little hesitant because I already have Brian Thomas Jr. on the Jags. CMC to Bijan, upgrade. Mike Evans to Travis Hunter, clear downgrade. I think CMC and Bijan are close enough, though, where if you're hesitant to make this deal, I'm not going to fault you for it. I think you can hold on to McCaffrey. I mean, I wouldn't be hesitant to have Brian Thomas Jr. and Hunter on the same team, but if you are, I'm not going to fault you. And it's not like a must-have deal. It's fair. Now, JCL with our next one. This is going to be Isaiah Pacheco and Matthew Golden versus Trevion and Deebo Samuel. I would very easily rather have Trevion and Deebo. I think if I was looking at the gap between the running backs and the gap between the wide receivers, there's a larger gap between Pacheco and Trevion Henderson for me than there is between Matthew Golden and Deebo Samuel. Now, Saquonimo Bay with our next question. Here for the flex, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to play Jalen Waddle. I don't think it's going to be close either. You can't trust Travis Etienne. You just have no idea who's going to be the starting running back, what the split's going to be like in Jacksonville. So, yeah, I think it's honestly kind of an easy play. You just go ahead and you take Waddle. And we've seen the Dolphins be a really good offense in September, historically. Now, HB Stev with our next one. Here for the flex, it's going to be very easy. You play Tet over Igbuka. And then almost nobody else you could even consider here. I guess maybe you could try to talk yourself into going with Chubb, but full PPR, I mean, even a half PPR league, maybe even in a non-PPR league, I'd go Tat. Dan Arquette says 6-point passing touchdown format, so not sure QB. 6-point passing touchdown format, I'm actually going to go Lawrence over Kyler. I wouldn't consider the other guys. A running back, I'm going to go with David Montgomery here, RB2. And then, yeah, we're for sure playing the flex spots over our other leftover running back options. Our leftover running back options are gross. Nico says, hey, Mason, who should I put in the flex from those four? I'd go A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown's the auto start regardless. I know technically they should be able to run the ball a bunch with the massive spread like this, but any game that A.J. Brown's healthy, you're playing A.J. Brown. Now, T. Lewis says, start A.J. and Devonta or Deebo instead of Devonta. No, just play both Eagles. For me, I would go with, just because Devonta plays on Thursday night, never put a Thursday night player in your flex. So put Devonta Smith in at wide receiver and move Garrett Wilson down to the flex spot, but play both Eagles receivers. No problem. Zachary Link, happy to see you, my guy, says, which two out of Ridley, Ricky Pearsall, and Matthew Golden? Y'all that know, Zachary Link's been a long time member of the flock and has helped us out a bunch. If I had to bench one of Ridley, Pearsall, Golden, if Jaden Reed plays, I will bench Golden. Dear God. If Jaden Reed plays, I'd bench Golden. If Jaden Reed sits, I may bench Ridley in the really tough matchup. Because you have the Packers projected to score 25 points this week. In comparison, you have the Titans at 17.5. Now, our next question would be Scar. So, should I play the Commanders or Bills DST? I would go with the Commanders DST easily. And then at the flex spot, we're going to go with the running back. We will take Tyrone Tracy. We have no Godwin. We have no Rashee Rice, obviously. The interesting note to have here would be long term, we're obviously making the pivot. But, I mean, in regards to the DST, this is going to be the worst matchup the Bills see all year long, pretty much, going up against the Ravens. If you're trying to play their DST. You get a great matchup for Washington getting to go up against the Giants. Now, 8 modern coming through. Quarterback, we have Goff. I don't know what our other options could be. Like, if you could stream Lawrence over Goff this week, I would actually probably opt to do that. And then our best option on the bench would be Egbuka or Amari and Hampton. I think you could consider playing Amari and Hampton over DJ Moore if you weren't that worried about Najee Harris, which I'm not that worried about him. Okay. And let's go through and hit that refresh, see if we had any more questions coming in. Now, Ronald, our next question. Flex, I'm taking Hampton over Egbuka. I know a lot of people are going to disagree with this, but for me, I just view Amari and Hampton as an elite level running back, and Najee Harris has played like 2 practices with the Los Angeles Chargers. So truly, I don't know how worried we possibly could be in regards to Najee. Griffin D is trading Ollie for Caleb Williams. Both these are like borderline waiver wire plays. So yeah, if you needed a quarterback, you can go out there and you can get Caleb. Not going to fault you for it. Like, I have Caleb ranked ahead of Ollie Gordon. Germ submitted a trade, but didn't actually put anything in here. So I'm going to send you a free trade question, and please submit what you're thinking. Now, Kazul coming through. For the flex, I think we just answered something very similar to this. I guess you have Pickens as an option here as well, and Javonte as an option. But again, I'm going to go with Amari and Hampton. I know a lot of people are very concerned about what you have with Amari and Hampton, considering the addition of Najee Harris to the backfield. But Najee Harris has had like 2 practices. Mr. Filthy Wubbs, always happy to see us. As 12-team full PBR, 6-point passing touchdown, half-point tight end premium, start 8 at the 109. What draft strategy do we do? We're really about to draft, my friend? 6-point passing touchdown format. If you're at pick 9, I don't think quarterback's going to be in play for you in round 2. If you wanted to go, if obviously Allen or Lamar make it to you in round 3, I would look at Allen or Lamar in round 3. I would look at Jaden Daniels in round 3 as well. But 6-point passing touchdown format, I'm not as excited about Jalen Hurts. I would kind of avoid him there. Half-point tight end premium format at pick 9. I would take Brock Bowers if he was there. At the beginning of the 2nd round, I would take Trey McBride if he was there. And then outside of that, there aren't really any other like adjustments we need to be talking about with this other than you using the draft sheets that we have posted, which I know you have access to. But yeah, just to give you some reference, like McBride would be a very easy pick in the beginning of the 2nd round with a half-point tight end premium. Bowers would be an easy pick there for me at 9. I would not push Lamar or Allen up to the beginning of the 2nd. I would love them in the 3rd. I would take Daniels there in the 3rd as well. Let's move this over. Wilson Ruberts with our next one. Here for the flex, we're really going between JMO and George Pickens. It is going to be up to you. I probably go Jamison Williams. We've seen Jamison with Goff, and the Lions offense projects better than what we have with the Cowboys today. Like, I know we have the theory that, the Cowboys are just going to have to throw the ball a ton because they're going to be trailing this game in garbage time. But also with that, there's a chance that they're just not able to pick up first downs. Now, dazed with our next question. Here for the flex. Paul, actually, is London really in play? Yeah, if you have London here, you have to start London. Not even remotely wild that like you could consider London as your wide receiver 4. I actually would take Brees out of the lineup though, and I'd put Pollard with no Spears in for the Tennessee game, as both offenses are going to be garbage. And now that we've had the offensive guard going down for the Jets, I think I'd pivot off of Brees. Now, Germs with our next one. This is Bucky Tracy Worthy versus Justin Jefferson. It's a 12-team start 8 format, so the depth matters a bit. After you make this trade, we'd have Saquon Barkley and Trey Benson at running back. The options at running back on the waiver wire like Byshell Tootin, Dylan Sampson. So the value side is with Justin Jefferson. But I would rather have Bucky, Tracy, and Xavier Worthy. Because I don't want to be in a scenario where my RB2 is Trey Benson. We can't do it. Not in a league where depth matters like yours. Now, Buzz trading Kyron and Loveland versus Chuba and Tyler Warren. Kyron to Chuba downgrade, Loveland to Tyler Warren slide upgrade. I think there's a bigger drop from Kyron to Chuba than there is for the jump with the rookie tight ends. So I'm going to take Kyron and Loveland in this. Okay. It looks like we have all those covered. So let's go ahead and let's pull back up the team reviews. And we're going to do about 9 team reviews, and then I'll turn them back on the website. But Mark Oaks Pluto, let me send you over some free questions. I appreciate you, my friends. His thoughts on how I can improve, or should I try to stay with the team I have? Thinking about selling Brees and a wide receiver for a better running back. Okay. So we are the Thomas the touchdown machine. We are currently 6th in the league analyzer. Looks like if we just look at the distribution of value, the team at 1's pretty damn good. Teams 2 through 9 are all about the same. And then teams 10 through 12 are garbage. We are in the middle of the pack tier. The first thing that is very easy to mention is, one, submitting a starting lineup. This week, it's going to be a little bit different at quarterback. We are going to go ahead. We're going to play Trevor Lawrence, where you have a great matchup for him going up against the Carolina Panthers. But I like the fact that we are rostering 2 quarterbacks. I think after this week, you could drop Lawrence in favor of Justin Fields and then play the matchups with them going into the future. Now, going over and looking at what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Josh Jacobs, Breece Hall, Ray Davis, Najee Harris. So running back's questionable. I would want to upgrade the running back depth if we can. It's not like the most immediate need for us because we at least do have running backs that we can start early on, right? Again, is it the best running back room in the world? No. But Jacobs, Breece, serviceable. And then if something were to occur, then maybe we can make a panic trade then. Going over to receiver, we have Nico, Brian Thomas as 2 alpha wide receivers we can start every single week. We have Rashee Rice for the long-term appeal, and we have Igbuka Diggs. This is a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So when we get Rashee Rice back, it's going to be a very easy call to say, you know what, that would make Igbuka, Diggs, or Rashee Rice expendable because we would have plenty of depth. But for now, we're probably just going to have to wait a little bit before we make a play like that. And then going over to tight end, we have Tucker Kraft, who looks like he's going to be really good at the beginning portion of the season with the injury to Jaden Reed. So this is a very similar setup to what we have with a lot of these Rashee Rice teams. With a lot of these Rashee Rice teams, it's very difficult for us to make a trade to go and upgrade at quarterback, tight end, or running back, which would be our 3 weakest positions here. Wide receivers are strongest until we get Rice back in. So I'm going to opt to look at waiver wire pivots. One, the very easy thing to say is if Jalen Coker is actually taking a roster spot, we would drop Jalen Coker and we would pick up Keon Coleman in a heartbeat. Now, I would assume that Jalen Coker is actually on your IR, so we're not going to be able to make that play, but just thought that it was maybe worth mentioning. The second thing that I would do quickly is, in my opinion, I would rather have Rachaad White over Najee Harris, where we have seen Rachaad White be a running back 1-2 years ago. Obviously, both these backs are pretty much just going to be handcuffed backs, where if the starter were to go down in front of them, then at that point, they could hold relevance. But Najee Harris has had 2 practices with his new team pretty much all year. So the fact of the matter is, I don't know what the realistic expectation could be for the Najee Harris role early. So I would cut Najee. I would pick up Rachaad White. And then in terms of trades, again, like I said, I think you're actually in a pretty comfortable spot where we're not looking to make any right now. And what we would be looking to do instead is we'd be looking to just wait until we get Igbuka back in. And then at that point, depending on how our team's been performing at running back, quarterback, tight end, we'd have the addition. When we get Rice back in, then we can trade Igbuka and we can try to find an upgrade elsewhere because we'd have the wide receiver depth at that point. But it is just difficult where you're not able to make that move right now as we are waiting for Rashee Rice. Start Lawrence this week. And then, you have Loveland on the waiver wire. Scratch everything I said about dropping Najee for Rachaad White. You drop Najee for Loveland. Super weird to only be rostering 3 RBs. Like I said, it's actually a very easy call for you to drop Jalen Coker if he's if he's actually taking a roster spot, but I'm assuming he's on our IR. But if he's on the IR, then we drop Najee Harris and you pick up Loveland, because I think Loveland could be a league winner and you could potentially start him over Tucker Kraft. You don't need an injury to anybody. But I really appreciate you. Really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And yeah, like I said, I sent you over some of those free questions. So once Rice comes back, and if you want to make a trade, send the trade idea over my way. I'd be super happy to take a look at it for you, my friend. Now, Skullified, happy to see you. And this is going to be an interesting setup. What platform is this? So 1 quarterback, 1 running back, 2 wide receivers, single flex, 1 tight end, 8 bench lineup. Would love getting CBS linked to the flock side if possible in the future. Got 2 CBS leagues that have been going for 21 plus years that they won't move to sleeper because of the league history. Anyway, what do you think of the team? Well, that is incredible that you've been in 2 leagues for 21 years, my friend. I am extremely jealous. It is like a dream of mine to have the flock league to last that long. That's incredible. But let me go ahead and pull this up. So the starting lineup that we have right now, we have Bo Nix at quarterback. If it's a league where you only start a total of like 4 skill positional guys, quarterback's going to make up a very high percentage of our starting lineup output, where I would try to optimize in a league like this for us to be able to get to the elite level QB, if possible. Obviously, easier said than done. If we are looking at bench options that we could have as clear trade bait pieces, or maybe as fill-ins, if we were to decide to trade a player that's currently in the starting lineup, the relevant names that we have down there on the bench are like Josh Downs, Caleb Johnson, George Pickens, and for my underdog bags and for my team in the flock league, hopefully Nick Chubb. But obviously, we can't be guaranteed with Chubb that he's anything. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Jahmyr Gibbs, so we have the anchor. And honestly, we don't need to worry much about running back depth, considering the fact that we only need to start one of these guys, and we have the anchor that we're going to be able to start every single week, regardless of the matchup. So looking at what we have at receiver, we have Puka, Higgins, Egbuka, and then going down to the bench when we have Pickens and Josh Downs. Again, this does give us some viability to slide a wide receiver over for that elite level QB. And if we were looking at how we could get to that elite level quarterback, which I would really only classify 4 of those guys as elite QBs, and that would be Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, and Jaden Daniels. I would only do this for the top 2. I would only do this for Lamar or Allen. But I think if you were to trade T. Higgins and Bo Nix to get to Josh Allen, T. Higgins and Bo Nix and to get to Lamar Jackson, then at that point, you still have okay enough wide receiver depth to slide George Pickens into your starting lineup. We have the elite quarterback and the elite tight end in a league in which they are going to account for an extremely high percentage of our starting lineup output weekly. Going over and looking at the options that we have on the waiver wire, I would say Keenan Allen would be the pickup if we were able to make that 2-for-1 deal. Really, Keenan Allen is the only guy of relevance that we can see there. And if there were to be any other trades that we would look at potentially making, I don't know what they are, because I really like the team. I like that we have the anchor running back. Having Gibbs, Puka on the same squad puts you in such a comfortable position. So really the only thing that, in my opinion, we can do to abuse the league settings here would be that trade where we go out and overpay for the elite level quarterback. But let me make sure we sent you over some of those free questions. That way, if you wanted to follow up with anything here, I really do like the team overall, but it's just that kind of spot where the skill positional depth isn't going to matter as much when you can only start a combined 4 wide receivers and running backs. Like quarterback and tight end is going to make up a very high percentage of our starting lineup output weekly. And it is interesting to have such like a shallow starting lineup, but an extremely deep bench as well. Now let's move this over to Dalvarez. Appreciate you. Curious to see what your thoughts or advice on possible adjustments we can make to improve. Appreciate you as well, my friend. Let me hook you up with some of these free questions. And we are currently sitting with the number 1 spot in the league analyzer, but there's another team that's pretty strong as well. And this is a league in which it's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. So ultimately, in a league like this, wide receiver depth, not going to matter. You can even see it with what we have out there on the waiver wire currently, where we can see that we currently are looking at Jordan Addison and Jaden Reed as free pickups. So generally what I'm wanting to do in a league like this is build around the elite running backs, the elite quarterback, the elite tight end, and going, you know what? We're going to be able to figure out wide receiver. This is like the exact opposite of the flock league as an example. And quarterback, we don't have an elite name. We have Baker Mayfield and Justin Fields. Baker was elite last season. I think it was the QB4 in points per game, but don't have the rushing upside. So the most likely outcome that we see here is probably just going to be a little bit of regression when it comes to Baker this season. Going over to running back, we do have the 2 hammer, and this is what makes this team the best team in the league. Like, absolutely crazy that this isn't a keeper league. We have Bijan and McCaffrey somehow on the same squad. And even beyond that, we still have quality depth. We still have James Cook. We still have Caleb Johnson. So if I'm looking at this, what could we possibly do here to upgrade? How does somebody possibly have a better running back room than ours? This team is Gibbs, Henry, Hampton, Tracy. So, I mean, they're really strong at running back too. I don't know if they're technically better than ours. It looks like they're about the same. Wide receiver, we have Adams, Wilson, Rice, Williams, and Ridley. Tight end, we have the elite tight end with Bowers, which is what puts us ahead of the other squad. And we have Tyler Warren. So you have a juggernaut. The only thing to do with a juggernaut like this is, can we go out there and can we overpay for an elite quarterback? Can we sell Devontae Adams and Baker Mayfield and get Josh Allen? Can we sell Devontae Adams and Baker Mayfield and get Lamar Jackson, get Jalen Hurts, get Jaden Daniels? I know it's very boring. I know that's kind of our default when you have a juggernaut team like this, but in my opinion, that's the best thing to do when you have a team that's as good as this specifically. Now, looking at other potential trades that we could make, like Tyler Warren obviously could be a very interesting trade piece, but my assumption on why we have Tyler Warren and Brock Bowers on the same team is more likely than not Tyler Warren fell incredibly far in your league where your league mates just simply don't value Tyler Warren as they should yet. And the hope would be in that case that we do end up getting like a really strong start of the year for Tyler Warren. And if that does happen, then at that point we can go ahead and we can sell Tyler Warren and a wide receiver to get a better wide receiver, knowing that we'll have Bowers kind of regardless. So it's not like we're going to need Tyler Warren. So for today, I think the only thing you do is you try to just go out there and maybe quote unquote overpay for the elite quarterback by selling a strong wide receiver and Baker Mayfield to get a big 4 name, assuming this is a 4-point passing touchdown format where the rushing upside is going to be incredibly important. Now, if this was a 6-point passing touchdown league, you leave this team as is, you don't make any changes at all. But if you're able to make that 2-for-1 deal where, say, hypothetically, we trade Adams and Baker Mayfield and we get Lamar Jackson, then at that point, we're going to turn around and we are going to be dropping Justin Fields, and we're going to have 2 open roster spots where we can pick up the combination of both Jordan Addison and Jaden Reed. And then if we get the Tyler Warren breakout, and this is honestly kind of irrelevant to if you were able to trade for the elite quarterback or not, but if Tyler Warren starts off extremely strong this season and then all of a sudden spikes in value, and you could sell Tyler Warren and Garrett Wilson and get a wide receiver upgrade, knowing that we have Bowers, obviously that is an interesting spot to do so. But incredible team. These top 2 teams aren't even close to the rest of the league. Looks like these people didn't know what they were doing and y'all did. And yeah, I think you can afford to go and trade for the elite level quarterback if you're in that scenario. Now let's move this over. I love this team name, a glass of Chardonnay. That is hilarious. This league is a 1 running back, 2 wide receiver, double flex. So the running back value is going to matter less. I need a better tight end or quarterback ideally. It's a 14-team format. Can't wait to see how the 5th round Judkins pick plays out. Also, are you going to react to the BDG draft? No, sir, I'm not. But I appreciate you sending this over. And yeah, I've never seen this, because obviously I see a lot of team names that are play on words, but this one's unique. I haven't seen this one before. I like it. But let's check it out. 14-team format, so expectations need to be lowered, right? I'm going to operate under the assumption that Jalen McMillan is currently on our IR. I think it's a very easy spot to say if that you're actually rostering McMillan on your bench, then you go ahead and you cut him right this second, and you pick up a running back like Ray Davis. You pick up a running back like Tajee Spears. You pick up a running back that's an injury away from making a difference, even in a league where you only need to start one RB, right? Because if you got like Ray Davis and then James Cook goes down, all of a sudden Ray Davis could be like a league-winning flex play for us. But if Jalen McMillan is on our IR and he's not actually taking up a roster spot, then in that case, we're just going to leave this as is. You really don't need to be making any changes. Quarterback, we have Caleb Williams. Looking at the waiver wire, there aren't many viable waivers in a 14-team league. So to be honest with you, I think if we're looking at somebody like Bryce Young sitting here on the waiver wire, in my opinion, we may want to roster Bryce Young. Like, I may drop Dylan Sampson and pick up Young if this is a league in which you only have 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. Obviously, we would drop Jalen McMillan first, but I'm assuming McMillan's on our IR. Going over to running back, we have Hampton that we can start every single week. A 14-team format, completely fine having Hampton as your RB1. 10-team league, I'd be really worried, but 14-team league, we're okay. And then we have JCM, Charbonnet, Braylon Allen as the elite backup backs where, like, if you were to get an injury to Kenneth Walker, obviously your team wins this league. Then going over and looking at what we have at receiver, we have Nico, Puka that we're able to auto start every week. 2 flex spots. We have Marv, Worthy, and then we have Romadunze down there on the bench. And to be honest with you, like in a league in which we're planning on starting 4 wide receivers weekly, while we have the additional value at the wide receiver 5 spot, you don't need to sell it. Like, we're okay. I'm okay being bad at tight end in a 14-team league. I think you probably leave this as is. I think the only, like, I love your team. I think the only move you make is we drop Jalen McMillan, we pick up Bryce Young if McMillan's on our bench. If McMillan's on our IR, we're dropping Dylan Sampson or we're picking Caleb Williams. If you had to start 2 running backs, I would definitely want to trade away a wide receiver. But with us only having to start 1 RB, we leave your team as is. I think you're crushing. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here, my friend. And again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. But let's move this over to our next team. This is going to be from Youngsto. Says, hope you had a great weekend, man. Always fun tuning in. Got a 12-team double flex PPR league here. Did my best from pick 4. Really appreciate you, my guy. Let me send you over some free questions here. And going to be excited to check out our squad. So this is the number 1 team in the league analyzer yet again. But it does look like our league mates kind of had an idea of what they're doing. If they're not that far behind us. Now, 12-team double flex where we can start 4 receivers weekly. Wide receiver depth is going to matter considerably more. Looking at what we have at quarterback, we have Brock Purdy. And again, QB is going to make up a slightly lower percentage of our starting lineup output weekly here in a league where we have the ability to start up to 4 wide receivers. So if we were to go through and if we were to make a play, I don't think we need to trade for a better quarterback in this league, but I wouldn't mind rostering 2. Like, if Samaje Perine's actually on our roster here, I would very easily drop Samaje Perine in favor of either Michael Penix or Tua or Bryce Young, whichever quarterback that you prefer. That way we can play the matchups between them going into the future. Most weeks you'll play Brock Purdy, but we don't know exactly how it's going to play out. Going over to running back, we have Chase Brown, Kyron Williams, Tony Pollard. So we have 3 locked and loaded starters every single week. It's a deeper league where the skill positional depth is going to matter. We have the handcuff appeal with Brian Robinson, Tajay Spears, Blake Corum. For me personally, I think Byshell Tootin has more juice than Blake Corum. And at the same time, I think he has a worse running back depth chart ahead of him to actually climb that roster. So I would drop Blake. Obviously, we've already dropped Samaje Perine at this point if Perine's actually taking a roster spot. But I would drop Blake Corum in favor of picking up Byshell Tootin if we can. Going over and looking at wide receiver, we have Lamb, Evans, Devonta Smith, Travis Hunter. So we have the stability at the very top end. We have depth down below. I think if we're just looking at the highest ceiling possible, for me, I understand that you have a high ceiling when it comes to the random week-to-week spikes with Joshua Palmer because you're attached to Josh Allen and what should be the highest scoring offense in the league, or at least that's what sportsbooks are currently projecting. But in terms of projecting him, like weekly, do I think that Joshua Palmer could ever be a top 15 wide receiver in my weekly rankings this year? Probably not. However, I think I could see a world where it's week 12 and I have Luther Burden ranked wide receiver 14 based off his prospect profile. So I would probably go ahead and I would probably drop Joshua Palmer and I'd pick up Luther Burden. If you didn't like Burden, Deonta Thornton is looking very appealing as well, post Amari Cooper cut. And then going over to tight end, we have Loveland. Loveland's a tight end with upside. Is he an absolute smash? Of course not. But here in a league in which we're going to start to combine 6 running backs and receivers every week, again, quarterback and tight end is going to make up a slightly lower percentage of our starting lineup output. So it's not going to be the end of the world regardless, right? We're going to be okay with Loveland. And then looking at potentially the moves that we would make when it comes to tight ends, I'm not really picking up any of these tight ends. So we're not doing anything with this team trade-wise before week 1. I think in a couple weeks, if you see like Travis Hunter and Stephon Diggs as every week starters for us, and it's like, man, I got a plenty of depth at this point, then maybe at that point you feel like you have the leverage where we can trade Mike Evans and Brock Purdy for an elite quarterback, or Mike Evans and Loveland for an elite tight end. But your league right now, depth is going to matter at the skill positions. So I'm not going to be as focused in on upgrading QB and upgrading tight end. I think we just hold on to the depth. We turn the bottom end where we drop these running backs. We drop this wide receiver. We pick up running backs that we like with more ceiling. Same thing with the wide receiver position. And possibly that extra quarterback here to play the matchups with Purdy, where it looks like most people in your league are rostering 2 QBs. Like even the Josh Allen team has Jared Goff. And it's not like we're that excited about these players at the bottom end of our team. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And like I said, I sent you over those free questions as well. So I'll be happy to follow up with this whenever you want. Now, let's move this over to our next question. It's going to come out from Rich Pedro. Happy to see you. It says, got sniped on running back early and went heavy wide receiver. Need to make a move on RB. What do you think about the team and what's the best play? So let's pull this up. We are the number 1 team in the league analyzer. Let me send you over some free questions. First thing that I want to point out is there are quality players on the waiver wire. You have Josh Downs, you have Braylon Allen, even though this is a 12-team format. So for me, if I'm chasing the highest ceiling possible, right? Because that's what I want that's what I want at the bottom end of my bench, is like a player that I think could turn into a league-winning option. I don't just want to hold on to like somebody that is a desperation start that I could get off a similar production from the waiver wire at any time, which in my opinion, that's what I feel like Zach Ertz is. I don't know if Zach Ertz is ever going to be that much better than the option you could get off waivers. So for me, I would potentially actually look at going through and either holding on to Josh Downs or Braylon Allen off the waiver wire. Like, I don't think I'm ever starting Zach Ertz over Evan Ingram. So if we could drop Zach Ertz and pick up Josh Downs, if you like Downs, if you don't like him, then I think you could possibly pick up Braylon Allen instead, where if you were to get a Breece Hall injury or a Breece Hall trade, then maybe at that point you are going to be looking at potential league winning upside when it comes to Braylon Allen. So drop Ertz, pick up Downs, pick up Braylon. I have Downs ranked higher, but it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, half PPR format where we're loaded at wide receiver and we don't have much at running back. I love in this format having the elite quarterback. When we're looking at receiver, we have Chase, Worthy, Devonta Smith, Travis Hunter, Jordan Addison, Michael Pittman Jr. So this isn't something that you need to do today, but it's something that we can look at possibly once we get Jordan Addison back in like week 4. If you wanted to go through and if you wanted to try to trade like Xavier Worthy, who I love, don't get me wrong, but if you could trade like Xavier Worthy for Chuba Hubbard, trade Xavier Worthy for James Cook, you're still going to have plenty of wide receiver depth where Devonta Smith would slide into your wide receiver 2 slot. You could still consider like Travis Etienne, Michael Pittman Jr., Jordan Addison there, and it's a half PPR format. So you know what? Today, I wouldn't even wait for Jordan Addison to come back. I would offer Worthy for James Cook. I would offer Worthy for Chuba Hubbard. I would even be willing to throw in like Joe Mixon if it's going to get the deal done, where Mixon could potentially just be a straight up 0 this year. And then maybe you feel a little bit more excited about picking up Josh Downs off the waiver wire, because then you could see a clearer path to Josh Downs making impact in your lineup, and you'd feel more comfortable about the running back depth on your team. If you don't want to just make the wide receiver for a running back swap, we could try to sell a receiver and Evan Ingram to get the elite level tight ends, because it is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format where we're the number 1 team in the league analyzer. So typically that is going to be something that we're looking to do. My only hesitation with it is we can send the offer. We can offer Worthy and Evan Ingram for George Kittle. We can offer Devonta Smith and Evan Ingram for Trey McBride. We can offer all these wide receivers with Evan Ingram and try to get to one of the big 3 tight ends, but I would be very surprised if it actually got accepted. So maybe that's plan A. Plan B is to just try to trade Worthy and get Chuba Hubbard back. And then kind of regardless, we're going to be looking to cut Zach Ertz, pick up either Josh Downs or Braylon Allen. Maybe if you are able to make one of the trades where we sell the receiver for an upgrade elsewhere, you pick up Downs. If you're not able to sell a wide receiver for the upgrade elsewhere, then we are just going to be picking up Braylon. So at the very minimum, the move that we make is we drop Ertz, we pick up Braylon. Hopefully, I know that the majority of those offers obviously would get rejected immediately, but hopefully one out of those like 6 trades an owner would have some interest in, and we could get some negotiations going. So like I said, I hooked you up with those free vouchers. So if you get any counters with those offers, I'd be super happy to take a look at them. But again, you have the number 1 team in the league analyzer. So I do think that you're in a very comfortable spot anyway. Now let's move this over to our next question. This next one's going to come out from Aiden. Says, hey Mason, big follower since 2022. Thank you, my guy. Draft out of the 9 spot. Didn't plan on the Arizona stack, but Trey fell, and so did Marvin Harrison Jr. QBs went super early. The backups were going in round 7 and 8. Dear God. Herbert off the waiver wire. Kyler. Running back insurance. Big gamble. Any other moves you see? Trades and waivers help me get closer to number 1. Well, looking at where we are at right now, it looks like there's one team that's much better than the rest in your league. This team has Gibbs, Nico Collins, Brock Bowers, all in the same squad somehow. No idea how they did that. Like, this is the best team in your league. But then outside of that, everybody's pretty close, where the 2 teams at the bottom are pretty weak. Like, this team has Pacheco as their RB2, George Pickens as their wide receiver 2 in a 10-team format. Not great. We are currently just kind of right there in the middle. It's a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So the elite quarterback would be a cheat code, and the elite tight end would be a cheat code as well. And we got Trey McBride, which I absolutely love having Trey McBride in this format. I think you should feel very fortunate that he fell. We have Evan Ingram as well. Obviously, we do not need Evan Ingram whenever we have McBride on our roster. Now, the thing is, if we were to look to go through and sell Evan Ingram, I don't think that he's in the tier where we're going to get anything of interest back. Like, we can try to sell Evan Ingram and Rome Odunze and get a wide receiver upgrade. We can try to sell Evan Ingram and DeAndre Swift and get a running back upgrade, but nobody's going to be interested in buying. So we're probably just going to be rolling with this as is and hoping that we get like a big 2-3 week stretch with Evan Ingram, and then all of a sudden he is somebody that we can look to sell. When we have Kyler Murray at quarterback, I personally don't view Kyler as a must-start name every single week. I do think that he's more so in the line of, in a 10-team format, we're going to be playing the matchups between him and somebody else. So I wouldn't mind at all if you wanted to go and look at Caleb, look at Love, look at Herbert. Caleb would be my number one option off the waiver wire here. I think he has the most rushing upside out of these players. And if we were to make a drop, obviously if Brandon Ayuk's actually on our bench, I think we could drop Ayuk for Caleb. However, I'm going to assume that he's instead in our IR. And in that case, you're going to be in a situation in which you probably got to drop Byshell Tootin for Caleb. Which again, the skill positional depth's not going to matter as much in your league settings. If you didn't want to roster the other quarterback, I would still probably drop Byshell Tootin if I'm going to be honest with you, because we do have Trey Benson on this team. So I'd probably drop Tootin and pick up Benson. Why running back, we have McCaffrey, Swift at the very top, and then we have Caleb Johnson as long-term upside. So running back, we're fine. Wide receiver, we have Brian Thomas, T. Higgins, Marv, Rome, Matthew Golden, Brandon Ayuk. So we have plenty of wide receiver depth. And going out there on the waiver wire, you have somebody like Jaden Reed, you have Xavier Legette. Bubba says, that guy drafted second. This is my team. No idea how Collins fell. Ayuk is on the IR. I'm holding the Bills DST to let the Airs. So it'll play this week. Oh, okay. That's interesting. So we're holding the Bills DST. What's the Bills schedule over? I hate rostering two DSTs. Also, since you're in the chat, please let me know if you have any additional questions about this team. Yeah, you actually have to do that. The Bills stretch of games going to be beautiful after this Ravens one, where you have the Jets, you have the Dolphins, you have the Saints. So yeah, the Bills DST is going to be a phenomenal play over the next few weeks. Yeah, so I completely agree. I think that's a great call. And honestly, thanks for the shout on that. I may try to go out there and do that in the Flock League right now. Let me see if Buffalo's rostered. Okay. Yeah, Nathan's rostering Buffalo. He's starting them this week against Baltimore. But would it be possible in your league? You know your league mate's better than I do. With this being a 10-team, actually, like what I would love to do is I would love to take T. Higgins and Kyler Murray and send them in a 2-for-1 deal to go get one of the elite quarterbacks, because it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. We have plenty of wide receiver depth. You can pick up Jaden Reed for free. My only hesitation with telling you to do that is like, well, I mean, obviously I would if I could. You were telling us that the elite quarterbacks went way early in your league. So maybe your league mates value quarterback way early, way higher than the average fantasy football league. But I mean, if you could go like, hey, I'll give you T. Higgins and Kyler Murray, give me back Lamar. I'll give you T. Higgins and Kyler, give me Allen. I'll give you T. Higgins and Kyler, give me Jaden Daniels. And then all of a sudden you have a lineup of like Jaden Daniels, CMC, DeAndre Swift, Brian Thomas, Marvin Harrison, Trey McBride, and then Roma Dunze in the flex. And then a bench where we have the upside shots of like Caleb Johnson, Matthew Golden, Jaden Reed. Bubba says, I've been trying to move one. No one is selling right now. They're all scared. So if we're looking at like just strictly making waiver wire plays with your team at the moment, I think you know your league better than I do. If you trust that, hey, there are going to be quarterbacks on the waiver wire at all times year round, and you're not a big Caleb Williams guy, completely fine with that. I think you can just leave this as is. You don't need to roster 2 QBs. I would be interested, though, if we have like Kyler Murray. I think I would be interesting to drop Byshell Tootin and pick up Caleb. If you're feeling cool with Kyler Murray and you're like, man, I'm never going to start Caleb over him, or you want to see Caleb with Ben Johnson before you actually make a play like that, I would drop Byshell Tootin for Trey Benson in that case. I think comparable prospects, but in the case of Benson, you only have one running back that he has to see go down with an injury in comparison to Byshell Tootin, since you're in the 3-man running back by committee. Even if like something were to occur to ETN, you still maybe have to deal with Bigsby. So I think I would just drop Byshell Tootin. I'd pick up either Caleb or I'd pick up Trey Benson. And then you can maybe pick Tootin back up off the waiver wire after we get past this week and we're able to drop the Cardinals DST. But I really appreciate you and hope I was able to help you out in some way. And again, let me know in the chat real quick if you have any more questions. I sent over some free vouchers to you on the site too. So you should have additional questions on your account if you need. And as I stall to wait for Bubba to ask us if he has any more questions with his team here, I know I've been annoying, but I'm going to continue to be annoying because this is the biggest day of the year when it comes to Underdog promos. If you go through and look at the pick'ems that they have for week 1, it is insane. You have the free Saquon Barkley gimme pick for tonight, more than less than half a total yard. You have a 50% profit boost token for tonight as well, more than less than, I'm sorry, not more than less than, 50% profit boost token that you can use for tonight's game, a 50% profit boost token that you can use for tomorrow's game, a 100% profit boost token that you can use for the Sunday games that drops on Saturday, and additional promos on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. On top of this, if you use code FLOCK when you sign up to Underdog, you're going to get $50 added in your account when you play your first 5. And on top of that, Underdog is allowing us to do Flock Pick'em packs in the lobby right now, which you can see that we have Dak Prescott for higher than 230 passing yards, George Pickens for fewer than 5 receptions, and Saquon Barkley to have a touchdown. If that happens, that would be a 5x. And then going over and looking at what we have with what I decided to do with my free Saquon Barkley pick is I went Barkley to have a yard, Swift to have 9.5, Hampton to have 9.85 as well. So definitely take advantage of it. And also, if you got the season pass or you're an annual mother flocker on flockfantasy.com, go ahead and fill out the Google form on the drafts page. You can find it. It just says $10 Underdog credit, and you're going to get an extra $10 added into your Underdog account. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next one. But yeah, essentially, if you take advantage of all those promos, you can deposit $10, play 5, and then you'll have $70 in your account. And then you can see all the promos they have planned this week. It is legitimately insane. Now, Jay Mudsey with our next question. This is running backs push up the board pretty fast, found advantages at other positions, but feeling the running back gap pretty heavy. Would you look to trade down quarterback or tight end for a running back? Few teams have an RB to give. So we are the number 1 team in the league analyzer. Running back does matter in your league because it's a 2 wide receiver single flex format. So with the 2 wide receiver single flex format, the wide receiver depth is not going to be incredibly important. We have the number 1 team in this league, and yes, we are extremely weak at running back. Week 1, we're starting Breece Hall and Javonte Williams, arguably the worst running back room in this league. Now, long term, we do have the upside of Caleb Johnson and Byshell Tootin. So what I would not do in your league is I would not trade away Allen. I would not trade away McBride. To have the combo of Chase, Allen, and McBride in a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, you should be in a very comfortable position knowing that they're going to make up such a high percentage of our starting lineup output weekly that they're going to allow us to overcome a bad running back room. Now, what I would do, if possible, is if we could approach a team that has a garbage tight end room, this team has Kyle Pitts, and we could just try our best to send them Tucker Kraft and get back Jalen Warren. Even if that means we have to include a player, like can we send them Tucker Kraft and Byshell Tootin and get back Jalen Warren? Can we send them Tucker Kraft and Byshell Tootin and get back Travis Etienne? Because Tucker Kraft effectively is going to be a 0 for us. We're never starting him over Trey McBride. We're never going to be putting him in the flex spot. So, I mean, I would love to make that kind of 2-for-1 deal where we could just get a serviceable running back for the beginning of the season. Going over and looking at another team that could use some help at tight end. This one has Loveland. I would assume that you do have a lot more upside with Loveland rest of season, but in the short term, Kraft should be a much better option. Is there a world in which we can sell Kraft and get back Judkins, get back Trey Benson? If so, I want to do so. And give me 1 second. I'll be back in 5 seconds. We're going to be answering questions all the way until kickoff. Okay, we are back. I'm sorry about that. But I would love to try to get any value out of Tucker Kraft if we can. Because if we can't, you know what we're going to end up having to do with our team, which will absolutely suck, is we'll have to cut Tucker Kraft. He's going to be our first cut on this team as soon as any of these running backs off the waiver wire are going to become interesting plays. Like one, I think Braylon Allen's an interesting play right now. So like if there's a world you can trade Tucker Kraft and buy Shell Tootin and get Travis Etienne from that team that's very much tight end needy, we get Etienne, a running back that's we're probably not starting week 1, but at least gives us a path to having some usability. And then we can pick up Braylon Allen with the open roster spot. That's what we want to be doing. I want to find a way that we can roster more running backs here. But it's just going to be very difficult with how good the bottom end pieces on our team are. I can't drop Deebo Samuel. I don't want to drop Tucker Kraft. So I think the only play is we try to sell Kraft to get any running back we can in return. We throw in buy Shell Tootin to get the most marginal upgrade possible. And then we pick up like Braylon Allen with our free roster spot. But I like your team's the number 1 team in the league analyzer. You have Josh Allen, Jamar Chase, Trey McBride. It's a league in which you only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. So I want to hold the elite quarterback. I want to hold the elite tight ends. The only thing that it comes down to is there a path for us to roster more of these running backs that are an injury away from turning into league winners? Because you pick up Braylon Allen here and we get an injury to Breece Hall, we are still alive. You pick up Braylon Allen here and Breece Hall gets traded to the Dallas Cowboys, you win the league. But really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And yeah, thank you so much again for being a member of the flock, my guy. Now I'm going to move this over and we are going to answer some of the quick questions with the start, sit, trade, and super messages. And we may be able to turn team reviews back on soon. Are there any mods in the chat? I may have to find a new mod. I don't think we've made a new moderator on the stream in forever. Because we're going to get the bots coming back in and starting to spam. But dubs with our next start set. Here we need 2 running backs. Kyron Henderson will be the easy starts there. Wide receiver, we're going to go Lamb, Devonta Smith. Tight end, give me Kincaid. And then for the flex, I would go with Ricky Pearsall over Calvin Ridley, with Ridley having a really tough matchup against Denver. But Creativers says we've hit 900 likes on the stream. Let me check to see if that's true, because every time we hit 100 likes on the stream, we were giving away free start sit questions and trade questions in the chat. So if you haven't already, go down there and hit the like. And also, we're going to be live streaming for about 8 hours today total. Actually, more than that. We're going to be live streaming for like 9 hours today, answering questions. So, because we did it on the other channel too. So subscribe if you have not done so already. Let me pull this up. And yes, we actually did hit 900 likes. So drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat right now, and we'll go ahead and we will set some people up with some free vouchers. But Navi with our next one. Quarterback Lawrence over Dak this week in the Superflex pretty easily. Taylor's going to be an auto start at running back. Wide receiver, we're going to go Marvin and then probably DJ Moore in the flex. Yeah, DJ Moore, Amari, and Hampton's a little bit tougher. Like looking at what we have with Najee Harris coming in, I'm not worried about Najee being the lead back. He's practiced like twice with this team. But I would definitely prefer Hampton with no Najee. Looking at my flex rankings, I have Hampton at 36 and I have DJ Moore at 38. I have them really close. I'm still going to go with Hampton. I think that he's a 3-down running back. I think that he is a pass catcher, athletic, big play upside. And I don't know how worried we should really be about Najee Harris. Now let's pick somebody in the chat real quick. Let's do Jaden B 1016. We picked him earlier and he gave us the wrong name, so we had to skip by him and go with somebody else. But we got the correct one now, so let me hook you up, my friend. Appreciate you sticking with us for so long. Jaden B. Is it Jaden with the Y? Yeah, Jaden B 1016. I got you. You should have some free vouchers in your account now. But Markix Pluto says Harbaugh said Hampton starts, but worried about Najee. Our other option would be Tracy. Not worried about it. I don't know if Najee's that much better than Scadaboo at this point. And then we know that the Chargers offense is better, and I know Hampton's a better running back than Tracy. And then for the flex, I'm going to you probably go Tracy anyway. Tracy versus Igbuka, full PPR format, maybe you lean with the receiver. Yeah, full PPR league, we'll lean with the receiver, Igbuka over Tracy. But Tracy, not the worst play in the world. Don't love the matchup, though. Now, Madden State, this is Chase Brown, Calvin Ridley versus Joe Mixon and Nico. Nico over Chase Brown, Ridley over Mixon. Running back afterwards, we'd have Jacobs, Henderson, so you can live at running back. I mean, as long as we can survive, we'll go with the Nico Collins side. 10-team league, give me the best player, but Mixon may be a 0, and you need to be prepared for that. Worthy as the Lamb says, would you change any starters in any trades? Looking at this, you could consider JMO over Igbuka. And then I don't think you make any trades. I think you got a good team here. But yeah, if you wanted to swap anything, it would be Jameson for Igbuka. Brett says, who do you think the best creator is on the website? This guy. This guy with the mustache here, which I can't believe nobody's mentioned so far. Look at that. We're going to pretend like I'm not looking like a cop at this point? Look at that. How could I not be the best creator on the website when I got that stash? BM Rake says, any trade recommendations? My friend, I can't see your team if you submit a super message. This would be like a team review. So I'll send you over like a free start set question. But yeah, again, when you send a super message, the only thing I can see is the super message. Vic coming through with our next start set. We're going to go Baker at quarterback. Running back, Barkley, Kyron. Obviously, the auto starts. Wide receiver, A.J. Brown. Tight end, I go Andrews over Goddard. If the weather's bad in Philly, I go Terry over Smith. I saw people in the chat earlier saying that the weather looks tough in Philly right now. Let me see if they've moved the total of that game down. No, they still project the Eagles to be the highest scoring the highest scoring offense in the NFL this week. So if you want to go Smith over Terry, I'm not going to fault you for it, but that would be the swap you would possibly make. And then also, actually, you could go Judy over Terry. It's just who we're going to bench between Judy, Terry, and Smith. If you really want to bench Terry there because he missed training camp, I'm not going to fault you for it. Handy trading London for Tyreek and Pacheco. I would rather have London in a vacuum. It would have to be a pretty deep league where I'm pretty running back needy to pivot from London to Tyreek and Pacheco. Now, Sam and Gill says, do I make a trade for a running back? RB, we have Eckler in the starting lineup right now. Then we have Igbuka down in the flex. We'll see what Eckler does week 1 and Javonte does week 1. I think you'll have much better information of what we should be doing come Monday. And maybe if Ricky Pearsall does pop, you could eventually look to go through and trade like Ricky Pearsall for an RB. Jay Berry, we're going to go. I'm not playing Marvin Mims here. I play Rome Odunze over Marvin Mims easily. Yeah, swap Mims out of this lineup and get Rome in. And running back, obviously, swap Javonte out and get Kyron in. We're going to start Swift, Kyron, Lamb, Rome, Bowers, Debo. Now, our next one is T. Justice. Here for the flex, if we were to look to consider anyone, I guess the best option would be Jacoby Myers. I know you have Amari retiring, but new coaching staff, new quarterback, and a trade request, I would be sketched out to start Jacoby Myers week 1. Like, I would rather play Rome over him. I know Rome, you also have a new coaching staff, but Rome's not also asking to leave Las Vegas. B-Mac trading Pacheco and Kyron for Bucky and Cup. Give me Bucky over Kyron. Give me Pacheco over Cup. 10-team league, leftover at running back. We'd have Bucky, Henry, Brees. Yeah, so you have plenty of running back depth. You can go ahead and you make a play for Bucky. Deeper format, maybe it'd be a little tougher to do so. Now let's refresh this. And Tyler with our next question. Here we have a flex play. We're looking at Zay Flowers, Devonta Smith, and really that's it. I may actually go Flowers. You have Henry as well. This does project to be the highest scoring game of the week. Typically, you are going to see the Baltimore Ravens want to be as run heavy as possible, but this may be the one spot in which they can't. Just because, I mean, they are actually dogs in this game. Oh, let's refresh this. And let's get back to the team reviews. And let me see on the other screen how many reviews I have left to do. Actually, I think they're all right here. So I may be able to turn team reviews back on. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Let me do a couple team reviews and then we'll turn them back on if anybody wants to get them on the site, and we'll just have to monitor how many come in, and I may have to turn them off again. But let me think. Can we turn them on now? Let me stall real quick. Okay, we're gonna stall before we get into the Waddle team. And the best way to stall possibly is by annoying y'all one more time with the Underdog promos that are currently live for y'all if y'all are already on Underdog, and also the ones that are live for you if you're not already on. If you're already live on Underdog, which I know we spent all offseason drafting there, you have a gimme Saquon Barkley pick more than less than half a total yard for tonight's game. Then you also have a 50% profit boost token for tonight's game as well, a 50% profit boost token for tomorrow night's game, a 100% profit boost token that will drop for the Sunday game, and you are going to be getting additional promos on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. And if you are new to Underdog Fantasy, you will get $50 added in your account after you play your first 5. And if you got the season pass, or if you're an annual mother flocker on flockfantasy.com, if you go and fill out the Google form on the site, you'll get an additional $10 added in your Underdog account. So effectively, you deposit $10, you have $70 in your account. Underdog is available in like 40 plus states. It's available in most states. It's available in all the big ones. And also, they have the Flock boosted pick'em packs that we're going to be riding on together, that hopefully I can live stream after the game's over and go, look, we hit. With Dak for higher than 230 passing yards, Barkley to score a touchdown, and George Pickens fewer than 5 receptions. And if you need help figuring out what to use the Saquon Barkley free pick with, this is what I did. I did Saquon Barkley to have a yard. This is the gimme. Attached to DeAndre Swift to have 9.5 fantasy points. Hampton to have 9.85 fantasy points. And if those both go higher, we're going to turn $10 into 65. So that link's in the description, comment section, live chat, where it says free Saquon Barkley pick. Now, Waddle with our next team. Says, hey, Mason, love the content and keep up the great work. Drafted this team very early August before the B-Rob trade and the news of his potential departure. Best running backs you could look at to pick up for Thursday Night Football. What would you recommend? Thank you, my guy. Appreciate you, my friend. Looking at what we have here, we are CD House of Lambaster, like the team name. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So 2 wide receiver, single flex league. I do like the setup that we have with the elite quarterback and the elite tight ends. The wide receiver depth is not going to be that important. Having the elite QB, having the elite tight end here is going to allow us to get a significant edge on our league mates, even if they are better than us at the skill positions, because simply you can only get a total of 5 wide receivers and running backs in your lineup. Now, going over and looking at what you have at running back, it's a debacle. You have the worst running back room in this league. It's not even close either. We have Caleb Johnson, Travis Etienne, Jordan Mason, Austin Eckler, Byshell Tootin, Jaden Blue, Dameon Pierce. For submitting a starting lineup week 1, Austin Eckler's our running back 1, and Travis Etienne's our running back 2. Is this something that we want to do? Hell to the no. This is no bueno. I would like to roster as many running backs as we possibly can. In going through and looking at what we currently have on the waiver wire, you have Brian Robinson, Ollie Gordon, who are effectively just premium handcuff backs, right? Now, with that being said, looking at what we have with the players we could potentially cut, I believe we just got word from somebody in the chat that Jaden Blue is going to be ruled out for this game. So to be honest with you, I know we're not starting Jaden Blue. I knew we were not starting Miles Sanders, but there is an outside chance that Miles Sanders is now going to be the hottest waiver wire pickup of the week, depending on what happens in the game tonight. So I wouldn't fault you at all if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to drop Jaden Blue and pick up Miles Sanders just to see what happens tonight in the game. And then obviously it should be an easy pivot back after the game. I mean, on the waiver wire. I don't think anybody's going to be rushing out there to pick up Jaden Blue after Jaden Blue just doesn't play. Now, the other thing that we could look at is Dameon Pierce versus Brian Robinson. Obviously, Brian Robinson just being the straight up handcuff back. I know people aren't going to be as excited about this, but the true upside you have with Brian Robinson is significantly higher than the true upside that you have with Dameon Pierce. Like, McCaffrey goes down, Brian Robinson can solve our running back issues with this team. That is in the range of outcomes. So I would be quick to cut Dameon Pierce and to pick up Brian Robinson, depending on what we see with the usage in Houston this week. Now, going over and looking at what we have with wide receiver, we can only start 3 wide receivers here, so the depth isn't going to matter too much. We have Lamb, Harrison, Tet, Igbuka. So we have 3 wide receivers we can start every single week, and we have Josh Downs, wide receiver 5. You have to go out there and do what we can to sell a wide receiver for a running back. It doesn't matter if this is a depth receiver. It doesn't matter if this is a top-end receiver. It sucks that we'd have to change our name. I like our team name here. But I would sell CeeDee Lamb for Barkley, Gibbs, or Bijan with your team. I would even consider pivoting from CeeDee Lamb to maybe going over and looking at what you have with like Christian McCaffrey, to be honest. Like, you do that simple move, our running back position is sorted out. Obviously, wide receiver will be much shakier at that point, but you can still start Marv, Tet, Igbuka. That's not horrendous. Like, I think getting Igbuka into your starting lineup that way is a lot better than having Travis Etienne into your starting lineup. So I would just like to do a 1-for-1 swap where we move on from CeeDee Lamb for one of the top 4 RBs. The other thing that we could look at doing is trading Marv straight up for either James Cook or Chuba Hubbard. But I don't think, like, we have the number 1 wide receiver room in this league, and we can only start 3 receivers, and we have the worst running back room in this league, and it's not close. So what I would probably look to do is I would probably go out there and try our best to just sell a receiver for a running back, to be honest. But I appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way there, whether it was with the waiver wire or an obvious trade. But again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock, my guy. Now let's move this over to our next team. This is going to be from Halo Ben. Says, thanks. Appreciate your comments and suggestions on the team draft position number 4. Really appreciate you, my friend. And congrats on having the best team in the league, according to the league analyzer. It's a 12-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. So I definitely want to be building around running back, quarterback, tight end, as opposed to wide receiver in a format like this. Looking at what we have, we went Bijan round 1, and then it looks like we somehow managed to get 2 round 2 picks, which is probably why we are the number 1 team in the analyzer. I mean, we were sitting with both Bucky Irving and A.J. Brown. I wouldn't even be able to guess which one went in round 2, which one went in round 3. JSN's a round 3 pick that we have as our 4th best player. Kenneth Walker's a round 4 pick that we have as our 5th best player. I have Tet ranked as a round 4 pick that we have as our 6th best player. Travis Hunter I have ranked as a round 5 pick that I have ranked as our 7th best player. Like, this is a great team. Looking at the expendable pieces that we have, like running back, I love Bijan, Bucky, Walker. Just jam them in at running back in the flex every single week. Wide receiver, we have Tet, we have Hunter, we have Downs. One thing that will be very easy to say is if you're in a spot in which you could potentially go through and you could potentially cut Jalen Coker. If Coker is actually taking up a roster spot for us, obviously we would do so. We'd go pick up Jaden Higgins or Colson Loveland in a heartbeat. However, I'm assuming that Coker probably is on our IR, right? So cutting him wouldn't open up a roster spot for us. But if it would, we would make that pivot easily. Now, looking at what we have at quarterback, we have Kyler Murray, Caleb Williams. So quarterback, not great. One thing that we could try to do is, again, best team in the league, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, keep it stupid simple, overpay for an elite quarterback. Hey, I'll give you JSN and Kyler Murray, give me Lamar. I'll give you JSN and Kyler Murray, give me Allen. I'll give you JSN and Kyler Murray, give me Daniels. You make that swap. Tet slides up to wide receiver 2. Hunter slides up to wide receiver 3. Down slides up to wide receiver 4. If all of a sudden you have Lamar at quarterback, you can cut Caleb. You open 2 roster spots. You can pick up Jaden Higgins and you can pick up Loveland. Great. Same thing with the JSN trade in the tight end. Hey, I'll give you JSN and Hawkinson. Give me Kittle. I'll give you JSN and Hawkinson. Give me McBride. I'll give you JSN and Hawkinson. Give me Bowers. Then at that point, we can go ahead. We can just pick up Jaden Higgins with the empty roster spot that we have. So you have a great team. Because Kenneth Walker is like such a strong flex play for us every single week. And like Tet, Travis Hunter, Downs all project to be on the bench. I would try to leverage that with a JSN trade to get an elite onesie, whether that's quarterback or tight end in a league where you only start 2 receivers in a flex. But I think that's all I got for you. I really appreciate you. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way. And again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock here. And let me make sure I hooked you up with those free questions. Oh, yes, I did. Okay, perfect. Now let's move this over. And this is from Ryan. We're going to get to Ryan's team. And then honestly, I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to turn on team reviews for me on the site again, where if you were waiting to get a team review, you should be able to get it in. I'm just going to make sure I'm monitoring with my phone because I get an email every time y'all purchase a team review. And I'm going to just turn them off like if we get too many. If you purchase a team review right now, I cannot guarantee that we answer it before the game. I can guarantee it would be answered within 24 hours, but not before the game. Obviously, I'm going to answer all sorts of questions, all trade questions, and all super chats before the game, so don't worry about that. But team reviews are officially back on the site for me. Okay. Now, Ryan Van says, hey, here's my team. It seems pretty strong. I was offered this trade to get McCaffrey and a top tight end, but wondering if I should take it. Have good wide receivers that could make up for the Hill loss, but losing Warren as my prime back would be worrisome. Thoughts on the deal? So to get McCaffrey and a top tight end. So, okay, I think the trade screenshot's going to be attached here. Okay, let me pull this up. Hopefully this trade's still on the table for us, my friend. I'm sorry that we weren't able to get to this like right when you submitted. Typically we can get to the team reviews within 24 hours, but we just had too many people submit them like at the same time where we fell behind dramatically. But this is the trade here. We would trade Achane to upgrade to McCaffrey. We would trade Tyreek to upgrade to McBride. And we would be moving on from David Njoku and Jalen Warren for scraps. We'd just be paying to get it done. I like this deal. If you got CMC, you won this trade. And please, if Ryan is out here in the chat with me, I'd love to talk to you about this. Hopefully you're here. But yes, let's go through and let's get that for sure. Now, going over and looking at what we have, this is a league in which you can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly. So the depth is going to be somewhat important here at the wide receiver position. We have the elite quarterback with Bo Nix. Let me reframe saying that. We have a solid quarterback with Bo Nix. Wide receiver, we have CeeDee Lamb and Jackson Smith and Jigba. So we have the elite wide receiver 1 and wide receiver 2 combo. Running back, we have Achane and Kamara. So in a full PPR format, if this is, that's what? 2 RB1s? We have Tyreek and Tet as phenomenal flex plays. Going down to the bench, Jalen Warren. I like selling him if he's on our bench right now, because he's not going to get better as time goes on. Like, Caleb Johnson's going to take a larger role in the second half of the season than he'll have now. So, yeah, if you can sell Jalen Warren and go effectively get that upgrade elsewhere, it's kind of a no-brainer here, considering the context that you're kind of cashing out at a top-end price. Looking at what we have with the potential like depth piece of Ridley, Charbonnet, Scat can be league winners. Luther Burden could be a league winner. Loveland is a great backup tight ends. We have Caleb as a backup quarterback. This is a phenomenal team where you can afford to make that McCaffrey deal. Because if I was looking at this team and I was looking at it with no context of the CMC trade, what would I say? I'd go, man, you're so damn strong here. We got Jalen Warren on the bench. Not only do we have a starting running back on the bench, but we have upside wide receiver pieces on the bench as well. Like, Tet is our wide receiver 4. Jalen Warren's our running back 3. What would I want to do? Man, I probably want to go out there and get an elite quarterback or an elite tight end. I'd say you probably could afford it. So if that's what we are wanting to do, and you're getting not only offered the elite tight end with McBride, but also at the same time getting offered the elite upgrade to McCaffrey, you absolutely have to go for it. I love your team. I think it's going to be even better after the trade. I'm trying to think if there's anything else to say. But no, I mean, if that trade doesn't go through, I would still explore other options to possibly upgrade at quarterback or upgrade at tight ends. But I think you're in a really good spot here, my friend. And yeah, I really appreciate you. I really wish I was able to say more than this, but I think you have a phenomenal team. It's even going to be better after the trade you make. But let me send you over some free questions just in case you have anything else that you want to follow up with us here. I'd be happy to take a look at it for you. Now let's move this over to our next one. This is going to be, I want to win. Or I want to win. Never mind. I don't know. I read win twice. It says, how we do? All right. We are the Moneyball selections. Let me send you over some free questions real quick, just in case you have any follow-ups. It is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. So a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex. For me personally, I would say that we are needing to see the upside for a wide receiver or a running back to be ranked inside the top 18 of our weekly rankings if we are going to roster them at the very bottom end of our team. Obviously, Marvin Mims could very easily finish as the wide receiver, a top 10 wide receiver any given week. But could we ever know when it's going to happen? Could I ever say, you know what, for sure we are going to have Marvin Mims as a top 15 wide receiver in my rankings, even if you were to get an injury to like Cortland Sutton, probably is not happening. So for me, I would actually drop Marvin Mims here in a league where you only have 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. I know it's maybe a little bit of an awkward spot where we're also sitting with Chris Godwin, but I may drop Mims and pick up Ayuk, thinking that Ayuk does have the upside in the second half of the season for us. If this was a multi-flex league or is a league where you needed to start 3 wide receivers, obviously I would be a little more inclined to hold on to just the wide receiver that we could get in the lineup early on. I just don't see any world in which, actually you have Rashee Rice, never mind, ignore all that. It's a move we want to make a couple weeks from now, but it's not a move we can make right this second. Because not only do we have Rice, not only do we have Godwin, but we have Rice as well. So we're going to be extremely limited on the moves that we can make, both waiver wire wise as well as trades. Because we also have Caleb Johnson, we also have Quinshon Judkins, we also have RJ Harvey. We have the elite tight end with McBride. I would like to get a better quarterback than Caleb, but again, considering the situation that we find ourselves in, where we are having to just kind of wait for Godwin, we're having to wait for Rice, we're having to wait for Caleb, we're having to wait for Judkins, we're having to wait for RJ Harvey. We're almost all of the options that we have down here on our bench are players that we can't trust in the short term, but are just long-term options. It really limits the moves that we can make today. Now, we are the second team in the league analyzer. So, I mean, we're in a really comfortable spot in terms of the long-term value. The only thing that is worth like really thinking about is, what do we do when we get all these players back in? And once you get all those players back in and a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, I would say it's probably going to be worth it for you to go out there and try to get an upgrade over Caleb Williams. But how are we going to afford to do that right now? You trade Tet and our wide receiver screwed. I mean, our wide receiver room screwed at the moment. So we leave this team as is. I really like it for the time being. I just think that based off everything that we see with all these long-term options and nothing in the short term, you have not much flexibility to make trades with this team other than just kind of, or even make waiver wire moves, but just waiting for hopefully some of these rookies, injured players, or suspended players to come in and eventually help us out. I do think that if our QB1's Caleb, you probably don't want to just roster 1 QB. I would probably pick your favorite between Michael Penix or Tua, and then drop Jaden Blue and pick up a second quarterback just in case Caleb face plants, because that's definitely in the range of outcomes. It's not the most likely scenario, but it's not like Caleb's Lamar. It's not like he's Allen. It's not like he's Hurts. It's not like he's Daniels. Now, moving this over to our next question. It's going to be from Bear Maulings. $500 work league using the flock sheets. Dear God, hopefully we did not fail you in this one. Also, Deonta Thornton, not sure why he isn't showing up. Super late round flyer on. Okay, so if you picked up Deonta Thornton, looking pretty damn good at this point, considering the Amari Cooper retirement. So we are currently in a 12-team start 8 format. So 12-team start 8 league, the wide receiver depth and the running back depth is going to matter a little bit more. We have the elite level QB with Josh Allen, which obviously we are excited about. We obviously don't need to roster another quarterback if we have the elite level option there. Going over to seeing what we have at running back, we have Kenneth Walker, Breece Hall, Travis Etienne. So realistically, this is probably the weakness of the team, right? I mean, Kenneth Walker, I would love as my RB2. Breece Hall, I would love as my RB3. But to have them RB2 and RB3, it's not going to be the best. And then we have Travis Etienne, Quinshon Judkins. It's guys that we don't need to rely upon, but maybe we have the upside in the second half of the season. Like, honestly, with Travis Etienne, I feel like what we'd kind of need is we need to trade at this point. And who knows what the likelihood of that is. Going over to receiver, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Drake London, George Pickens, all viable options. And Deebo Samuel. Like Deebo Samuel in a start 8, 12 team full PPR format, actually probably going to be somebody that we are holding on to and probably somebody that we actually need here. Going over and looking at tight end, we have Mark Andrews and Dalton Kincaid. Definitely Mark Andrews is going to be our start early on. I think Andrews is going to crush when you have no Isaiah Likely, but when Likely comes back, and in a lot of these game environments where we just expect that we're going to have the Baltimore Ravens running the ball over and over and over again, we'd assume that we do get some regression from Mark Andrews eventually. So I like your team. I don't like running back that much, but looking at like changes that we can make from here. You said we had Deonta Thornton Jr. I don't know why he's showing up on the waiver wire, not your actual team. I would like to upgrade running back if we can, but like Debo and Pickens are actually in our starting lineup right now. So if you were to go through and if you were to trade like Pickens and Breece Hall to get an upgrade at running back, then all that means is we're just going to be a little bit more questionable at the flex. So I don't know if you have the flexibility when it comes to making a trade where we sell a wide receiver here. If it was a 2 wide receiver single flex format, then sure, we would go for it. But in a league which this is a start 8 where we're going to be starting those 4 receivers, we just have to send up a prayer. Ryan says he made the trade 2 days ago. Thank God. Happy to hear you made that deal, my guy. But I think you leave this team as is. It's a good team. It's not a juggernaut. It looks like your league mates know what they're doing. One, based off the fact that there are no garbage teams in this league. And at the same time, there aren't any like super, super obvious ads on the waiver wire. I like the team. Hopefully we hit on a running back. This team could actually use Judkins coming back. That would help a ton. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. I know I really didn't say much. So let me send you over some additional free questions. I don't even know if we sent you any yet. Let me make sure we send you a bunch. So you should have free questions, Bo Trade, Start Set, and you should have a bunch in your account as well. I really appreciate you. I wish I had more like obvious moves that we can make with your team. Now, I just got the emails. It looks like we turned on our roster reviews and a decent amount of them got sent in, and I am getting PTSD where I'm not trying to fall that far behind again. So I'm going to turn off our roster reviews. Y'all had like 5 or 10 minutes to get them in there, but we can turn them back on later. And let me move this over. We're going to get these start, sit, and trade questions going, but I kind of need to stall for a second for us to do that. So as I do that, let me be annoying with y'all again. I know that we've said this 1,000 times. However, I'm going to say it 1,001 because it is the most important day for it. The Underdog promos that you have available this week. Saquon Barkley, free gimme pick, more than less than half a total yard for tonight's game. A 50% profit boost token on Thursday. A 50% profit boost token on Friday. A 100% profit boost token drops on Saturday for the Sunday slate. Additional promos on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. That's not it. If you are new to Underdog Fantasy, if you use code FLOCK, you are going to get $50 added into your account after you play your first 5. And on top of that, Underdog is allowing us to host Flock boosted pick'em packs right now, where you can see that we have Dak Prescott to have 230 passing yards, Saquon Barkley to score a touchdown, and George Pickens to have fewer than 5 receptions. And if that happens, that would be a 5x. And if you needed some help figuring out what to use your Saquon Barkley free pick with, this is what I did. I did Saquon Barkley to have a yard, DeAndre Swift to have at least 9.5 fantasy points, Amari Hampton to have 9.85. And if that happens, we turn $10 into 65. And with that as well, if you did get the season pass on flockfantasy.com or you have the annual Mother Flocker membership, make sure that you fill out the Google form on the sites. And if you do so, you're going to get an extra $10 added in your Underdog account. So you could literally deposit $10, play your first 5, and then you'll be sitting there with like $70 in your account. But let's move this over and let's pull back up some of the quick questions. The start sits, the trades, and the super chats. Now, BM Rakes coming through. Right now on the bench, we have Jalen Warren. He would be the guy I wanted to get in the starting lineup if we were to start somebody, but I'm not going to start him over any of these names. You could also actually, I see Pickens here. You could pivot from George Pickens, Egbuka to Pickens. Can y'all please spam the chat right now? Who would you rather play this week? Would you rather go with Egbuka going up against the Atlanta Falcons, or would you rather go with Pickens going up against the Philadelphia Eagles? Are you going to go Egbuka or are you going to go Pickens? Okay. Got Egbuka, Pickens, Egbuka, 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 Pickens, 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 Egbuka, Pickens, Egbuka, 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 Pickens, Egbuka, Pickens, 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 Egbuka, Egbuka. Anthony says rain has me worried. Egbuka, Pickens, Pickens, Egbuka. It does look like it's really split in the chat. It is going to be up to you. I mean, maybe it's like 55-45 on the Egbuka side if you don't love the Dallas weather. Now, Bengals Super Bowl 2026 coming through. We have a flex between Devonta Smith and DeAndre Swift. I'm going to be boring. I'm going to take 3-down running back with Swift. Again, if you actually look at the underdog projections, though, they only have him higher, lower 9.45 points. They are much lower on him than I am. So maybe I'm missing something. Travis says, looking between Rome or Pittman at the flex. So down here for the flex, I would go Rome over Pittman relatively easily. Josh Downs is off the injury report. Kurgan with a question, Egbuka versus JMO. Let me pull up my flex rankings for you. I think we're going to have Jamison Williams ahead of Egbuka, but they should be in a relatively similar tier. I have JMO in our flex rankings this week at... Did I get to put him in here? I think so. No, I didn't forget him. I have him at 48. I have Egbuka at 46. So we do have them essentially back to back. We got Pacheco sandwich right between them. Half PPR format, you could talk me into Jamison over Egbuka though, because I make the rankings for the videos for full PPR leagues. And I think you have more big play potential with JMO, but more target volume with Egbuka. Now, Tyler trading David Montgomery and Jacoby Myers for Kamara. What? This 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. In that case, Jacoby Myers is almost meaningless. You go and get Alvin Kamara. It's not even really close here either. Go get Kamara. Okay. And let's bring back up the team reviews. So how many team reviews did we get when we turned them on and turned them back off? Dear God. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This is just for future reference because I have to plan out how we're doing these streams. Because last year I just had all the questions turned on at all times. But if I turned on team reviews for, this looks like this was 18 minutes and then this was 6 minutes. So I turned on team reviews for 12 minutes and we had 12 team reviews come in. So it looks like that's going to have to be the setup this year. Maybe it changes. Maybe people are really just wanting team reviews right now and then that they're not going to care about them as much 3 weeks from now. But it looks like we're going to have to go like team reviews are on for the next 30 minutes and get them in. Or we're just going to fall too far behind and we're just never going to be able to catch up. And I'm trying my absolute best. I've been live for 5 hours. I'm going to live stream up until kickoff. I live streamed this morning on the Dynasty channel to do all the Dynasty team reviews. I'm going to stream after the game a bunch of team reviews as well. So I'm trying my best, but this is kind of the best that we can be doing right now. Now, Renaud with our next question says, what do you think? Am I good or am I cooked? Family leagues are always wild. I know you've been with us forever now, my guy. I really appreciate you. And we are the #1 team in the league analyzer. And whatever family member this is, they just simply have no idea what they're doing. In reality, I almost feel like we should be doing a team review for this team because I'll have things to say and suggestions to make. Where our team, we're number one in the league analyzer, maybe it's going to be a little bit tougher. So this is a 12-team start 8 format. So 12-team start 8 league, full PPR, wide receiver depth is actually going to matter here. Looking at what we have at quarterback, we have Caleb and Fields to play the matchups with. It's a family league. We can kind of see this with the waiver wire that everybody's rostering 2 quarterbacks. So like the best quarterbacks on waivers are Michael Penix, Bryce Young. So in reality, we're really not going to be making any drops at quarterback. Like you definitely need to be rostering 2 here, and we're going to be playing the matchups between Caleb and Fields for the time being. Now, going over and looking at running back, we have Alvin Kamara, Tony Pollard, and Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. So 2 running backs that we can start early, and then a running back that we potentially like the upside for. This is by far and away our weakest position. You can see this with the league analyzer as well, where we are ranked 12th. Going over to see what we have at wide receiver, we have St. Brown, Puka, Higgins, Adams as players that we're starting every single week. We have Rome, Diggs, and Downs on the bench right now. So again, if this was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, I would hate this. I would say, man, you really dropped the ball. You really should have gone through and you really should have I drafted a high-end running back and not just loaded up on so many of these receivers. But it's a league where we can start 4 of them, so it's not that bad. We have Tyler Warren at tight end. So here's what I'm wanting to do, especially as we go over and we look. There are still quality wide receivers off waivers here. There's Chris Godwin. There's Jaden Higgins. So I don't know how willing your family members are going to be to trade. But what I probably want to try to do is I probably want to see if we can sell a wide receiver and go get an upgrade at either quarterback or running back. Like, can we sell Devontae Adams and Alvin Kamara and get to Bucky Irving, get to Chase Brown, get to Devon Achane, get to Ashton Genty? If that's possible, let's go for it. Get to Jonathan Taylor, get to Josh Jacobs. I'm sending that offer out to every single person. I would offer T. Higgins and Tony Pollard for the same group of guys: Bucky, Chase, Jacobs, Taylor, Genty, Achane, Henry. I'm sending those 12 trade offers out to see if we can find anybody to bite and trade us a running back for the wide receiver piece. Because then you can slide Rome Odunze into your starting lineup. It's not the end of the world, and you will have a significant upgrade when it comes to RB. And then if we were able to make that 2-for-1 deal, we could just go ahead and we could pick up Chris Godwin off the waiver wire for completely free. Now, what I would probably look to do if we can't, like maybe your league mates or your family members, they're not going to make trades. Maybe they don't care about fantasy football that much. Like if I was in a league with my family members, I know there's no way I was pulling off trades. I know if I was going to win the league, it'd have to be with the draft and with waivers. I would cut Josh Downs for Chris Godwin. Well, obviously we're not going to start Godwin anytime soon. We're not starting Downs anytime soon. There's no way in hell he hits our starting lineup over St. Brown, Puka, Higgins, and Adams. So we're picking up Chris Godwin regardless, because the only thing that matters when you have such a good team like this is going to be the upside, upside, upside. And I think Godwin does have a tremendous amount of upside. I think our plan A would be, can we trade and make a deal for one of those running backs we discussed? We could also go through and try to trade like T. Higgins and Caleb Williams to get to Lamar Jackson, T. Higgins and Caleb Williams to try to get to Josh Allen, T. Higgins and Caleb Williams to try to get to Jaden Daniels, Jalen Hurts. We could do that if we strike out on the running backs. And we could also try to do the same thing, Devontae Adams and Tyler Warren, and give me George Kittle, right? But no matter what, it's centered around us trading away one of the receivers, upgrading another position, and using the backfield roster spots to pick up Chris Godwin and Jaden Higgins if we can open those spots. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. And congrats on having the best team in your league. Now let's move this over to Chef's Cooking. This is a dynasty league, so we're actually going to skip by that. And we'll dedicate that in a specific dynasty stream. But Jay Money coming through with our next question says, struggling with my running backs. Looking to make some trades potentially. My league went heavy on RBs, which did leave some room for me to pick up a good receiver core. Also got timed out and ended up with both Jaguars backs. Not the worst thing in the world, but let me go ahead and let me set you up with some free questions here. This is a league where the wide receiver depth matters, and it's not as easy to say, let's just get an elite quarterback and an elite tight end. This is a 12-team league where you can start up to 4 wide receivers weekly. Now, despite the wide receiver depth mattering here, I still think the very first thing that I'm going to see with this roster is we need help at running back. We are sitting with Breece, Harvey, Caleb, and Travis Etienne. RJ Harvey and Caleb Johnson are not startable early. Like, Breece is our RB1 early is buns. So what we need to do is we need to find a way that we can just get some additional running back value on this team. And the fact of the matter is it's a start 8 league. So like going through and trading away Rome Odunze would put us in a very compromising position. So I wouldn't say that you could sell a wide receiver here. But what you could do, and honestly, I think this is going to be the only thing we do with this team. This is the only thing we can do with this team. Like, I can already know this. I've looked at a bunch of these teams. The only thing you can do is drop Rashad Bateman, Cedric Tillman, and pick up Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt and Cam Scatterbo. Or pick up Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt and Quinshon Judkins. Like Rashad Bateman, Cedric Tillman, do they ever have the ceiling to be inside my top 15 wide receiver rankings going into the week? Where we can look at them and we can go, yeah, we know they're going to crush. No. They're like best ball plays that, of course, they're going to give you some random usable weeks. They're going to give you some random spikes, but I would never know when they were going to come from. So I would cut Bateman. I would cut Tillman. And I would instead optimize for us to hopefully have like higher upside running backs that like Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt, it is in the range of outcomes. It is a possibility for us to see him turn into an every week starter. I'm trying to think if there's anything else you can make with this team, but no, then we need Nico, we need Puka, we need Rome, we need Pittman. They're in our starting lineup every single week. One thing that would be interesting to note is the quarterbacks on the waiver wire. You have Lawrence. Here's what I'm going to do realistically. Drop Tillman, Bateman, pick up Lawrence, and then Ja'Cory Cross-Merritt. Play Lawrence over Purdy this week and this week only. Great matchup for Lawrence. Lawrence is probably the best streaming QB option. And then you're going to be able to go through and you're going to be able to drop Lawrence after the week and pick up whatever running back you like between Scatterbo, Judkins, Tank Bigsby. Those are going to be like, these 4 players on your waiver wire are by far and away the best 4 names. JCM, Scatterbo, Judkins, and Tank Bigsby. And then it's like a significant tier drop to everybody else. So roster these players over the wide receivers, but for this week particular, you want to be rostering Lawrence for the purpose of playing Lawrence over Brock Purdy, which is going to be a 1-week thing. But and if you really don't want to roster, if you don't want to start Lawrence over Purdy, I'm not going to fault you for it. I mean, they're in a similar tier. So, which if that would be the case, then in that case, you could kind of keep it simpler. And instead you could maybe just pick up the 2 running backs. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. And of course, thank you so much. And remember the flock. And let me make sure, did I hook you up with those questions? Yes, I did. Okay, so let's move this over, and we are about to be caught up on all the questions that were submitted before we turn them off. We got 3 more to go, and then we'll get to the team reviews that were submitted like 15 minutes ago, or 30 minutes ago at this point. Now, Mo31 says, drafted yesterday and feel like I drafted well at running back and tight end. Should I see how these receivers play out or try to make a move before week 1? So it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So wide receiver is not going to be my biggest focus. Let me send you some free questions. I would love an elite tight end. I would love an elite quarterback. I would love elite running backs in a league like this. We pulled this up. We have Brock Bowers. Immaculate. Love to see it. Again, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, 10-team league. We have no worries whatsoever with wide receiver depth, and having the elite tight end is going to make up a pretty big difference for our roster. Going over and looking at what we have at quarterback, with us sitting with a combination of Bo Nix and Caleb Williams in a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, I definitely wish we had a better quarterback core. Don't get me wrong, but it's not going to be the end of the world. Running back, we have Bijan, Jacobs as absolute hammers. We have Breece as our running back 3. I mean, I like Breece as a running back 3. We have Javonte and Trey Benson as well. For me, I would probably drop Trey Benson in favor of Quinshon Judkins. But again, I'm not going to fault you at all if you wanted to go with Benson. The thing is, with Benson, you're going to need the injury. And with Judkins, you just need them to sign him effectively. And then you're going to have Judkins skyrocket in value. Okay. Going over and looking at what we have at wide receiver. We have Adams, Terry, Golden, Addison, Keon, Leggett. So wide receiver is obviously garbage. Here in a 10-team league, this is not good. But it's just going to make up a smaller percentage of our starting lineup output weekly. We play Terry and Devontae Adams. We're not that far off in points per game to the teams that have the top receivers. And we have Bijan and Jacobs at running back, Bowers at tight end, Breece in the flex, and then Bo Nix at QB. So I like this. I do not think you need to be making a play for a wide receiver. If we were looking at waiver wire swaps, Leggett, Shaheed, Tomato, your personal preference. I like your team a lot. I think you did a great job optimizing your format. The fact that we have Bijan, Jacobs, and Brock Bowers on the same roster doesn't seem like it should be possible. Players, in my opinion, should all be like top 20 picks. I don't know how you got all 3 of them on the same team. But don't make any moves before week 1. I wouldn't even make a waiver wire swap. If like wide receiver collapses and all these guys are absolute buns, then maybe at that point we can look to try to leverage like Jacobs for London. But I'm not doing that right now in this league format where wide receivers should be very cheap and very easy to come by. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And again, congrats on drafting a great team. But it looks like we are 2 likes away from hitting 1,000. When we hit 1,000 likes in the stream, we're going to be giving away those free start set questions, the trade questions. So go down there and hit that like button if you have not done so already. Now, we'll clap thy cheeks coming through. This is 13th pick of 14 teams, half PPR. What should I look to do to improve the team? Or am I looking more of a sit and wait situation? I know I'm lacking at tight ends. So let me set you up with some free questions. Really appreciate you, my guy. Pretty funny name as well. We are currently the 5th team in the league analyzer. It is a 14-team format. So in general, I would say that also, if you have Loveland and Hunter Henry in a 14-team league, you are completely fine. I would say I'm almost a little bit more worried about quarterback than I would be tight ends. We have Kyler and Kyler alone. For me, I would be interested in going through and picking up another quarterback off the waiver wire. Like if you're looking at Tua, Bryce Young, both as options sitting out there, I would rather roster like Tua or Bryce Young over Cedric Tillman. In a 14-team format, if things go sideways at QB, it's going to be incredibly difficult for you to get them if most people in your league are rostering 2. So I would opt to pick up the other quarterback. Looking at what we have at running back, CMC, an elite RB1 in a 14-team format. Drake London, a solid wide receiver 1 in a 14-team league. Hubbard, a great RB2 in a 14-team league in particular. Marvin Harrison, a great wide receiver 2 in a 14-team league. Tracy, a great running back 3 in a 14-team league. Jameson, a great wide receiver 3. So the only thing we're really wanting to do is we're wanting to upgrade quarterback if we can. But it's quarterback and tight end upgrades are a luxury where you'll see me over and over again in times where we're looking at like a 10-team league where we start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. I'm like, yeah, let's go out there and let's upgrade quarterback. I don't know if like we can't until Chris Godwin comes back. Once Godwin is back, then at that point, yeah, let's go through and let's try to sell Marv and Kyler in a 2-for-1 deal and get an elite quarterback. Let's try to sell Marv and Loveland in a 2-for-1 deal to get an elite tight end. But you don't have the flexibility to do that in a 14-team league right now. The only thing I would do is I'd cut Tillman, I'd pick up Tua, and I'd sit on my hands. And I think you have a completely fine team. Once Godwin comes back, it's going to be a hell of a lot better, and we have a lot more flexibility, but that's not going to be a move that we make until halfway through the year. But I really appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. And it looks like we just hit 1,000 likes on this stream. So we are going to be giving away some free start set and free trade questions in this live stream. Just go drop your flockfantasy.com username in the chat. I'm going to pick somebody right after I go pee. All right, we are back. Let's pick somebody. We got Tyler 247 as the winner. Let me see if I can find you on the site, my friend. And as I do that, just give me 1 second to stall. And we will stall by stalling how we have been, by reminding you that today is by far and away the best day to get on Underdog Fantasy. The promos that they are running are ridiculous. The free Saquon Barkley pick tonight, higher or lower, half a total yard. And on top of that, 50% profit boost token tonight. And on top of that, you have a 50% profit boost token tomorrow. You have a 100% profit boost token that drops on Saturday for the Sunday games. And if you are new to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you are going to be getting a 50% deposit. You are going to be getting, it's a way better promo now, $50 added into your account after you play your first 5. So take advantage of that. They also have a Flock boosted pick 'em pack that we are going to tail together with Dak higher than 230 passing yards, Barkley to score a touchdown, Pickens to have fewer than 4.5 receptions. That would be a 5X if that hits. And then going over and looking at our Saquon Barkley free pick, what I paired that with is I paired that with DeAndre Swift to have 9.5 points and Amari Hampton to have 9.9 points. But if you wanted something to also tail us on with the Barkley pick, but links in the description, links in the live chat. And Tyler, I also did hook you up with those free questions. Now let's move this over to our next one. This is going to be from Shiesty. Says, just traded Ladd and Terry for Nico and Egbuka. Phenomenal move. Great. And I'd imagine, we are the number 1 team in the league analyzer. And honestly, I'd imagine that we were probably lower in the league analyzer before we made that trade. Let me send you over some free questions real quick. This is a league where wide receiver depth matters. It's a 12-team start 8 format. Now, the first thing I want to discuss will be easy waiver wire pivots. The first thing is, if this was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I would very easily tell us Hey, let's go through and let's cut Marvin Mims and let's pick up Ray Davis, just the premium handcuff back, because in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, projecting us to ever start Marvin Mims is going to be a stretch. Because you can start up to 4 wide receivers here, I do think like these depth wide receivers have a shot to hit your starting lineup if Jaden Higgins and Keon Coleman both faceplant. Now, I would still drop Marvin Mims, but for me personally, the player I would prefer would be Rashad Bateman. Could y'all please let me know in the live chat right now? Spam the chat. Who would you rather have? Would you rather have Bateman or Marvin Mims? Not week 1, but rest of season on your roster. Bateman or Mims? Am I losing my mind here? And outside of that, I don't know if there are really any clear moves that we want to be making waiver wire wise. Like Jordan Love, CJ Stroud's going to be like a personal preference type thing. It will be up to you. Maybe you see what they look like week 1, make the decision from there. You could drop Marvin Mims, pick up Britton Strange if you weren't 100% confident in Tyler Warren early in the year. But we got Mims, Bateman, Mims, Bateman, Mims. So it looks like most people are telling you to go ahead and to hold on to Mims. And Shiesty, please let me know if you're in this live chat. Please let me know if you have any additional questions as we talk through this. But running back, our starting lineups, Gibbs, James Conner. Wide receiver, we're starting Nico, AJ Brown. Then we have Ibuka, Judy in the flex spots. Keon Coleman, Jaden Higgins, Marvin Mims are wide receiver depth pieces that all have upside, and I'm excited that we are rostering, but at the same time aren't like guaranteed contributors. So we know you're never going to be able to sell Keon Coleman for something. We know that you're never going to be able to sell Jaden Higgins for something. I know you're never going to be able to sell Marvin Mims for something, but typically, like if you have those players on the bench that aren't intriguing, like trade targets for people, what I would look to do at that point is but if you could rely on them, I would look to sell like a Buka and a running back to go get an RB upgrade, or Judy and a running back to go get a running back upgrade. Like one of these receivers that people will buy, and then we slide up our reliable guys into our starting lineup. But I don't know if these are reliable. I don't know if we can trust them. So for me, I actually wouldn't do that. I would leave this as is. I don't think you can sell a wide receiver for a running back upgrade. If now Keon, Jaden Higgins, or Marvin Mims explodes, and you're like, hey man, yeah, I know I can trust Keon Coleman. I can start Keon Coleman every single week. Then at that point, maybe it will make like Ibuka expendable, where you can package Ibuka with Mahomes and go get a quarterback upgrade, package Ibuka with Warren, go get a tight end upgrade, package Ibuka with Eckler and go get a running back upgrade. But for now, when our depth pieces aren't reliable, like Keon, Jaden Higgins, Marvin Mims, you can't make that sell. You kind of got to hold on to them, because this is a league where you got to start 4 wide receivers weekly, effectively, unless you're really excited about starting Austin Eckler. So because the depth matters in this league, and I feel like we have just enough depth, like I really like the players we have. I really like the construction of the roster for these league settings. Again, if this was a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, I think you would have botched it, and I think there would be massive moves to make. But yeah, Shiesty, let me know if you have any specific questions with this, because I really like with where you're sitting at. Again, the team would have been much worse if you weren't able to get the Nico Collins deal. I think, like, realistically, looking at the league analyzer, I would imagine we are probably behind this team before we got Nico. But after that Nico Collins trade, I think you're in a phenomenal spot. Like, having Nico, Gibbs, and AJ Brown on the same roster is just going to be a cheat code. Yeah, the Miami Cowboy thinks, yeah, this is a 12-team format. This is hilarious. Any name works, as Dak was on point pregame. My cousin's there. Well, thank God that in the flock pick and pack on Underdog, we have Dak Prescott for having 230 passing yards. Yeah. Shiesty, let me know if there's anything that you want us to talk about with this, but in reality, I think that you've done a great job with this team. I don't even see, like, In my personal rankings, I would drop Mims for Bateman, but if everybody in the chat's telling me that I'm wrong with that, I'm not confident enough to tell you to do it. I think you probably leave this as is. But I really appreciate you, and I really wish I had more to say. Like I said, I sent you over some of those free questions as well. So if there's anything that you need help with, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. Okay. And let's move this over to our next team. This is the first one that we've had since we've opened it back up. But this is Chicken Tendies. It says draft guides are super helpful. Have an IDP spot. So traded Hunter, Bucky, Bo for Burrow, Saquon, Addison. Dear God. And that's why we see this. Look at this freaking team in the league analyzer. No tight end spot required. So this team is even better. This is obnoxious. We have Saquon and Chase on the same team. We have Achane on this as well. We have Tet, Adams, Terry. You're able to start 4 wide receivers weekly. So looking at this, we fill out a starting lineup. You have Burrow at quarterback. You have Barkley, Achane at running back. Wide receiver, you have Chase, Tet. In the 2 flexes, we have Adams and Terry. And we don't need to start a tight end. Yeah, people are thinking this is a fake team here. This is insane. It's a 10-team league. What I would look to do here is I would look to see if we could upgrade quarterback, because why the hell not? You can clearly afford it. You probably wait until Jordan Addison comes back. But once Addison's back, then it's like, you know what? Davante Adams, Terry McLaurin, these would be expendable pieces for us. So if you could go through, and if at that point you could trade Terry and Burrow and go get Lamar, go get Allen, we're going to do it. If at that point you could trade Adams and Burrow and go get Lamar, go get Allen, we're going to do it. The other note that I would have is, and this is maybe a little more of an obvious one, but if Jalen Coker's actually on our roster and not just on the IR for us, if he's actually taking up a roster spot, for me, I think it would be a very easy situation for us to just go through and cut Jalen Coker and find a different player that we like off the waiver wire, whether that's Rachaad White at running back, whether that's Rashad Bateman at wide receiver, or whether that's Xavier Legette. And Chicken Tendy's actually in here. It says Coker in the IR spot. Yeah, if Coker's in the IR spot, you leave this as is. And then also asking Javonte or Dylan Sampson. I would rather have Javonte on my roster over Dylan Sampson for sure. If we were looking at like making an ad drop, or maybe that's a trade because it looks like Dylan Sampson's not on waivers. But you just had Jaden Blue listed as a healthy scratch for this game. So they've been telling us that Javonte is going to be the starting. A cheap perp, happy to see you. But they've been telling us that Javonte's the starting running back. And now that you have Jaden Blue as a healthy scratch, makes that seem a little bit more real. There's no way. McCaffrey. Oh my gosh. McCaffrey injury news. I got to record a clip for the Flock League. Well. I'm sitting here live streaming. And you know what the chat just told me? We have some McCaffrey injury news. And it's legit. I go over to Twitter, and you know what I see? I see Christian McCaffrey limited practice on Thursday with the calf injury. And you know what's beautiful about this? Is I'm playing Sal this week. And Sal specifically drafted one spot ahead of me and decided to go against the grain and decided to take McCaffrey ahead of Saquon Barkley. And Barkley, in roughly about 30 minutes, is going to be dropping 200 yards on his head. And Sal hopefully likes the taste of pancakes because at the end of the day, he's going to be stuck in Denny's for 24 hours. Hopefully that clip works, but oh, dear God. CMC injured. Wild. I'm not going to, like, obviously I'm making a joke for the Flock League video. I'm not going to sit here and say, like, oh, McCaffrey's not playing this week or anything. But for McCaffrey to get in a limited practice with the calf, is that not just the scariest thing ever? Oh, dear God. I'm going to send this. I got to send this in the chat. Oh, this is. This is big. And maybe it's not big. Maybe it's literally nothing. But for me right now, okay. Let's move this over. Okay, I'm going to send that in the chat. But if you have McCaffrey, I drafted McCaffrey in a lot of underdog drafts. So, I hope McCaffrey's good. I have a lot of money on McCaffrey. But let me see if Chicken Dindies has any more questions. Again, phenomenal team. Crazy thing is, like, you look at the league analyzer, it should never look like this before the season starts. For you to have this much more value than everybody else. Like, this is typically what it looks like after, if you hit like on Bucky Irving, Chase Brown halfway through the season, and all of a sudden you just got like a phenomenal free RB1 from the waiver wire. Now, let me see if I can find any messages from Chicken Tendies to see if they have any questions about this before we move on. But great team. Let me just triple check. I'm going to send you over some free questions, even though in reality, I don't think you need them. This team's incredible. And I'll be on the lookout for more questions from Chicken Tendies. And let's go ahead and I'm going to switch this back over to the simple questions, not the team reviews. Okay, Bear Ballings with the trade. Just looked at this. Josh Allen, Brees, Debo, Kincaid versus Mahomes, Jacobs, and Kelsey. Let me remind myself real quick. Context of this. Pure value-wise, Allen versus Jacobs, give me Jacobs. Brees versus Mahomes, give me Brees. Debo versus Kelsey, give me Debo. And Kincaid doesn't matter in this deal. So, if we were looking at what we could possibly do, running back, we would have Jacobs and Walker. This is a fair price point to go get an upgraded Jacobs. I don't think like you're robbing them by any means, but for us to get the running back upgrade where it makes sense, where we don't have to just rely on like Brees as an every week starter, it's completely fine. It's not the best deal in the world. Like, I would definitely try to squeeze out a little bit more value. Like, I would try to keep Debo Samuel. There's no reason for you to be trading Debo in this, to be honest. So, actually, I'm going to mark this as the winner. And then let's remove Debo. And then if you can remove Debo. Now, let's move this over. Bobby Smurda. I'm going to tweet out real quick. I'm tweeting out. I play Sal this week in the Flock League. He drafted CMC at 5 and let me get Barkley at 6. Time for Barkley to drop 40 points on his head while he reads CMC injury reports. Oh, that is beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Now, Bobby Shmurda. This is Caleb, Jalen Warren, Jaden Reed versus Zach Charbonnet and David Montgomery. Caleb versus Montgomery. Give me Montgomery. Warren versus Sharp. Give me Warren. Reed, whatever. Fair deal. And honestly, this is going to be a personal preference and up to you. Personal preference and up to you here. I'm not even going to mark a side as a winner. Now, Bobby Shmurda with another question. This is going to be a start sit. Here for the flex, we got Downs, Ridley. I don't like the matchup for Ridley. I'd still probably play him over Downs, though. But it is just a brutal, brutal spot going up against the Denver Broncos. Now, Brett Baker. This is Caleb, Chase Brown, Brock Bowers versus Josh Allen, Amari Hampton, Tyler Warren. Chase Brown versus Josh Allen. Give me Chase Brown. Brock Bowers versus Amari Hampton. Give me Brock Bowers. Tyler Warren's not going to bridge the gap. I'm going to go with the Chase Brown, Brock Bowers side of this. You're saying you already have HN and Gibbs. I mean, Chase Brown could still slide into your flex, right? So just because you have HN and Gibbs doesn't mean we should be selling low on Chase Brown, in my opinion. Okay. Let's move this over. Thomas Schott with our next question. Yeah, I'm just looking at Twitter real quick at the McCaffrey stuff, and everybody is losing their mind. Oh, dear God. Now, Thomas Schott, I'm assuming you're just asking who do we start between Hampton, Devonta Smith, and Tet. After Najee's good to go and we've had just everybody get wiped in Carolina, I'm going to go with Tet here. Like, Tet's just a must-start player for me in a full PPR format. Sentomalo. This is Drake London, RJ Harvey. Drake London versus RJ Harvey and T. Higgins. I would rather have London. I don't know if Harvey's going to bridge the gap. Unless you're desperate at running back, the issue is you're just not going to get any production from Harvey early. Mountain Andrew, this is Dak, Ginty, Rome, Jennings versus Daniels, Jacobs, Metcalf. Ginty versus Jacobs, give me Ginty. Rome versus Metcalf, give me Metcalf. Dak and Jawan versus Jaden, give me Jaden. I think we're going to go with the Daniel side here. Let's move this. God dang, I cannot believe the CMC stuff. Oh, dear God. Now, let's refresh this. Cade Ferg, we got 2 wide receivers and a tight end. Tet, auto start. We're going to go Pickens over Pearsall, and then I'm going to go Goddard over Loveland for week 1. Rest of season will be different. Let's refresh and we'll go back over to some team reviews. Okay, trade is Jalen Warren, JSN versus RJ Harvey, Drake London. Oh, this is going to be easily the London and Harvey side of things. Obviously, Jalen Warren's a much better play over RJ Harvey early in the season, but I would still rather have Harvey rest of year for the ceiling that we get in the second half of the season. I think the Broncos offense is going to be much, much more appealing than the Steelers. So yeah, give me Harvey and London. Okay. Let's refresh. Ross with the start set. I would like to get Golden in our lineup. I don't think we can play Golden over Ricky Pearsall, though, so I think we leave this as is. If Lawrence was available for you to stream this week, I would actually rather play Lawrence over Herbert, though. I just think the Lawrence matchup is going to be too damn good. And let me go full screen here and see what's going on with CMC. I may end this stream and then do like a quick 10-minute little video regarding the McCaffrey. No, I'm not going to do that. Kind of want to, though. I'm going to. Actually, let me text the editor, see if we can get a CMC thumbnail. I don't know what we should do. Yeah, I'm gonna look into the CMC stuff. I'm gonna be live in like 5 minutes, and we'll make a updated CMC ranking. But yeah, this is crazy. Let me. I'm gonna end this. I'll be live in like 5 minutes, and we'll talk exclusively CMC.